Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei said that this place was no longer swallowing energy, everyone immediately sensed it and exclaimed. Someone was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. My vitality is no longer flowing away. Someone almost went crazy. Good, good. It happens that the resources in my Origin Sea are about to be exhausted. Someone cupped his fists. Thank you, fellow Taoist and Lord God. How should I address you? We still don't know your name. That's right. Fellow Taoist, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. How can we not know your name? Han Fei said frankly, my name is Han Fei. Someone smiled and said, fellow Taoist Han Fei, wait a moment. We'll cut off their damn heads now. Someone echoed, kill them. Damn the heavenly race. How dare they make an enemy of our fellow Taoist Han Fei? They must be courting death. Someone unleashed the combat power of the late-stage star transformation realm and took the lead to attack. How dare 3 clones be so arrogant to us? They really don't know how to write the word death. At that moment, in the valley, great technique swept across the sky. None of the more than 200 sky-opening realm powerhouses were mediocre. With several late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses taking the lead, the 3 people from the heavenly race were drowned by the power of these people in a moment. The surrounding 100 mountains were flattened, and the scene was a mess. During this period, Han Fei saw the strength of the 3 strong masters of the heavenly race. With a flip of their hands, their strength reached tens of millions, their speed reached the peak, and all the emperors were sent flying. However, even if they were so strong, their energy was quickly consumed under the bombardment of more than 200 strong masters. How could mere clones resist these ruthless people who were used to fighting in the wilderness? Therefore, the 3 of them only lasted for 100 seconds before they were shattered by the emperors. Someone held a lightning hammer that shook the world and blasted out 10,000 lightning strikes. Someone released a strange poison that corroded the void. Someone shot out a spear beam, which contained 30% of the power of the god sealing spear. Seeing this scene, Han Fei exclaimed in his heart. At times, there was strength in numbers. They were all in the sky-opening realm, and a group of evil spirit could even drag a strong master like in Taiping to death, let alone a group of emperors who were used to fighting in the wilderness. Satisfied, Han Fei cupped his hands at the emperors and said, thank you for your help. Please wait a few months for me to break the seal. Haha, it's just a small matter. How can it delay fellow Taoist Han Fei from breaking the seal? Just break it and don't worry about us. At the moment when the 3 clones shattered, on a big ship outside the ruins of gods, the 3 heavenly race powerhouses suddenly opened their eyes. Almost at the same time, they felt that something was missing. They had been waiting here all these years for the return of their clones. But at this moment, their hope was shattered. The clones that carried nearly 40% of their strength had actually died in the ruins of gods. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. The leader said, let's go. This place can destroy our clones, so it can also destroy us. Since our clones are dead, that brat must have died long ago. Now, it seems that there must be a big secret here. We have to ask the monarchs of our race to come here. With that, the big ship turned around and jumped away in the void. In the deal, both Han Fei and the god were quite careful, mainly because the god was too careful. Every time Han Fei broke a spear pillar, he would give Han Fei 20% of the promised resources and various treasures. Han Fei had been preparing for more than half a month when he suddenly rose to the sky and forged spear pillars with the mountain and some of the advanced refining materials in his origin sea. At that moment, everyone looked at the sky and felt the sharp spear beam Dao runes in the spear pillars. Then, they saw the void tremble, and strange marks appeared all over the sky. When those marks were imprinted on a spear pillar, a god-sealing spear appeared. When 36 god-sealing spears appeared in the sky in a row, Han Fei used the 36 spears to form a sealing spear array, which was based on the god-sealing spears. Knock, knock, knock. The moment all the spear arrays enveloped him, the golden light dimmed and the range was reduced by more than 10 times. All the emperors witnessed this scene and were excited. Someone was shocked. Fellow Daoist Han Fei is really talented. In just 6 years, not only did he comprehend the spear Dao, but he can also use Dao patterns at will. A peerless heavenly talent is really a peerless heavenly talent. Although there are Dao patterns between the heavens and earth, who can use them easily? I didn't expect fellow Daoist Han Fei to use them so easily. Oh! How can someone who can challenge the heavenly race and escape from the clones of the 3 heavenly race powerhouses be mediocre? For a moment, praise sounded, and they saw hope of getting out. Han Fei didn't stop in the sky. Instead, he pressed his palm on the god sealing spear set up by the former powerhouse. On the spear pillars, the Dao patterns disappeared one after another and finally dissipated. When half of the dense Dao patterns dissipated, cracks appeared on the spear pillars. This scene made all the emperors hold their breaths. They were already prepared to die, but they didn't expect to survive miraculously. Sometimes, when luck came, it couldn't be stopped. Bang! When the first spear pillar shattered, the golden light that had shrunk by more than 10 times expanded by 4 or 5 times again. Huff! Han Fei took a deep breath, jumped to another spear pillar, and said, "Senior, it's time to give me the second portion of the resources." 1 month later, when the third spear pillar shattered, everyone clearly felt that the world was different. They had a feeling that they could go out. At this moment, in addition to the 2 spear pillars on the golden light, Han Fei temporarily sealed this so-called god with 108 spear pillars. On this day, Han Fei stood on the 4th spear pillar and looked at the more than 200 strong masters. Everyone, there are still 2 spear pillars left before this seal is broken. Now that you can leave this place, you'd better leave quickly. It's best if you can leave the ruins of gods within half a month. Don't step into it again. How could these sky-opening realm powerhouses not understand what Han Fei meant? From the moment they saw that he rebuilt the seal, but removed the original seal, they knew that Han Fei didn't trust this so-called god, but his strength wasn't enough to seal this god-level powerhouse with a spear pillar. Therefore, every time Han Fei wanted to remove a spear pillar, he had to set up 36 spear pillar seals to replace the original spear pillar seal. Now that there were only 2 spear pillars left, Han Fei became even more careful. If the remaining seals couldn't seal this god, the consequences were not something they could bear. At this moment, no one refused. No one wanted to bet on this last probability. Besides, it wouldn't do them any good whether they bet or not. If they won, they would only live, but if they lost, they would die. And since they could leave now, why bother? Immediately, someone cupped his fists. Fellow Daoist Han Fei, when we meet again, let's drink and chat happily. I, Manjiang, take you as my friend. Today, I can't help you. Please excuse me. Someone echoed, fellow Taoist Han Fei, after we leave today, we'll become enemies with the heavenly race. We'll kill as many heavenly race sky openers as we can. Someone looked grateful. Fellow Taoist Han Fei, I'm Lu Wen. I can't repay you. All my resources are here. Brother Han, please accept them. Although Han Fei only asked them to help kill a sky-opening realm powerhouse of the heavenly race, they would definitely choose those they could kill too. Kill and wouldn't seek death. As sky-openers, in order not to have any inner demons in the future, they didn't mind giving Han Fei their current resources. Brother Lu is right. Brother Han, please take my resources. Brother Han. For a moment, a lot of resources were sent to Han Fei. Although these people were not necessarily good people, since they could reach the sky-opening realm, their conscience must be clear. No matter how important resources were to them, they could give them up at this moment. Han Fei cupped his fists. In that case, thank you, everyone. The sea is vast. And the road is long. Take care. When all these people left, the god groaned. Human, do you think I will hurt them? Han Fei smiled. I don't know. The god said indifferently, there are no friends on the path of cultivation. These people are just impulsive. If they are really caught by the heavenly race, they will definitely sell you. Han Fei laughed. It's fine. I'll trample on the heavenly race someday. I'm afraid they don't know me. Han Fei didn't hide his clones. Both Neza and Zhang Daqian had their own uses. However, if he guessed right, Han Fei's name would definitely be known in the Divine Capital Dynasty this time. Another month passed. When Han Fei stood on the last wall pillar, a small world flew in front of Han Fei. When Han Fei stuffed this small world into his origin sea, there was a mystic yellow soil mountain inside. Good Lord! When Han Fei saw the mystic yellow soil mountain, the god said, this mystic yellow soil mountain is enough to consolidate your origin sea. It's my reward for saving me. Han Fei smiled. Senior, don't forget, there's still the last ultra-quality godly weapon. The god said leisurely, actually, the 4 seals have been broken. You should know that they can no longer trap me. Han Fei smiled and said, I know. But it can trap you for a while. If you don't give it to me, I'll find a monarch over during this period of time. Do you really think a heavenly talent like me is stupid? The god didn't speak, but said, break the last seal, and I'll give it to you. Han Fei shook his head. When I break the last half of the seal, you have to give it to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape from the ruins of gods. Okay. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, Senior, I have a blood fiend puppet in the late stage of the star transformation realm. You should return it to me. After such a long time, right? Perhaps because the blood fiend was too far away from him, he didn't perceive it. Therefore, before breaking the seal, he had to take the blood fiend puppet away. The void twisted, and a blood fiend puppet inexplicably jumped out of a mountain. Han Fei was relieved to see that. Fortunately, he didn't lose it. This puppet was equivalent to a super expert. It was very important and no less important than an ultra-quality godly weapon. It would be a great loss if he lost it. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations As usual, after Han Fei broke about a third of the Tao patterns on the last spear pillar, with a crack, a faint crack appeared on the spear pillar. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, it's time to give me the ultra-quality godly weapon." This god didn't dare to bet. With this half-seal as the foundation, plus Han Fei's seals, it could suppress him for at least 2 months. Of course, if he was willing to erupt, it might not take 2 months. But as Han Fei said, he wasn't sure if Han Fei could summon a monarch. On the expansion of the Origin Sea, he knew that Han Fei had the guidance of an expert behind him, which was why he didn't dare to take the risk to bet. However, compared to his freedom was definitely more important than an ultra-quality godly weapon. Therefore, the so-called god thought for a moment and threw out a red bead. The moment this fiery red and round bead appeared in front of Han Fei, information appeared in his eyes. Name God's Prayer Bead. Introduction: The God's Prayer Bead was refined for 30,000 years with the chaotic spiritual treasure, lotus seed of the sea of bitterness, injected with the essence blood of a god. Wearing this bead, you can be compatible with the heavenly Tao, and borrow the power of the heavenly Tao unconditionally to temper your body and soul every day. When activated in battle, it can increase your combat power by 10%. It can protect your soul from illusions. The bead is holy and can block all evils and avoid billions of poisons. It can slowly increase the luck of the wearer. Quality: ultra-quality godly weapon. Attached soul: none. Effect: by using the heavenly Tao to temper the body, it can protect the wearer's soul and clear the mind. The wearer will be immune to all evil and poisons, and it can also increase luck. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: don't put a soul into it easily. The soul can't be fused with the bead unless it's compatible with it. Wow. When Han Fei saw some of the attributes of the God's Prayer Bead, he was refreshed. It was a supportive godly weapon. This was definitely AF** King. Supportive godly weapon. It didn't seem to have much effect in all aspects. Tempering the body every day meant that the body would only be tempered slightly every day. It could only borrow the power of the heavenly Tao to increase his combat power by 10%. While the god-slaying boxing gloves could increase his combat power by 30%. However, the God's Prayer Bead had many functions. Faced with the guys from the Ghost Strait who cultivated the young god, it was simply invincible. Besides, the fact that it was immune to all poisons shocked Han Fei. In this case, didn't it mean that he didn't even need to nurture his anti-poison ability? Furthermore, this thing could increase one's luck. Luck was extremely mysterious. Generally speaking, one couldn't snatch luck. Only in special environments could one snatch luck. Therefore, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this God's Prayer Bead an ultra-quality godly weapon. Buzz. Han Fei's eyes flashed with infatuation, but then he felt the void tremble. Han Fei picked up the God's Prayer Bead and stuffed it into his Origin Sea. In the next moment, he immediately disappeared. Come on, if he didn't run now. Should he wait for this person to break free from the seal? Swish. 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 Han Fei shot out nearly 6 times the speed of light. This was mainly because he had sensed the space great Tao of the heavenly race powerhouse and learned some of its essence, which increased his speed to 4 times the speed of light. With the power of time and his own strength, he could burst out 6 times the speed of light. Ignoring what happened next, Han Fei only had one thought in his heart: run. Whether the other party was a real god or not, he was at least at the level of a monarch. He had tricked him so much. If he didn't run now, should he wait for the other party to catch up with him? After running for half a day, Han Fei finally left the ruins of gods. At this time, he had no time to think about digging for treasures. He swore that he would never come to the ruins of God again. Under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei ran straight to where Zhou Jingjing and the others were. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that only half a day after he ran, a big crack appeared on the last spear pillar. The golden light had all been retracted, and the skeleton of a strange fish was revealed. The bones were crystal clear and golden, as if made of completely fused gold and jade. If Han Fei saw it, he would be shocked. Is this AF** King God? How can the bones be a god? It must have been nailed to death for tens of thousands of years. Chug, chug, chug. Under the skeleton, an oval golden shell rose from the ground, and then a turtle head emerged from the soil. The little turtle was shining, but a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. All his strength was gathering towards the spear pillar, and he muttered, "Hurry, hurry! I wonder if the Emperor Sparrow has discovered me. It's over. The Emperor Sparrow of this generation has been born. I have to return to the divine beast race quickly." Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei didn't know that the real god was dead, nor did he know that everything was fake by a little turtle, nor did he know that the little turtle was actually panicking too. While Han Fei was running for his life, the little turtle was also desperately trying to break the seal. One day later, Han Fei, who was racing, suddenly heard the voice of the Emperor Sparrow in his mind. He said, "For some reason, I seem to feel the aura of a divine beast. What the ruins of gods is suppressing is probably not a god." Han Fei said, "Even a divine beast is not something I can resist, right? F***ck. You can still feel him from so far away. Is he chasing me? No, I have to run quickly." All these years, Zhou Jingjing had been wandering outside the ruins of gods. However, more than 20 days ago, she had already begun to run for her life. For some reason, in just 5 days, she encountered 3 waves of lone wolves, all of whom were in the sky-opening realm. 2 of them were even star transformation powerhouses, and although the other one hadn't turned his origin sea into a star, he was almost there. She had been chased by 2 of them. If she hadn't summoned the 5 strong masters of the whale fortress, she would have been killed. Even so, all 5 of them were injured. Later, Zhang Daqian told them to run. No matter where they ran, they should stay away from the ruins of gods first. Zhang Daqian naturally knew that his original body was in an impasse. Part of the reason he brought little Fatty with him was to prepare for emergencies. If his original body needed to be reborn, little Fatty might be able to help him. But now it seemed that there were many strong masters fleeing in the ruins of gods. Although he didn't know why they were running, it didn't seem to be a good thing. In the depths of a certain strait, Zhou Jingjing and the others set up an array that they thought was very powerful, but was actually not very powerful. In Han Fei's eyes, Zhou Jingjing felt that she had run far enough after running for half a month. She needed to maintain her peak strength to face the crisis. Zhang Daqian didn't object. In this array, there were only Zhang Daqian and Zhou Jingjing. Zhou Jingjing said, "Why don't you want to stay in the whale fortress? 2 stars together can be easily discovered." Zhang Daqian said indifferently, "I'm only at the peak of the sea. Establishment realm. It doesn't matter. Besides, I have a reason to stay. Outside. Zhou Jingjing was puzzled. Are you waiting for your original body? Up to now, Zhou Jingjing didn't know that the person beside him was the Real. Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian said, yes. I don't know how long it will take for my original body to stay there. If anything happens to my original body, I'll have to take back all the things my original body left behind. Zhou Jingjing rolled her eyes. If something happens to him, how strong is his opponent? Take it back? You're just an avatar at the peak of the sea. Establishment realm. How can you take the things back? Zhang Daqian smiled faintly and said, don't look down on sea establishers. There are many cases of sea establishers killing sky openers. Zhou Jingjing snorted, thinking that Han Fei had disappeared for more than 6 years. In the past 6 years, there had been no news from him. She had a feeling that he must have encountered trouble. Otherwise, with that guy's terrifying strength, how could it take so long? In fact, everyone in the giant whale fortress had complaints. This was because in the past 6 years, she only dared to carefully release some sea establishers to gain experience. Most of the time, everyone had to stay in the giant whale fortress. This was because the ruins of gods was too dangerous. There were countless sky openers entering and leaving this place. In the past few years, they had encountered dozens of sea demon fortresses. They were all here to explore treasures. Who dared to have a trial here easily? Originally, Zhou Jingjing and the other emperors were going to explore the treasures, but they were stopped by Zhang Daqian. However, the resources needed for 110,000 people to cultivate could be said to be an astronomical figure. In addition to the huge supply of resources before, now that it had suddenly decreased, many people already had complaints. Suddenly, a spear beam pierced through the sky, and the terrifying spear technique penetrated the seal set by Zhou Jingjing and the others. Heh! You call this an array? It's ridiculous. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your resources. Otherwise, kill. Zhou Jingjing was shocked. How could they be discovered? The other party asked them to hand over the resources, but he definitely wouldn't believe she had handed over all she had got. Therefore, the moment she handed over the resources, the other party would definitely ask for more. In the wilderness, Zhou Jingjing had never trusted anyone except Han Fei. Buzz. With the thought of Zhou Jingjing, the giant whale fortress appeared, and 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses walked out of the giant whale's mouth in a row. The middle-aged man with the spear looked disdainful. Oh, so it's a sea monster fortress. Then there should be more resources. All 5 of you are injured. You're no match for me. Hand over the resources. Don't force me to take action. Since it involved resources, Zhou Jingjing certainly couldn't give in. Besides, among the 5 of them, someone seemed to have observed the sea of stars and immediately shouted, "This person's star isn't dazzling, but ordinary. He's just holding on. Jingjing, don't be afraid. We can fight him." Zhou Jingjing immediately perked up and shouted, "Attack!" Puff. Just as Zhou Jingjing was about to attack, a spear beam burst out and nailed the guy Whi spoke just now to the bottom of the sea before Zhou Jingjing and the others could react. The middle-aged man grabbed at the void backhand and grabbed another spear beam, piercing through the air. Old fifth of the giant whale fortress was blown up by that stab. 2 casual attacks stunned Zhou Jingjing and the others. Wasn't it said that this guy's star was not dazzling? Wasn't it said that he was weak? Why was he so strong? Swish, swish, swish. Bang. 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 In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 people on Zhou Jingjing's side were nailed through. At this moment, Zhou Jingjing burst out a knife light and narrowly resisted the spear. This was because she had observed Han Fei's battle and integrated the momentum of the draw technique into it. Huh? The man couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Interesting. You can block my spear? The man condensed another spear. This time, Dao patterns appeared. This stab didn't allow Zhou Jingjing to fight back at all. At that moment, it was as if all her strength was suppressed and she couldn't resist at all. Clang! Just when Zhou Jingjing felt that it was over and her giant whale fortress was about to be destroyed, suddenly, Zhang Daqian thought of something and immediately shouted, "Fellow Daoist, Lu Wen, wait a moment." Huh? Lu Wen was shocked and couldn't help but stop. He looked at Zhang Daqian and frowned slightly, thinking to himself, I don't know him. Besides, this is just a brat at the peak of the sea establishment realm. How dare he call me fellow Daoist? Does he want to die? Lu Wen narrowed his eyes. Boy, you're bold. Zhang Daqian stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. My name is Han Fei. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Fellow Daoist Han Fei? Lu Wen was shocked. How could this person be Han Fei? Lu Wen was puzzled. After staring at Zhang Daqian for a few seconds, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the distant void. Someone was flying over at an ultralight speed. A few seconds later, when Han Fei appeared, he couldn't help but tease, fellow Daoist Lu Wen, if I had come a step later, I'm afraid my avatar would have been killed by you. Hiss. Lu Wen looked at Zhang Daqian and then at Han Fei. He immediately retracted his killing intent and smiled bitterly. Well, I really didn't know that these people were actually Brother Han's subordinates. I almost killed them by mistake. I'm really sorry. The moment Han Fei returned, Zhou Jingjing and the other sky-opening powerhouses of the giant whale fortress were all relieved. As long as this person returned, everything would be fine. However, what shocked them was that in the past few years, Han Fei seemed to have experienced a lot. They didn't understand why a super powerhouse like Lu Wen had such an attitude towards Han Fei. In their opinion, Lu Wen was already a star transformation level powerhouse. And he was not an ordinary star transformation level powerhouse. With his strength, he could easily fight 5 alone. Even if such a powerhouse was no match for Han Fei, wasn't his attitude a bit too friendly? Han Fei smiled and said, as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Huh, fellow Daoist Lu Wen, didn't you leave a few months ago? Why are you still wandering outside the ruins of gods? Lu Wen looked embarrassed. Brother Han, well, after we came out, we wanted to leave directly, but we had consumed a lot in the ruins of gods and hadn't recovered our strength yet, so we wanted to get some resources first. Considering that you should still have a few months, most of us just left the ruins of gods and hunted nearby. Because there were many strong masters who came for treasures, it was easier for us to hunt, so we didn't leave in time. Han Fei immediately understood and said, I see. But fellow Daoist, Lu, I'm Afraid we have to go far away now. If I've guessed right, that person will come out in half a month at most. Hiss. Luwen was shocked. So fast? Luwen was shocked and immediately cupped his fists at Han Fei. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Han. Otherwise, I would have wanted to hunt here for a few days. In that case, Brother Han, shall we go together? Han Fei shook his head slightly and smiled. Brother Lu, do you think that person will let me go? Luwen shivered and seemed to understand something. It seemed that the relationship between Han Fei and that god was quite strange. They must have some secrets that they didn't know. Now that Han Fei said so, he certainly didn't dare to go with Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care about that. He said, Brother Lu, you seem to have a deep understanding of that Dao spear too? Luwen knew that Han Fei's avatar must have synchronized the scene just now with his original body. He said with a smile, we've been trapped here for so long. It would be a lie to say that we didn't comprehend anything. However, we definitely comprehended. Much less than Brother Han. It's impossible for us to create a spear pillar. Han Fei nodded slightly. That was true. The spear pillar was right there, and everyone was in the sky-opening realm. Who wouldn't comprehend something? However, as Luwen said, it was impossible for them to comprehend much. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. Han Fei nodded slightly. Fellow Daoist, Luwen, I'm going to leave first. I have to run for a while in case that person catches up with me. Luwen was also horrified. He cupped his hands at Han Fei and said, Brother Han, thank you. I wish I could have helped you. Oh. Brother Han, I think that if you want to avoid that person, it's best for you to go to a super force. The Divine Capital Dynasty, where countless strong masters gather in the East. See Divine Realm. Great Monarch East Marshal rules the Divine Realm alone and is the strongest monarch in the East Sea Divine Realm. I think that person will definitely not dare to chase you to the Divine Capital Dynasty. Great Monarch East Marshal? The strongest monarch in the East Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei nodded. Then thank you for your guidance, Brother Lu. After Lu Wen left in a hurry, Zhou Jingjing and the others looked at Han Fei. Weirdly. Why didn't we understand their conversation just now? Who are you talking about? Why does it sound like there is a strong master chasing you? Also, what kind of enemy would make you run to the Divine Capital Dynasty to seek the protection of the great monarch East Marshal? Seeing that Zhou Jingjing and the others were full of doubts, Han Fei waved his hand and the healing chains moved back and forth on their bodies. Zhou Jingjing and the others' injuries were recovering rapidly. Zhou Jingjing was the first to recover. She hurriedly asked, the person just now? Han Fei said, just a friend. You've been waiting nearby for the past few years. Good. Zhou Jingjing really wanted to roll her eyes at Han Fei, but then she said, Are you going to the Divine Capital Dynasty? Before, Han Fei didn't tell Zhou Jingjing and the others that he was going to the Divine Capital Dynasty to participate in the 10,000-year competition, but there was no need to hide it. He had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion for a while and then go to the Divine Capital Dynasty. For a long time to come, he probably wouldn't find a whetstone to polish himself. In fact, after experiencing the baptism of lightning and several life and death battles, his foundation had basically been consolidated, and he no longer needed to find people to fight like before. Therefore, Han Fei paused and said, something unexpected happened in the Ruins of gods. From now on, I won't hunt any sea monster fortresses. Therefore, you don't have to be my bait in the future. Therefore, I'll give you another chance. Are you still willing to follow me? If not, considering your good performance over the years, I'll give you a sum of resources and let you go your separate ways. Immediately, behind Zhou Jingjing, the few sky-opening realm powerhouses were all shocked and looked at Zhou Jingjing. In fact, they had secretly warned Zhou Jingjing several times. Han Fei was a real heavenly talent, not something ordinary itinerant cultivators could compare to. If they followed Han Fei and often entered dangerous places, something might happen to them one day. Although they had to be careful as the sea monster fortress, they didn't have to be followers of others. Zhou Jingjing couldn't help but think of Lu Wen. He just casually attacked and beat 5 alone. This meant that they were too weak. So what if they were in the sky-opening realm? In the wilderness, there was no shortage of sky-opening realm powerhouses. What was lacking was powerful sky-opening realm powerhouses. As for the sea monster fortress, would digging and looting really make people powerful? It was as if they were walking a normal template. If they cultivated hard, they would slowly become stronger. But people like Han Fei walked an extreme path. Although it was dangerous, the upper limit of their growth was much higher, and there were many more opportunities. For example, during the years when they served as bait for Han Fei, their strength soared. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Jingjing suddenly raised her head. If we are willing to follow you, how will you treat us? Han Fei glanced at the people behind Zhou Jingjing casually and then at Zhou Jingjing. Are you going to turn your origin sea into a star soon? Zhou Jingjing said, in fact, I've already begun to transform my origin sea into a star. I've already completed 1/5 of the process. Han Fei was surprised. This was something he didn't expect, because he had never asked before. Han Fei asked, why are you still so weak when you're about to turn your origin sea into a star? Zhou Jingjing. All the emperors, Zhou Jingjing and the others were speechless. Weak? Han Fei thought for a moment. Well, it seems to be okay. Lu Wen has turned his origin sea into a star for a long time. He has already walked a distance on the road after he turned his origin sea into a star and had gained many opportunities, so it's natural for him to fight 5 alone. However, you are still too weak. If you follow me, I can teach you some great techniques that can improve your strength by leaps and bounds. However, if you follow me, your lives are mine. What I'm going to do in the future is very dangerous, and you may die at any time. Are you still willing to follow me? Han Fei's heart did a flip. A star transformation powerhouse was actually not weak. He shouldn't despise her. If he wanted to overthrow the city of scavengers, he had to have some help. After all, his enemy was not only the city of scavengers, but also the city of origin. And these were just his enemies in the chaotic wasteland. As for the heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm, he would definitely go there in the future. The little vine of the demon purification pot must be obtained by him. In this case, he had too many enemies. The basic combat power he needed should be in the sky-opening realm, right? There might be no harm in slowly recruiting people from now on. Besides, Zhou Jingjing and the others were not the key. The population in the Sea Monster Fortress also had great potential. If these people grew up, they would also be a combat power. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep wandering in the wilderness. Otherwise, he could try to get a mobile castle. Zhou Jingjing's heart skipped a beat when she heard that Han Fei could teach her techniques. She believed what Han Fei said. She had only watched him fight for a few years, but her strength had already soared. If Han Fei taught her techniques in person, it could be foreseen that their strength would quickly grow. Zhou Jingjing looked back at the others. Some of them shook their heads slightly, and some fell into deep thought. Zhou Jingjing seemed to know what they were thinking, so she said, "Then what about the 100,000 people in my whale fortress?" Han Fei said, "I won't take you to the divine capital dynasty. The 10,000-year competition is coming, and all the strong masters are gathering. It'll be extremely dangerous there. It's meaningless to take you there. If you are willing to follow me, you can wait for me outside the chaotic wasteland. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. If I don't find you within 100 years, you can leave on your own." Zhou Jingjing was delighted to hear that. She really didn't dare to go to the divine capital dynasty, but if it was a remote place near the chaotic wasteland, why didn't she dare? However, Zhou Jingjing was thinking, isn't Han Fei afraid that we will run away? However, she remembered the navigator that Han Fei once showed and immediately understood. Yes, with that kind of treasure, why would he be afraid that they would run away? Therefore, Zhou Jingjing took a deep breath. "I'm willing to follow you." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. It was not easy to recruit followers, especially in a place like the wilderness. How could people submit to him so easily? Han Fei felt that Zhou Jingjing and the others could be recruited because he had known them for a long time and had a certain understanding of their nature and pursuit. Therefore, when Han Fei recruited them, he gave them a batch of resources, which was less than 1/5 of the resources given to him by the fake god. As for the specific amount, it was probably enough for a sea establishment realm cultivator to completely open up his origin sea. For a sky-opening realm cultivator, this amount of resources was actually not much, but not little either. In addition, Han Fei had indeed taught Zhou Jingjing and the others some great techniques. He had passed on some secret techniques such as the chaotic demon body that Taiyuan cultivated, the ancient desolate war body that he had once used, the 100-beast soul devouring of the Beast King, Tianqing's void divine movement technique, and so on. Among them, some were for the venerable realm, some for the sea establishment realm, and some for the sky-opening realm. Han Fei had used these things in person. With Han Fei's current strength, he could release some of these things. Because he didn't have absolute trust in Zhou Jingjing and the others for the time being, Han Fei still held back. As for whether they would be given more care in the future, it depended on their performance. 30 years later. In the ruins of a secret realm in the wilderness, a statue covered in dust was sitting cross-legged like an ancient object that had been dormant for a long time. In this secret realm, there were a few venerable level crabs cultivating and attracting spiritual energy. Suddenly, the statue opened its eyes, and a certain golden light burst out. Huff! As Han Fei slowly opened his eyes, the dust on his body was instantly dispersed. Crack, crack, crack. As Han Fei slowly got up, cracking sounds came from his body. This time, Han Fei smiled and then calmed down, frowning slightly. It matured. Han Fei sighed slightly. The resources he had obtained from the fake god had been used up in less than 3 years. For the rest of the time, Han Fei had been waiting for the 5th divine pill to mature. While waiting, he tempered his body in the swamp of the Sea of Stars and comprehended the Tao of speed in the Sea of Stars. Unfortunately, Han Fei felt that it was because he hadn't turned his origin sea into a star that he hadn't made much progress. His basic speed hadn't reached 5 times the speed of light yet. The only good thing was that in the past 30 years, his physique and soul had reached a great balance. Han Fei, whose strength had soared, deeply realized the shortcomings of his soul. Over the years, he had been tempering his will and waiting for the 5th divine pill to mature. Now that the 5th divine pill was ripe, Han Fei knew that it was time for him to repair his soul. Buzz. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared in his origin sea, where the demon purification pot's vines grew. Looking at the little pill that was already red, Han Fei couldn't help sighing. You were about to mature more than 30 years ago, but you didn't mature until now. I fed you a lot. It's up to you whether or not I can refine a young soul today. Yes, Han Fei wanted to build a young soul. Since he saw the young souls of the people of the Ghost Strait, Han Fei had already set this goal. It didn't make sense that they could cultivate the young soul, but he couldn't. His soul wasn't weaker than theirs, and was even much stronger than most people's. The Emperor Sparrow once said that the fusion of the soul and will could produce the young soul. Senior brother Azure Dragon had also said that will could replace the soul and become invincible. It was the path of the extreme Tao body cultivator. Han Fei thought that the soul was still useful. The god-slaying boxing gloves and the god's prayer bead were both useful for the soul. Besides, the immunity to all techniques was only theoretical. Besides, the physique of an extreme Tao body refiner might not necessarily be stronger than his. Therefore, Han Fei still felt that he should fuse his soul and will and cultivate the young soul first. In this way, if his body was not destroyed, his soul wouldn't be destroyed either, which would greatly increase his chances of survival in the sea realm. Han Fei extended his hand, and the 5th divine pill automatically fell into Han Fei's palm. Having waited for this day for so long, Han Fei couldn't help but feel excited. He had deduced it countless times in his heart and felt that there shouldn't be any problem. Han Fei grabbed the 5th divine pill. With a thought, he appeared at the edge of the Sea of Stars, stepped into the swamp of the Sea of Stars, and then into the Sea of Stars. In the Sea of Stars, Han Fei sat cross-legged and his invincible will condensed the invincible golden body. Under such circumstances, Han Fei activated the void fishing, grabbed the 5th divine pill, and swallowed it. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his body was extremely light. When he came back to his senses, he found himself sitting cross-legged. My soul has left my body? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although his soul left his body, it was not far away, because he seemed to be imprisoned by some power. It's the power of will. Han Fei realized that it was the invincible will that locked his soul body and soul. However, this couldn't complete the fusion of will and soul. In the past, Han Fei could also use the invincible will at will. In the past, Han Fei's soul could leave his body, but it didn't have much combat power and was fragile, so it was meaningless. For ordinary people, even if they could do the above 2 things, it didn't mean that they could fuse their will and soul. For example, in the Ghost Strait, the people specialized in cultivating the soul. The secret techniques passed down from ancient times could fuse the will and the soul. However, it couldn't be done overnight. They had to practice it from a young age and slowly cultivate with secret techniques until their will and soul were almost fused. Only when they cultivated the young soul could this cultivation end. However, Han Fei didn't have that secret technique, nor did he know how to fuse the soul and will. Perhaps he would understand it in the future, but at least not for now. But Han Fei had the fifth divine pill. The fifth divine pill could help the soul leave the body and open the eighth consciousness of the human soul. When the soul left the body, the mountains and rivers would shatter, the earth would sink, and he would feel that he was everything in the world and everything in the world was him. This was the original effect of the fifth divine pill. Han Fei thought that it was definitely to cultivate the young soul. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his soul was expanding infinitely. He felt that his soul was about to explode. Huff. His soul was expanding and his will was suppressing. The two trembled at the same time. It might have been a day, a month, or only an hour. At this time, Han Fei's consciousness was no longer under his control. He felt that his soul was being crushed bit by bit. The terrifying pain was different from the physical pain. It was like his soul was being shattered. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the sky had collapsed. After a long time, Han Fei regained some consciousness. He forgot who he was. He seemed to be everything in the world. With a thought, a large amount of energy was swallowed by him. However, after a long time, Han Fei began to wonder, who am I? What am I swallowing? Where was the thing I swallowed? When Han Fei realized this, he saw a golden brilliance and a mist that looked like a faint blue mist. The two were interweaving and tangling. The two were also converging, forming a pale gray mist that was neither gold nor blue, like the wisp of haze produced by sunlight penetrating the clouds. When he gradually saw what the hazy mass was, Han Fei slowly looked shocked. Is this me? Buzz. For a moment, infinite memories quickly appeared, filling his mind. Yes, Han Fei instantly woke up. He was cultivating the young soul. He suddenly realized something and immediately looked down, only to find his body sitting cross-legged, not far away. Han Fei quickly raised his hands and found that it was a hazy figure, a little weak, but he felt that he could even exert his strength. Han Fei casually slapped the distant sky. The void exploded, and a void storm was born. It spun for a moment before disappearing. Young soul? Is this the young soul? Han Fei immediately looked at his information to see if there was any change. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 103, Sky Opener? Soul Enlightenment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Chi, 290,000. Soul, 5,821,082. Perception range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 5,746,546 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 99. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 100. Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra. Quality. Huh? After cultivating for more than 30 years, he had used the heavenly Tao jade essences and had been wearing the God's prayer bead, so it was natural for his strength to grow. Han Fei had even thought that he should have broken through the 6 million mark in soul and body. However, cultivating in the sky-opening realm was clearly more difficult than he thought. But this time, Han Fei was immediately attracted by his level. In the past, every time he looked at the information, his level showed 101. But this time it became 103, and there were 2 more words after the sky opener, soul enlightenment? Han Fei didn't understand what soul enlightenment meant for the time being. But in the next moment, Han Fei found that the column that showed spiritual power had become soul. This change made Han Fei a little confused. The data behind seemed to be the original spiritual power data, but why did it become soul now? In the past, Han Fei had always felt that the soul was the limit of spiritual power, the quantification of spiritual power. The relationship between the two was that the soul contained spiritual power. But now it seemed that his spiritual power had directly turned into his soul. What did this mean? What was the relationship between the two? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei failed to understand the new data template, but he could still feel the power of the Yang soul. It was just a strange feeling. He could touch the soul body, and he felt that even if he fought a strong master with his Yang soul body, it would be fine. It felt like he was fighting with his own body, and everything was natural. Thinking of his body, Han Fei stepped in and the Yang soul disappeared into his body. As for the Yang soul that had entered his body, at first, he felt that the contact with his body was a little jerky, but as he moved a little, he could control it freely again. However, when Han Fei wanted to continue to separate his Yang soul from his body, he immediately felt that his soul and body were separated. It was a feeling of independence that his soul had completely left his body. He even felt that it was fine without a body. However, Han Fei didn't really do that. He had tempered his body thousands of times and experienced countless hardships to have his current body. How could he abandon it so easily? Han Fei immediately woke up the old turtle. Old Yuan, wake up. Huh? What's wrong? Have we reached the God Fiend Sea? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. You only know the God Fiend Sea. Han Fei said, let me ask you something. Do you know the real relationship between spiritual power and soul? The old turtle paused and said, don't you know it? The power of the soul is naturally the strength of your soul. Spiritual power can be understood as the time for which you can fight with your soul. The power of the soul is the external manifestation of spiritual power. Han Fei frowned. The old turtle didn't know this knowledge. He couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, you are also in the sky-opening realm. You should know the cultivation method after the sky-opening realm, right? Have you heard of soul enlightenment? Old Yuan was silent for a moment and said, when you said this word, I seemed to remember something, but I really don't remember. I'm just a remnant soul. Most of my soul was annihilated by that calabash and I forgot too many things. You know that. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, stop calling yourself a remnant soul. I gave you a lot of ownerless souls. I think you've recovered long ago. Don't say that again, okay? Then should I stay sober? Han Fei thought for a moment. He was already so strong, and the people he came into contact with now were all in the sky-opening realm. The old turtle no longer had any advantage. However, although he didn't have to make the old turtle fall asleep now, it was meaningless. It didn't matter to him now whether the old turtle was around or not. He might as well let him sleep and wake him up when he went to the god fiend. See? This way, he wouldn't have to listen to his nagging. Han Fei said, "Forget it. Go back to sleep. I'll be in the divine capital dynasty in a few years. There will be fights. If I really need you, I'll call you." Divine capital dynasty? The old turtle's heart stirred. In the past, demonic cultivators like us didn't dare to go to the divine capital dynasty easily. Anyway, I've never been there. Heh heh. Han Fei sneered in his heart. What a weakling. Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei summoned the Emperor Sparrow. As soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he said, "Recently, don't call me out or fuse with me." Han Fei was puzzled. Why? The Emperor Sparrow said, "I've thought about it. That guy decades ago must be from the divine beast race. Although I haven't sensed the aura of a divine beast in this life, my inherited memories tell me that it's a divine beast. Besides, there are too many people who go to the so-called 10,000-year competition this time. There must be many strong ones. If I appear, I'm afraid you will immediately be killed." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay. But I have a question. Do you know if there is a soul enlightenment realm in the sky-opening realm?" Huh? Immediately, the Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei suspiciously. "How do you know this word?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. What's wrong? Does this word have any special meanings? The Emperor Sparrow didn't continue to ask. Instead, he said, "In my inherited memories, the first step of cultivation in the sky-opening realm is to turn the origin sea into a star, the second step is to find a star path, and the last step is to reach the peak. In fact, there is still a step between the second step and the last step. However, this step varies from person to person. Some people's third step is world creation, some's third step is monarch path, and some is soul enlightenment. In fact, soul enlightenment is very easy to understand. When the soul becomes as immortal as the heavens and earth, it is called soul enlightenment. Of course, it can't be really as immortal as the heavens and earth. It's just a metaphor." Han Fei's heart trembled. Wait a moment. The first step is to turn the origin sea into a star, the second step is to find a star path, and the third step is soul enlightenment, right? I went straight to the third step. I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is soul enlightenment the third step? The Emperor Sparrow, theoretically, yes. Han Fei asked, what do you mean by theoretically? Can't it be the first step? Immediately, the Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei deeply with a strange look. Have you comprehended the soul? Han Fei shouted, yes. I have. The Emperor Sparrow's neck was immediately tilted, and he looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. What I just said is that the first step is to transform the origin sea into a star, and the third step is soul enlightenment. But it's not absolute. However, the first step of a normal person is never soul enlightenment. And star transformation is closely connected to the star path, so these two steps are the first and second steps. Did you encounter a great opportunity? Han Fei said, I ate a fruit. Eat a fruit? The Emperor Sparrow raised his voice. Han Fei sounded as if he had just eaten A candy. However, when he thought that even he became this guy's spiritual beast, it wasn't surprising that he had a great opportunity. He said, "So, your soul can leave your body now?" Han Fei said, This should be the so-called young soul, right?" With that said, Han Fei showed the Emperor Sparrow how his soul left his body. It seemed that it was easy for his young soul to leave his body. Then, Han Fei punched the void and created a void storm. How is that possible? The Emperor Sparrow screamed and looked at Han Fei in shock, dumbfounded. Han Fei asked, "You seem surprised? Is there something wrong with my young soul?" The Emperor Sparrow rolled his eyes at Han Fei. "Yours is much more advanced than the young soul. It's not just the young soul." This time, it was Han Fei's turn to be stunned. "What do you mean? The young soul is also divided into levels?" The Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. "Remember what I told you? When the soul and will are fused, one can produce a young soul. Those who cultivate the young soul can only brag that their soul won't be destroyed, but they will never say that their soul is immortal. Secondly, when the young soul attacks, he can only use soul techniques, but the soul can't be used as the body. I remember I also said that when the young soul and your great Tao of origins are fused, you can comprehend the higher level usage of soul power. In other words, any great technique you use can have the runes of the soul attached to it, so it can both hurt the enemy's body and destroy his soul. In this way, you can kill both your enemy body and soul." Han Fei was stunned and asked, "Didn't you say that this is a power that only monarchs can master?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "Yes. The soul enlightenment realm of the sky opening realm should only be about the young soul. You can only comprehend the power of dual killing of body and soul when you reach the longevity realm." Where did you get this fruit? Can you get me one too?" Han Fei said, "There's only one in the world." The Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, the Emperor Sparrow said, "Do you dare to take the extreme Tao?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Extreme Tao? Extreme Tao body refining? Extreme Tao soul refining? The Emperor Sparrow took a deep look at Han Fei. Extreme Tao dual cultivation of body and soul. Huh? Han Fei felt his brain wasn't working well enough. Extreme Tao dual cultivation? The Emperor Sparrow said, "This is just a guess in my inherited memories. It seems that no one has walked this path before, but I think that there should be such a path in this world. Some people walk the path of extreme Tao body refinement, and some walk the path of extreme Tao soul refinement. Logically speaking, taking only one of these two can be called extreme. But if someone cultivates both body and soul to the extreme until he can't go further anymore, and then balance the two and reach an ultimate balance, it will be the extreme Tao dual cultivation of body and soul, which can also be called the extreme Tao of balance." Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled. It seemed that senior brother Azure Dragon had mentioned this before. However, the extreme balance that senior brother Azure Dragon mentioned only referred to the absolute balance of strength and soul, not the dual extreme Tao. However, the Emperor Sparrow gave him a new idea. As for how to understand the word limit, if his strength reached the strength of an extreme Tao body refiner and his soul also reached the strength of an extreme Tao body refiner, wouldn't this be equivalent to extreme Tao dual cultivation of body and soul? It sounded awesome. But for some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt that his blood was boiling. However, as soon as Han Fei's blood boiled, the Emperor Sparrow poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, "But don't be happy too early. This is just a guess. In theory, the extreme Tao only becomes the extreme Tao because they only choose one between body refinement and soul refinement. That's why it's called the extreme Tao. This idea is actually contradictory. You are just walking on your own limit, which is fundamentally different from the original extreme Tao. Besides, there is no absolute balance in this world. But I think you can try walking this path. Whether you can continue or not, you will become a strong master of an era, provided that you don't die." Gulp. Tisk, tisk. Han Fei didn't seem to hear the Emperor Sparrow's long speech. He only heard, "You will become a strong master of an era." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. 1 month later. Because he had wasted too much time in the wilderness, Han Fei had to hurry up with his journey. On this day, Han Fei fused himself with the heavens and earth and was racing at nearly 6 times the speed of light. Yes, this was because he had taken the 5th divine pill. Not only had he refined a more powerful young soul that could kill both body and soul, but he could also use a part of the heavenly Tao at any time and greatly borrow the Tao of space of the heavens and earth. It was also because of this breakthrough that Han Fei's strength and soul were so close for the first time in history. He could borrow the power of the heavens and earth by 50%. Han Fei felt that if he encountered a strong master at the level of 3rd Xia from the Crab King city again, he might not be a match for him. For a moment, Han Fei placed his strength at the level of Xia Xian, 2nd Xia of the Crab King city. It was not until today that Han Fei felt that he had the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, in this sea realm, he would have to be careful even if he just wanted to find a whetstone. While Han Fei was running, he suddenly heard eldest senior brother's voice in his mind. "Junior brother, Feng Yu is looking for you. Is it convenient for you to meet her now? Senior sister Feng Yu?" Han Fei immediately stopped and replied, "Eldest senior brother, I can see her anytime." Then, a bronze door appeared, and Han Fei stepped in. Han Fei was quite curious. Why did Feng Yu suddenly come to him? Did something big happen? Because Feng Yu also said that she was going to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Was this an E-Pal meeting? But they weren't E-Pals. After all, they had met once before. Buzz. On the mountain in the Void Temple, when Han Fei came in, he found that Feng Yu was already there. Feng Yu waved her arms and said, "Junior brother, junior brother." Han Fei glanced at eldest senior brother and bowed. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." To readers. Our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Eldest senior brother nodded slightly, and then Han Fei looked at Feng Yu and said, "Senior sister Feng Yu, are you looking for me?" Feng Yu asked, "Junior brother, where are you now? Are you already in the Divine Capital Dynasty?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not yet. I'm still in the wilderness. I reckon it's still a year or 2 away." Although Han Fei's speed was not slow now, it was impossible for him to travel all the way. Han Fei estimated that it would take him about 2 years to reach the Divine Capital Dynasty. Feng Yu immediately said, "Wow. You've been walking for decades, but you haven't arrived yet?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Do you know how many dangers I've experienced?" However, Han Fei still said, "Senior sister Feng Yu, if you are in a hurry, I can arrive early." Feng Yu thought for a moment and said, "Junior brother, how's your current strength?" Han Fei thought for a moment and replied, "Senior sister Feng Yu, what strength do you need me to have?" Feng Yu said, "At least have the combat power of the star transformation realm. It's best if you have a few powerful friends." "Do you?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Feng Yu choked and then looked at eldest senior brother. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on my strength? That's too much." Eldest senior brother said, "It doesn't matter. Little junior brother has great luck and his strength has completely stabilized. Ordinary late stage star transformation cultivators shouldn't be a problem for him." At this time, Feng Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh. Little junior brother's foundation was unstable decades ago, but it's stable now?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Senior sister, it's been almost 50 years since we last met. Can't you let me grow a little?" Feng Yu pouted. It had only been 50 years. However, since eldest senior brother said that little junior brother was not weak, he shouldn't be weak. Feng Yu said, "Little junior brother, since you haven't reached the divine capital dynasty yet, please help me save two people. You are the person I know closest to the divine capital dynasty." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat when he heard that it was about saving someone. The senior brothers and sisters in the Void Temple treated him well, and Feng Yu had even given him a godly weapon, Phoenix Feather Violent Saber. Now that she was in trouble, how could he sit idle? Han Fei immediately said, "Save who? I'm less than 2 light years away from the divine capital dynasty. I can arrive there in 5 months at most." "Huh? Your speed can reach 6 times the speed of light?" Feng Yu was shocked. Even eldest senior brother couldn't help looking at Han Fei as if he didn't expect it. Just now, he said a year or 2, but now it was only 5 months. In fact, Han Fei was holding back. If it was really urgent, he could arrive in 4 months. If his life was in danger, he might be able to arrive in 3 months with the help of the great Tao of time. Of course, rushing wasn't good and consumed a lot of energy. Feng Yu was overjoyed. Then it shouldn't take 5 months. They're not in the divine capital dynasty. Well, I want to ask you to help me save 2 little brats. One is called Feng Qingqing, and the other is called the Feng Xingliu. The 2 of them should be trapped in a place called the Sea of Chant about half a light year away from the divine capital dynasty. I've never been to the divine capital dynasty, so I only know the name of the sea area." Han Fei said, "Okay. As long as the name is correct, I'll go to them now." Feng Yu hurriedly said, "Junior brother, the 2 of them are not weak either. Feng Xingliu has already turned his origin sea into a star, and Feng Qingqing is at the peak of the sea establishment realm. They have many treasures on them, but they are still trapped there. I reckon their opponents are not ordinary people. Therefore, junior brother, if the situation is special, you'd better find a way to save them or stall. Anyway, just wait for me to come. I estimate that it will take me 4 years to arrive." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. A strong master who had already turned his origin sea into a star? You call him a brat? Also, what do you mean by it will take you 4 years to arrive? There are less than 5 years before the start of the 10,000-year competition. You might as well come when the competition starts. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Okay, senior sister, don't worry. Take your time. When you arrive, I'm afraid we'll all miss the 10,000-year competition. Han Fei didn't take this matter seriously. He thought to himself, so what if I meet a mobile castle? As long as the other party isn't a monarch, what's the big deal of saving 2 people? Not to mention that his strength had soared, he still had the blood fiend. Without 2 late-stage star transformation powerhouses, he wouldn't be afraid. At this time, eldest senior brother said, Feng Yu, calm down. Let little junior brother handle this matter. Feng Yu nodded. Junior brother, if you catch the 2 of you, beat them up. Kick their butts, and make them widen their eyes without blinking. Han Fei. After leaving the bronze door, Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. Slightly. It seemed that someone from Feng Yu's family had sneaked into the divine capital dynasty. He guessed that they were probably her younger brothers or sisters. However, he was speechless because their strength was not low. It seemed that senior sister Feng Yu could also be called Auntie Feng Yu. TSK. 3.5 months later. A big black ship that looked like a furious shark was sailing steadily in the tide. This ship was about the size of a dragon ship, more than 30,000 meters long. And many people lived on it. There were often some strong masters who broke through the void and left. On the observation deck on the top floor of the hull, a middle-aged man was sitting on a throne. At this moment, someone was reporting to him, Captain. We've basically locked onto the whereabouts of those 2 people. According to the tip-off 5 days ago, a man and a woman appeared in an itinerant ship camp. One's strength had just entered the sky-opening realm, and the other was at the peak of the sea establishment realm. However, their disguise was not good. They once quarreled with others and revealed the great Tao of Fire God. These 2 people followed an exploration team to explore a valley secret realm at the edge of the Sea of Chant. They probably wanted to sneak out of the Sea of Chant with this exploration team. The middle-aged man asked indifferently, "Where is this team?" The man replied, "According to the reports of some of our merfolk chanters in the Sea of Chant, they appeared in the northwest a day ago." The follow-up: "Intelligence hasn't arrived yet." The northwest? With their strength, they won't be able to escape in a day. If they go to the northwest, they probably want to enter the Wind Valley camp and then leave with disguise. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and then instructed, "Lock down the northwest. The black shark will stop near the Wind Valley and wait for them to walk into the trap." Another 7 days passed. A 10-person exploration team was rushing at the bottom of the sea at 3 times the speed of light. This 10-person team had 4 sky openers and 6 sea establishers. It was just an ordinary team of explorers. Such a team usually wouldn't attract anyone's attention. In places close to the divine capital dynasty, there were countless such teams. No one here dared to call themselves a king. Sea establishers were just called sea establishers instead of kings, and sky openers just sky openers instead of emperors. When the big forces encountered this small team, they wouldn't even bother to rob them. When the small teams encountered this small team, they were evenly matched and battles often broke out. Under normal circumstances, the mortality rate of these people was actually not high. This was because in a sea area, the major camps needed such people to provide resources. They were like hard-working bees, painstakingly collecting honey every day. No one wanted to kill bees, didn't they? The leader of the team said, "We'll reach the camp of the Wind Valley in half a day. We've gained a lot this time. We have to thank fellow Daoist Liuxing and Miss Qingqing for joining us." The one called Liuxing looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. At this moment, he raised his head slightly, looking slightly proud. "It's just that this secret realm is too simple and has been dug out. I just calculated with my fingers and found out that it still has secrets." As for the woman called Qingqing, she was not gorgeous at all. She looked ordinary, but people couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. The girl curled her lips slightly, thinking to herself, "You only know how to brag. It's all because of my perception. Ha ha ha. Brother Liuxing, you're quite valiant. I have an acquaintance in the Wind Valley. He knows a secret realm." 5 groups of people went there, but all of them returned injured. "Brother Liuxing, shall we continue to cooperate? If we dig up that secret realm, we will definitely make a fortune." The corners of Liuxing's mouth twitched. "Do you really think I'm a secret realm explorer?" He said proudly, "No, Qingqing and I should set off for the divine capital dynasty. If we're late, we won't be able to make it in time for the 10,000-year competition." Someone in the team smiled and said, "Brother Liuxing and Miss Qingqing are really bold. Only you heavenly talents dare to rush to the divine capital dynasty alone at this time." We sigh. "Hey, boss, that's because you're not a heavenly talent. 10,000-year competition. TSK, TSK. Those who can participate are all top heavenly talents, right?" Liuxing said proudly, "Of course. The entire sea realm has been mobilized. It can be seen how unprecedentedly grand the competition is this time." Buzz. Suddenly, everyone's vision blurred, and a sea anemone rose from the bottom of the sea. The tentacles were coming at them at an incredible speed. However, everyone looked calm. Obviously, such things happened often. The leader shouted, "There's an ambush. Prepare for battle." Ah! For a moment, a chanting voice sounded, and everyone in the team was shocked. The leader's expression changed drastically. "Not good. Merfolk chanters, all sea establishers, enter my origin sea." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the Sea of Chant, there lived a special race called Merfolk chanters. There were many creatures in the sea who liked to sing and could unleash soul attacks through singing. However, there were not many people who could form a large-scale race. Among large-scale races, there were not many who could produce a reasonable cultivation system. Even if there was a reasonable system, there were even fewer who could go far in this system. It was just like how the Millennium Snappers also sang, but they didn't have a specific system, so it was difficult for them to go far. Of course, it might also be because they weren't born in the sea realm. Anyway, under the restrictions of many conditions, the Merfolk chanters were famous even in the divine capital dynasty. Ah! As the rhythmic singing sounded, this team of 11 people had no time to react at all. Most of them had illusions appear in their eyes. There were also differences in illusions. Some illusions could be resisted as long as one's will was firm and their soul resistance was strong enough, while some illusions were actually a kind of soul attack, branded in one's soul, almost identical to reality. And the Merfolk chanters were this kind of exclusive soul-refining race. Their soul power was abnormally strong, so strong that they could control a sea area. The strongest in the race was a monarch, which was one of the basic conditions for the merfolk chanters to survive. Because all of this happened too quickly, only 4 people in the 11-person team blocked the singing voice. They were Feng Xingliu, who was disguised as Liuxing, Miss Qingqing, who was only at the peak of the sea establishment realm, the captain of the team, and a sky-opening realm female cultivator with a soul treasure. At this moment, it was too late to recall these sea establishers. This was because they were instantly caught in an illusion. If they were forcibly recalled, their souls would be penetrated. Down below, the demonic sea anemone rose. It was a star transformation realm. Demonicy plant. If there was no one like Feng Xingliu hidden in this team, it could suppress the entire team alone. How could Feng Xingliu not know about it? Therefore, he reacted faster than everyone else. A fiery spear appeared in his hand. This flame was extremely hot, covered with a strange purple flame that was even crazier when encountering water. The spear shot out a wave of fire that swept out for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was as if a flame demon god had descended. The terrifying flames directly burned the soul power that was trying to penetrate. Over. The demonic sea anemone shot out a water arrow from each of its countless tentacles, which exploded continuously. Pfft. Under this spear, the demonic sea anemone was pierced through, and half of its body exploded. Then, the demonic sea anemone triggered the void and jumped to escape. It was not that it didn't want to take these people down, but it felt that if it attacked forcibly again, it would be the one to die in the next moment. However, before the battle ended, heavy echoes suddenly sounded in this sea area. The captain who had just rushed out endured 100 echoes and was forced back. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his battle suit was tattered. Feng Qingqing clasped her hands together, and strange white flames erupted from her body, preventing the demonic sound from affecting her. The captain said in shock, "It's the Echo Demon realm, the Echo Demon realm of the merfolk chanters. Only 8 merfolk chanters in the sky-opening realm can create such an Echo Demon realm. Why do the merfolk chanters attack our small team? We are just a small team." The captain was shocked and puzzled. As he thought, there were at least 8 merfolk chanters in the sky-opening realm here. According to the strength of the first merfolk chanter, he might have already turned his origin sea into a star. 8 of them appeared at once. This was not as simple as 8 ordinary sky-opening realm creatures. They might be able to escape from ordinary sky-opening realm creatures, but the Echo Demon realm was equivalent to the domain of the sky-opening realm. If they didn't break through quickly, they would slowly be obliterated. Even the captain had been seriously injured. How could the other sea establishers withstand such an echo attack? Feng Xingliu's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted at Feng Qingqing, "Enter my origin sea." However, Feng Qingqing shook her head. "Something's wrong. Without me, you can't escape. Are your protective jade slips used up?" Feng Xingliu held up a hand and created a flame barrier to protect everyone. He said solemnly, "Then I'll defeat them." The captain said, "I'll attack in the opposite direction. Wunyang, take care of the others. Be prepared to leave the battle at any time." Feng Xingliu instantly broke through the void and erupted with an ultralight speed. A purple light condensed on the spear beam with a wisp of divine splendor. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound in the entire Echo Demon realm stopped, replaced by a sound barrier, blocking where Feng Xingliu's spear pointed. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted in the Echo Demon realm. Because the range was limited, the power instantly swept behind the other sky-opening realm. Powerhouse, named Wunyang, staggered slightly and almost failed to block the terrifying power. What a strong defense. While Feng Xingliu was exclaiming, they didn't know that under his blow, the 8-star transformation realm chanters all vomited blood and almost failed to withstand this blow. Dang, dang, dang. Feng Xingliu's attack failed, but a hurried sound wave seemed to hit the captain, and his head exploded and his body flew back. When his head regrown, he said in shock, "Chanting tide? Why is there a chanting tide?" Feng Xingliu asked, "What is the chanting tide?" The captain said, "That's the power that only late-stage star transformation realm merfolk chanters can unleash." Feng Qingqing's heart stirred. She extended her hand and pointed, and a white flame covered Feng Xingliu and the captain. The power of the chanting tide couldn't shake them anymore. The captain was slightly relieved, but then he cupped his hands at the void. "My lord, we are just an ordinary team. I am their captain. I am willing to give all my resources to you. Please spare our lives." Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. In the captain's opinion, it was impossible to win this battle. Not to mention that he still had many sea establishers to protect. How could the three of them, who were still sober, resist a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse? He couldn't help but glance at Feng Xingliu. Unfortunately, the strength that Feng Xingliu had shown so far hadn't reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. Otherwise, they might still have a chance to fight back. Seeing that the captain actually surrendered, Feng Xingliu immediately shouted, "On the path of cultivation, we can't submit to anyone. Old Qin, this matter started because of me. I won't implicate you." "Because of you?" Before the captain could react, he saw Feng Xingliu holding a spear and standing proudly. 100-foot-long flame phantom soared into the sky like a fire god. His aura soared crazily. Feng Xingliu shouted coldly, "UB** stars have been chasing me for years. Today, your wish has been fulfilled. However, I'd like to see if someone can keep me here." Fire god storm. Roar. On Feng Xingliu, flames were steaming and suffocating. In an instant, the seawater within 100,000 kilometers formed a storm vortex, dyeing the entire sea red. The voice in the Echo Demon realm was actually burned by the flames. Intermittent. One could vaguely hear a crisp voice shouting, "Retreat. Retreat, don't resist it head-on." Feng Xingliu's eyes were spitting fire. Retreat? Where to? Buzz. The firestorm took shape, and in the storm, all great Daos froze. Those who wanted to break through the void or even burst out at an ultralight speed discovered that this storm could even swallow the speed of light. Their great Dao couldn't break free from this storm at all. Bang! 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 These people were swept backward, and the 8-star transformation realm powerhouses were instantly minced by the flames. Their souls were burnt in the flames and were about to disappear. In the field, the only late-stage star transformation merman shouted fiercely. Swish. At this critical moment, a big black ship suddenly leaped into the air. On the ship, someone stepped on the void and punched out, leaving a blue mark in the firestorm. Seeing this punch, Feng Qingqing suddenly appeared behind Feng Xingliu. As she pushed with one hand, a shell appeared in front of Feng Xingliu. Bang! Amidst the terrifying explosion, a strange phenomenon suddenly erupted, and a grayish-black pillar of light blasted out again. In the next moment, Feng Xingliu was sent flying. His body was smashed to the ground and dragged tens of thousands of kilometers, shattering dozens of mountains along the way. Feng Qingqing's expression changed, but her reaction was extremely fast. At the moment the power fluctuated, a green thread attached to Feng Xingliu. She couldn't leave Feng Xingliu, or the enemy would seize the opportunity. Once the enemy seized the opportunity and caught her, Feng Xingliu could only surrender. The moment Feng Xingliu flew out, Feng Qingqing followed like a shadow and landed lightly on the ruins. The firestorm finally dissipated. An arrogant voice sounded in the void, interesting. You've just turned your origin sea into a star, but already have such combat power. I'm afraid few people in your realm would be your match. What a pity. If you had kept a low profile, I wouldn't have chased you. Hand over all your godly weapons, divine techniques, abnormal flames, and that girl. Then I can let you go, but that girl must stay. Old Qin and the others in this team were already stunned. They discovered, to their shock, that Feng Xingliu was actually a hidden super powerhouse, but in the next moment, this super powerhouse was pierced through. Black shark? Old Qin swallowed as he listened to the person on the black shark talk about godly weapons, divine techniques, and abnormal flames. What kind of *king treasures were these? He had never seen any in his life. However, he immediately realized that Liuxing had only joined their team to avoid the pursuit of the black shark. In your dreams. A ruin exploded. Although there was a big hole in Feng Xingliu's body, he still stood proudly, as if he were the boss of the black shark. After that, Feng Xingliu took out a jade slip. Who do you think you are? How dare you rob me? Believe it or not, I'll call my men over and destroy your den. Have you reached the longevity realm? The man on the black shark chuckled. I know that your family must be extraordinary. As long as I hunt you, my black shark can just leave and sail into the wilderness. Even if your family has a monarch, so what? I guess you have a monarch jade slip, but do you dare to use it? The appearance of a monarch will definitely alarm other monarchs. If you don't use it, you still have a chance to escape. If you use it, neither you nor this little girl can escape. Otherwise, why would you have escaped until now? The guy on the black shark snorted. Suddenly, his body flashed, and the giant shadow of a devil shark appeared beside Old Qin. He casually grabbed Old Qin and suppressed everyone in this team. Feng Xingliu's face changed slightly, and then the powerhouse of the black shark said, well, you don't care about these ants, do you? As he spoke, Old Qin was crushed and his soul was grabbed by the black shark. Powerhouse, unable to escape. Feng Xingliu said coldly, do you only know these dirty tricks? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Black Shark said, you should know that you can't escape. That's right. 2 late-stage sky opening realm powerhouses, and nearly 10 star transformation realm powerhouses. How can 2 little kids escape? At this time, behind Feng Xingliu, in the void, an old man walked out. The old man smiled faintly. Child, the 10,000-year competition is so cruel. The competition is one thing, but whether you can participate or not is another. This little girl has an innate Tao body. If this news gets out, you won't even be able to get out of the sea of chant, let alone the divine capital dynasty. Black Shark said, "Hey, Oldly, don't covet this. What I promised you is only godly weapons and divine techniques." The old man chuckled. "You still owe me one." Black Shark nodded slightly. He had been secretly hunting this kid. In the 7 hunts against him, this brat took out 13 protective jade slips. This girl was even more awesome. She seemed to have endless treasures. This time, if he let him go again, it would be difficult to catch him again. Therefore, he had no choice but to cooperate with the old guy in the wind valley. With the two of them working together and the black shark, he must take this brat down this time. The flames in Feng Xingliu's eyes were steaming, and her expression was ugly. He had run out for decades, and her protective jade slips had almost been used up. Now, there was only a late-stage star transformation jade slip left, as well as a monarch-level jade slip that Feng Qingqing also had. However, he didn't dare to use the monarch jade slip. It would be fine if he used it elsewhere, but this place was too close to the divine capital dynasty. And there were monarchs guarding this sea area. If he really used it, he wouldn't be able to control what happened next. He said, "I can give you godly weapons, divine techniques, and strange fire. But if you want my sister, believe it or not, I'll kill you first." Feng Qingqing frowned slightly. This idiot. If he really gave these things to them, it would be over. The old man smiled faintly. Taking out the monarch jade slip is no different from courting death. If you dare to use it, let's die together. Black Shark said, "Boy, I only want the innate Tao seed. I won't take her life. This is my bottom line." After that, the captain, Old Qin's soul was crushed with a bang, but he didn't die. The black shark didn't want to cause any unnecessary changes. He said, "You have 10 seconds to consider. Otherwise, I can send these ants to hell first." Shameless. Feng Xingliu's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he almost had no way out. No matter what, he couldn't hand over Feng Qingqing, or his Tao heart would be destroyed in this life. Feng Qingqing took out a red jade slip, on which flames were flickering. When they saw this jade slip, the black shark man and the old man both retreated. Although they were very tempted by the godly weapons and divine techniques, they couldn't resist Feng Qingqing's innate Tao body. Of course, they knew that these two people must have extraordinary backgrounds, but so what? With their strength, if they could snatch an innate Tao body and seize the path, they would have a high chance of proving their Tao. If they could, why would they be afraid of revenge? Therefore, even if Feng Qingqing took out the monarch jade slip, they still didn't retreat. Feng Qingqing said, "Then let's just fight to the death. If this jade slip is broken, the two of you will definitely die, but we might not necessarily die." Just as the two parties were in a stalemate, suddenly, Black Shark and the old man's eyes fell in the direction of the black shark. A young man appeared out of thin air. That was because he was too fast. At an ultralight speed, he crossed millions of kilometers in an instant and arrived here. As soon as the young man appeared, all the powerhouses on the black shark were shocked. The young man said, "Hey. Strictly speaking, I also have an innate Tao body. Do you two want it? Then each of you can have an innate Tao body. Isn't it great?" Feng Xingliu was stunned. What was going on? Someone came up to deliver. Himself? Feng Qingqing tilted her head and looked at the young man. No one knew what she was thinking. Black Shark narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" The moment he spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A strange power seemed to be imprinted on his soul, and he subconsciously retreated. In the next second, the space was distorted. Then the members of the team, controlled by Black Shark, had all been moved away and appeared not far away from Feng Xingliu. The young man was nowhere to be seen on the Black Shark. Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have the twin divine technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to save people from the hands of a late-stage sky opener." Black Shark was angry, but he quickly recognized Han Fei's real realm. "Heh. You really don't know your place. This brat who uses fire is a star. Transformation powerhouse after all. But how dare you, a nobody who hasn't even turned your origin sea into a star, get involved in this matter?" The old man was also a little surprised. "You haven't turned your origin sea into a star, but you can erupt with 5 times the speed of light. It seems that you are also a heavenly talent who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition? TSK, tisk." The old man's heart stirred. This kind of heavenly talent was usually very rich and had countless treasures. The old man chuckled. "Do you really have an innate Tao body?" Han Fei chuckled. "What's there to hide? Is a mere innate Tao body worth hiding?" Feng Xingliu couldn't help looking at Han Fei, wondering why there was someone who was even better at bragging than him. A mere innate Tao body? Also, what realm are you in? Why are you here if you haven't turned your origin sea into a star? Do you want to die? Feng Qingqing's eyes flashed with a strange light. He seemed to be quite powerful. This person was really not afraid at all. She could even feel Han Fei's abnormally powerful soul. How could a person who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star have such strong soul power? Also, how did he save those people just now? Han Fei clicked his tongue and looked at Feng Xingliu. "Are you Feng Xingliu?" Feng Xingliu immediately widened its eyes and looked at Han Fei in shock. Along the way, he had used the name Liuxing but had never used the name Feng Xingliu. How did this guy know it? Also, even if you King know, why did you expose my real name? Feng Xingliu asked, "Who are you?" Han Fei didn't answer, but continued to look at the plain-looking girl with big eyes. "Are you Feng Qingqing?" Feng Qingqing took a slight breath and bowed gracefully. "Who are you?" Han Fei got the answer from her expression and then said, "Someone is really mad at you because you sneaked out and asked me to kick your butt and make you widen your eyes without blinking." Hiss. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing trembled, and a figure popped up in their hearts at the same time. However, they really couldn't understand. That guy should still be far away, right? And who was this guy? Han Fei took out a long fiery knife with a flip of his hand, which almost made Feng Xingliu's eyes pop out. Feng Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. "My sister's phoenix feather violent saber? Where did you get it?" Han Fei chuckled and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Black Shark and the old man and said, "This is also a godly weapon. Do you want it?" Then, Han Fei extended his hands, and a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. He continued, "This is also a set of godly weapons. I'm not bragging, but I'm full of godly weapons. Do you want them?" Han Fei chuckled weirdly. "My weakness is that I don't like to carry Protective jade slips, because no one has ever given me that thing. Why don't we fight for 30,000 rounds? For a moment, Black Shark and the old man didn't know how to deal with him. Because they couldn't figure out Han Fei's way at all. This guy hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star yet, but dared to yell at them, could reach 5 times the speed of light, had multiple godly weapons, and dared to challenge late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. No matter what, it didn't seem normal. Feng Xingliu looked at this guy speechlessly. Are you here to show off your wealth? In terms of wealth, I can kill you. How dare you show off your 2 godly weapons? Believe it or not, I'll accidentally drop more godly weapons than you when I'm just walking. The Black Shark snorted. Cut the crap. I'd like to see what qualifications a brat who hasn't turned his origin sea into a star has to challenge me. Then, the Black Shark attacked directly, punching out as if he wanted to kill Han Fei with one punch. At this time, the power of the heavens and earth was added to Han Fei's body. When Han Fei wore the god-slaying boxing gloves, his combat power was increased by 30%. When Han Fei wore the god's prayer bead on his neck, his combat power was increased by 10%. Because his soul and body were almost balanced, Han Fei could use the power of the heavenly Tao to increase his strength by 50%. With this superimposition, Han Fei's combat power almost doubled. His strength exceeded 10 million waves. How could it be a joke? In the past, he had to circulate his great Tao to unleash such strong combat power, but now, he was still in his original body. If it were any other time, Han Fei would definitely go up to fight. However, this time, he was here to save someone. Although his strength was tens of millions, the other party was at the late stage of the star transformation realm after all. There was no doubt that their origin seas were bigger than his, and he didn't know how far they had walked in the star transformation realm. Under such circumstances, even if Han Fei's strength doubled, although he wasn't afraid of the other party, he probably wouldn't be able to fight them head-on. He was here to save someone. How could he let the people he was to save watch him being beaten up? Therefore, Han Fei activated his great Tao again, but he didn't dare to activate it with all his strength. Otherwise, his body might explode from the infinite power. Therefore, Han Fei only doubled his strength again and planned to test the other party's strength first. At this moment, Han Fei held the phoenix feather violent saber and slashed. The sea split and the void exploded. Clang! Bang! Han Fei and the Black Shark flew back thousands of kilometers almost at the same time. Hiss! Black Shark was shocked. CK, he hasn't turned his origin sea into a star? Then what will he be like after he turns it into a star? Feng Xingliu was also shocked. Where did this weirdo come from? How could he be so strong without turning his origin sea into a star? Impossible. It didn't make sense. It couldn't be. Could it be that this person was more talented than him? Impossible, impossible. He couldn't accept this. Feng Qingqing's eyes lit up, and many words appeared in her mind. He's talented and a peerless genius, even comparable to my sister. He really has an innate Tao body. While the old man was shocked, he quietly moved towards Feng Xingliu, intending to attack him. However, a blood-fiend body quietly blocked his path. Han Fei said leisurely, "Old guy, don't be hasty. I'm here to save them." If you don't hit me, I'll lose face. The old man looked solemn. After colliding with the blood fiend, he said in shock, a blood fiend puppet at the peak of the star transformation realm? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Since Han Fei ran out of the ruins of gods, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was completely different from before he entered the ruins of gods. Although his physique and soul were not strengthened much, his foundation was abnormally firm. He had already opened his origin sea to 400,000 kilometers, cultivated his young soul, and showed the advantage of the Tao of balance. Han Fei's attack stunned Feng Xingliu. Although these two people had extraordinary backgrounds, they didn't expect to meet such heavenly talents so easily. They didn't even know such a heavenly talent before. Oh, no, there were two. In his life, there were indeed two people who had such abnormal talent and strange combat power. One was Feng Yu, this indescribable woman, the strongest heavenly talent in the history of their race. As for the other, they didn't know if he counted, but he wasn't from their race. Feng Xingliu looked at Feng Qingqing dumbfounded. Seriously? That level? Feng Qingqing pursed her thin lips slightly. He should be at the same level as sister. If he can really resist this black shark without being defeated, his talent might be able to enter the heaven role. Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. Really? Feng Qingqing said, you just don't read enough books. Some divine range. Families have young descendants, with atavistic bloodlines, some have divine heritage, and some are born with the Tao body. We came to the East Sea divine realm this time to see the heroes of the world, including talented powerhouses and the descendants of divine heritage. This might be the first one we meet. Seeing Feng Qingqing's beautiful eyes shine, Feng Xingliu couldn't help but say with a black face, hey. Why are your eyes shining? Why are you smiling? Aren't you afraid that he will be defeated? Feng Qingqing shook her head. How can a person who can make sister give him the phoenix feather violent saber be ordinary? If he's really so talented, he might be my brother-in-law. Him? Feng Xingliu couldn't help but mutter. How could Feng Yu fall for this show off? While Feng Xingliu curled his lips, Han Fei had already put away the phoenix feather violent saber. He planned to disguise himself as someone from the Fist Light Mountain. How could he keep playing with the knife? Take my blow. Han Fei launched a horizontal punch, and a golden fist mark burst out at an ultralight speed, carrying strange runes. Black Shark sneered. Even if you have a secret technique, how can it last long? Old Joe, can you be stopped by a puppet? As Black Shark spoke, he punched horizontally. He was also a body refiner. By cultivating the Black Dragon Fist, he could create a scene of 100 dragons rampaging. Bang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. However, when the two fists collided, Black Shark felt terrible. He seemed to see a supreme demonic shadow. His face couldn't be seen, but there seemed to be a path in front of him. As long as he walked on it, he seemed to be comparable to a god. Divine path? Black Shark's breathing was rapid, but he couldn't see the divine path clearly. For long before he was awakened by the pain in his soul. It turned out that every fist mark of Han Fei carried a strange power that seemed to be able to directly brand his soul. He could still feel a little discomfort from the punches, but in an instant, after thousands of punches, he felt that his soul seemed to be baptized and purified by lightning. In just this round of confrontation, his soul dissipated and he was almost possessed. What kind of fist technique is this? Black Shark was horrified. Not only did he almost lose himself in the so-called divine path, but this guy could also directly attack his soul. How could he continue to fight? His body could still withstand the blow, but his soul would be shattered. Then his combat power would plummet, and he would be in danger. However, this didn't scare Black Shark away. It just made him realize that he couldn't fight Han Fei in close combat. This guy's strength wasn't inferior to his, and his soul could even cause infinite piercing to him. Immediately, Black Shark retreated and stomped, and a black shadow thousands of meters long appeared in the sea. Raksha divine body, dark curse. A Dharmakaya? Han Fei was sure that this was a Dharmakaya. When the Dharmakaya fused with the Black Shark, it would become a Dharma idol. On the Black Shark, countless people exclaimed. The Rakshasa divine body, boss actually used his Dharmakaya? Who is this person? How can he force boss to this point? The one who was most frightened was Old Qin, the captain of Feng Xingliu's team. As soon as he reconstructed his body, he couldn't help but exclaim. Rakshasa divine body? The Rakshasa divine body ranked within the top 1,000 on the Dharmakaya list. Feng Qingqing snorted. How dare he show it off when it hasn't even entered the top 100? Feng Xingliu said, hey, that's still a Dharmakaya. Does anyone else have one? Here? Feng Qingqing said, I'm not afraid of him even if I don't have a Dharmakaya. Roar. As soon as Feng Qingqing said so, another giant thousands of meters tall rose from the ground. However, this giant was shining with golden light. It was Han Fei's Dharma idol. Many people exclaimed, he also has a Dharmakaya? What kind of Dharmakaya is this? Why is he in the Dharmakaya? Why does this Dharmakaya look exactly like this person? Feng Xingliu's eyes widened, and Feng Qingqing exclaimed, Dharma idol world. He has already fused with his Dharmakaya. Even if he has fused with the worst Dharmakaya, it's still a Dharma idol. No Dharmakaya can compare to a Dharma idol. This was the first time Han Fei had seen a Dharmakaya other than the firmament martial god body. For some reason, when Han Fei saw this Rakshasa Dharmakaya, his throat moved and he felt a little hungry. However, Han Fei, in the state of the Dharma idol world, still blasted out a large number of golden fist marks. As for Black Shark, he roared angrily. Even if the other party had a Dharmakaya too, he hadn't turned his origin seat into a star yet. How could he fight him? Ah. Knock, knock, knock. Bang. 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 Compared to the battle between Han Fei and the Black Shark, the battle between Blood Fiend and Old Zhou seemed ordinary. As for Feng Xingliu, he had nothing to do now. Just a moment ago, he thought he was doomed, but at the next moment, a thug came out. Besides, this thug was ostentatious, arrogant, and ferocious. But for some reason, his personality was a bit like Feng Yu's. Black Shark roared crazily, the Rakshasas eat blood. Thick black fog burst out, with strong corrosive power. When Han Fei's fist touched it, he felt that his flesh and blood were corroded. Humph. Heaven enlightenment. Boom. A divine pillar descended from the sky, and a large amount of black fog was purified. Han Fei's fists rained down and blasted part of Black Shark's soul out of his body. For some reason, Han Fei felt more and more hungry. Even he didn't realize that his Dharma idol, which was originally only 10,000 meters long, was getting bigger and bigger. He didn't come back to his senses until it was more than 20,000 feet long. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Han Fei grabbed the Rakshasa Dharmakaya with both hands. The black shark detonated the phantom frantically, trying to shatter the Dharma idol. But his hands were entangled by the other party's power. With a thought from Han Fei, 2 golden arms extended from his Dharma idol, grabbed the Rakshasa Dharmakaya, and bit down. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. How could it be eaten? Feng Xinglia was also confused. He couldn't help but look at Feng Qingqing. What's going on? Isn't the Dharmakaya condensed from the power of the heavens and earth? Is he eating Black Shark's Dharmakaya? Feng Qingqing was slightly confused and opened her mouth. Well, I don't know. The Dharma idol is a burst of power borrowed by the original body. It's not mentioned in the books. Chi la. Pooh. 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 For big hands and a mouth suddenly exerted strength and tore apart Black Shark's Dharmakaya. Crunch, crunch. Seeing that the Rakshasa Dharmakaya was about to disappear, Han Fei opened his mouth and bit something. There seemed to be a power between the heavens and earth that was swallowed by him. Then, Han Fei suddenly felt that the power of his Dharma idol seemed to have increased by 10%. Huh? Han Fei was a little confused. He mainly relied on the second divine pill to cultivate his Dharma idol. At that time, when he used his Dharma idol, his strength was only increased by 30%. He had used it a lot, but this was the first time he wanted to swallow someone else's Dharmakaya. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that he began to comprehend his Dharma idol by fusing with the firmament martial god body. Han Fei's heart suddenly trembled. Seriously? He remembered that the information of the second divine pill said when one comprehended the Dharma idol world, he would use his body as the Dharma idol. With the 9 heavens above his head, he stepped on the abyssal sea, and his Dharma idol could be 33,000 feet long, swallowing all into his true body. In the past, he had never understood the true meaning of swallowing all things into one's true body, but now it seemed that something was wrong. If he hadn't met this person, he probably wouldn't have known that he could eat other people's Dharmakaya. Puff. Black Shark was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his hair was disheveled. He was about to go crazy. Who the hell is this? Why is he fighting so unreasonably? His Dharmakaya could eat? At this moment, although Han Fei was surprised, his hands didn't stop. His 20,000-foot-long body kept punching the Black Shark with 4 fists. Although the latter's Dharmakaya was broken, he wasn't completely defenseless. However, his original purpose of summoning his Dharmakaya was to block Han Fei's strange fists. Now that the Dharmakaya was gone, Han Fei's fist mark fell like big stars. Even if he could block it, he didn't want his soul to be shattered by the other party. At this moment, old Zhou, who failed to break through the blood fiend, screamed, "Black Shark, I'm done playing. You can play by yourself." The old man realized that something was wrong. This was because in this 100,000-year competition, many strong masters would try to hunt the strong masters who came to participate in the competition. They didn't hunt before, because there was only one sea establishment realm competition in the past. But this time, there were competitions for venerables, sea establishers, and sky openers. They knew that the sky opening realm powerhouses who came to participate were definitely extraordinary, so many people tried to hunt them. However, this didn't mean that they could really hunt unscrupulously. These people were too strong, especially this one. He hadn't even turned his origin sea into a star, but was suppressing Black Shark the whole process. How many heavenly talents of this level were in the East Sea Divine Realm? Where did he come from? How could the power behind him not have left him any trump cards? Such a person might not even be afraid of monarchs. Forcefully hunting him would only backfire in the end. Black Shark was furious. He was about to retreat. However, Han Fei pressed on. The giant ran in the air and chased after him at an ultralight speed. Han Fei shouted, "You can get lost, but leave the ship behind." Black Shark? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. The Black Shark certainly couldn't accept it. He turned around and roared, and a Black Shark companion spirit fused with him. Black Shark's voice was icy. "Brat, do you really think I can't beat you?" Han Fei didn't listen at all. He activated the sacrificing punch, and what burst out of the god-slaying boxing gloves was scarlet fist marks and weird phantoms that no one could see clearly. Ghost fire saber tail. Black Shark erupted, and a large amount of purple-gray poison spewed out of his body. He grew a tail, which was like a sickle. This knife was poisonous, and burst out with all his strength wrapped in a large amount of immortal chi. He tried to break Han Fei's strange fist technique without close combat. Clang! Bang! With an instant explosion, the sonic boom and tide thus formed soared to the sky. Han Fei's Dharma idol world dimmed and almost disappeared under this blow. Secret technique? Although he was surprised by the explosion of the Black Shark, he didn't really care. It wasn't a problem for the Dharma idol to disappear. Indeed, Han Fei's punch was shattered and his Dharma idol disappeared, which showed how powerful the Black Shark was. He was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to dominate this sea area to this day. However, what made Black Shark speechless was that this person actually grabbed his poisonous tail barehanded. For a moment, Black Shark felt that this was King crazy. Aren't you afraid of the poison of the sky opening realm at all? Also, he wondered again, did this person really not turn his origin sea into a star? How could his physique be so strong? On this side, because their battle was too fast, Feng Qingqing was only at the peak of the sea establishment realm and couldn't see through it. Therefore, she kept asking, "How is it going?" Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. Wow! He actually resisted Black Shark's terrifying saber beam with his body. I suspect that he's an extreme Dao body refiner. Hiss! The members of the team, beside Feng Xingliu, trembled. Who the F***ck was this guy? An extreme Dao body refiner was a legendary super powerhouse. As soon as such a person appeared, he would be hunted by all parties. However, after seeing the terrifying Dharma idol just now, they felt that nothing was impossible for these heavenly talents. Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes. That's impossible. His Dharma idol requires the power of the soul to support it. It's impossible for him to walk the extreme Dao. Maybe he's merely a dual cultivator of body and soul. Merely? Everyone, merely a dual cultivator of body and soul? Han Fei grabbed the man's giant tail and roared, flinging him to the bottom of the sea. In his chest, the god's prayer bead burst out a halo. The weird poison was purified before it could infect Han Fei's body. Bam! Bam! Bam. 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 Unfortunately, after Han Fei smashed him dozens of times, the tail turned into a spiral cone. Han Fei couldn't hold it anymore, and the flesh on his hands cracked. But Han Fei counterattacked and stood on the black shark first. Although there were nearly 10 late-stage sky-opening powerhouses on the black shark, the power Han Fei showed was not something they could resist at all. Han Fei waved his hand in the air, and several spear pillars descended one after another, sealing the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. At this time, he was the butcher. Black Shark, who was one step slower, looked at Han Fei with an ugly expression from 10,000 kilometers away. Brat, you're really looking for death. Believe it or not, I'd rather give up this innate Tao body and summon the monarch of the Sea of Chant. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he imitated the arrogant look of the Emperor Sparrow. Then summon him. If you dare to summon him, I dare to kill him. How dare an unknown monarch challenge me? You make it sound as if you're the only one who can get reinforcements. My senior brother can kill a monarch with one finger. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Han Fei said matter-of-factly. He even sneered. If I hadn't promised to gain experience alone, that old man wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have to kneel in front of me now. Han Fei was not kidding. In fact, he was confident that he could take down Black Shark without relying on eldest senior brother, but he didn't want to expose the void-stealing technique now. Besides, there were monarchs in this Sea of Chant after all. Black Shark? Feng Xingliu was speechless. He was also a little uncertain. Judging from this guy's momentum, demeanor, and this arrogant look, he really seemed to be from a big force. He couldn't help but look at Feng Qingqing. Is this a heavenly talent who has awakened a divine heritage? Feng Qingqing said, he can be from any of the 5 divine realms, but I think the West Sea divine realm is the most likely. I heard that in the wild Sand Sea in the West Sea divine realm, there are mostly body refiners. There are often people with unparalleled combat power and crazy personalities. Feng Xingliu said weakly, but how can Feng Yu make friends all the way to the West Sea divine realm? Feng Qingqing was confused and said blankly, who knows? Maybe he made friends all the way here? At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly at the bow of the Black Shark and said arrogantly, why? Can't afford to lose? You want to snatch their godly weapons, divine techniques, and innate Tao body. I can't just do nothing. Leave a godly weapon and 500,000 kilometers of resources behind and you can go. Even if I want more, you don't seem to be able to afford it. With that said, Han Fei took out the green thunder wine gourd that had been damaged but repaired. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Han Fei raised his head and took a few mouthfuls of liquor, then wiped his mouth and said, it's not that I look down on you, but even my drinking gourd is a godly weapon. What do you have? Don't tell me you only have the dream of proving your Tao. Black Shark's eyelids twitched a few times. He didn't dare to provoke this person. He could tell that this person's heart was as still as water and his aura was calm, and he was absorbing the power between the heavens and earth. Invisibly. He clearly had a heavenly heritage. In terms of bloodline, Black Shark also vaguely felt that he was suppressed. Although he felt that this person was bragging when he said that he could kill a monarch. However, if this person was a heavenly talent of a divine heritage family or a disciple of a hidden monarch family, he was probably not someone he could afford to offend. However, this guy wanted too many resources. 500,000 kilometers of resources. Are you King going to take my resources to turn your origin sea into a star? Black Shark narrowed his eyes and said, do you really think I dare not to summon a monarch? Han Fei shrugged. Go ahead. I didn't stop you. Hurry up and summon a monarch. And then I can kill him and you. Han Fei had already made up his mind. Since it was Feng Yu who asked him for help, if he couldn't resist these people, he would call over the eldest senior brother, and then the used void mark would be taken as Feng Yu's. As for him, he could ask the eldest senior brother to kill the monarch. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could suppress him. Then, he could spread his name through the mouths of the people on the Black Shark and create a super backer for himself. In this way, no matter what happened in the divine capital dynasty, if anyone heard Han Fei's name in the future, they would have to think twice before they messed around with him. Therefore, Han Fei really didn't care if the Black Shark would ask a monarch for help at all. He even hoped that he could really call a monarch over. TSK. The way eldest senior brother fought was really fascinating. Just the thought of the eldest senior brother's heavenly Dao chains made his blood boil. Even Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing couldn't help but look at each other in shock. It seemed that Han Fei wasn't bluffing, because Han Fei had boarded the Black Shark by force, or the Black Shark would have run away. Black Shark's face sank. What if I don't give you the resources? Han Fei smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter if you don't give the resources to me. I can't kill you now, and you don't deserve me to summon my eldest senior brother. However, all the ants on your ship must die. I want this ship. How can fighting not make money these days? Otherwise, if my senior brothers and senior sisters find out in the future, they would laugh at me. Han Fei paused. Why don't you summon a monarch? What's the name of the monarch you know? Hurry up. The corner of Black Shark's mouth twitched. Although he didn't believe that Han Fei had such a powerful background, he didn't dare to. This was because once he called a monarch over, there would be no turning back. There were probably only two outcomes for him. The first was that the young man on the opposite side had used some method to summon a method to suppress the monarch. Then he would definitely die. The other was that the young man opposite him had the means to resist the monarch and then run with the boy and girl. Black Shark didn't think that Han Fei really didn't have any trump cards, because Han Fei was too confident. He was even more arrogant than the boy and girl. And the identity of the boy and girl must not be simple, because when Han Fei first appeared, he said that the two of them sneaked out secretly. They had sneaked out, so they didn't bring guards with them. Otherwise, who would let a little girl with an innate Dao body run out so easily? Besides, from the beginning, Han Fei was obviously looking for someone. This was probably because the force behind these two people had used their connections to look for them. And the connections this kind of force could mobilize must be a top force, which explained why Han Fei was so arrogant. Huff. Black Shark was tense. Whether he summoned a monarch or not, the most troublesome one would be him. If the monarch came and couldn't kill them, not only would he make enemies for the monarch, but the monarch would find out that he was robbing the boy and girl secretly. The consequences could be imagined. Therefore, Black Shark compromised in the end and said in a low voice, I only Have one godly weapon. As for the resources, it's not enough even if I give all my resources to you. Really? Han Fei couldn't help but say in disdain, you're not a newbie who has just turned your origin seat into a star. You don't even have 500,000 kilometers of resources? Black Shark's face was black. Do you know how many resources that is? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing suspiciously. Well, am I really asking for too much? The corners of Feng Xingliu's mouth twitched. Do you think this is your home? The people outside are very poor. When Feng Xingliu said this casually, Black Shark was almost angered to death. He thought to himself, F***ck, are all the heavenly talents of big forces so arrogant? Han Fei was shocked. This boy got his meaning perfectly. Han Fei was a little confused. Really? Han Fei immediately looked at Black Shark impatiently. Then give me all your resources. And let me see what kind of godly weapon it is. After a while, when Han Fei took a green lotus seed, information popped up in his eyes. Name: soul-subduing lotus seed. Introduction: a lotus seed born from the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, soul-subduing lotus, after 80,000 years. This lotus seed has a soul protecting effect and can block the soul attack of ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators. Quality: low-quality godly weapon. Attached soul: none. Effect: protect the soul. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: an ordinary soul-protecting godly weapon. If you can gather 18 of them, they can make a high-quality godly weapon. Han Fei glanced at the lotus seed and muttered, a low-quality soul-protecting godly weapon? That's it? How do you have the cheek to give it to me? Then, Han Fei casually threw it to Feng Qingqing and said, I don't want it. I've never used a low-quality godly weapon in my life. Feng Qingqing? Feng Xingliu? Black Shark? Black Shark's heart was bleeding. Feng Xingliu thought to himself, aren't you pulling seedlings to help them grow by giving this godly weapon to little Qingqing? Give it to me. Feng Qingqing, on the other hand, quickly grabbed the soul-subduing lotus seed and was overjoyed, but she still bowed to Han Fei calmly. Thank you, brother-in-law. Puff. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei almost vomited. Brother-in-law? Who is your brother-in-law? Han Fei thought to himself, come on, I may be even younger than you. Don't call me that. The soul-protecting godly weapon was actually a very good thing. Han Fei wanted to keep it for himself, but considering that Feng Yu owed him a favor, now, he might as well let her owe him another one. He had a feeling that this trip to the divine capital dynasty was not simple. He still had to work for Mochi. How could he easily get involved in the matters of the Time Temple? Also, he had offended the heavenly race this time. If he guessed right, the heavenly race should have suffered a lot of pursuit over the years. Some of their sky-opening realm powerhouses must have been killed, but they would definitely know who was targeting them. Therefore, his name would definitely be known by the heavenly race. Now, nothing seemed to have happened yet. However, he hadn't reached the divine capital dynasty yet. However, at this moment, Han Fei casually threw the godly weapon out as if he despised it. Not only did it hurt Black Shark, but it also made him more certain that this person had a powerful background. How could he give away a godly weapon so easily? He didn't even blink. He Wouldn't believe it even if he was told that this guy wasn't from a great force. He had planned it well, and he was going to succeed. At the very least, he could grab a godly weapon or a divine technique, right? Now, because of Han Fei, he had to give away his godly weapon and resources. At this moment, on the Black Shark, the sky-opening realm powerhouses had almost taken out all their resources. They didn't dare to not take out their resources since even their boss had already done it. In the end, Han Fei got a total of about 360,000 kilometers of resources. He felt that this was the normal resource reserve of a fleet, which was much more than the resources of Qiu Shouzong and the others. This also meant that the resources in the wilderness were more abundant than in the chaotic wasteland. 360,000 kilometers of resources was not a small amount. According to Han Fei's estimation, if he could completely consume this resource and use it to open up his origin sea, he could expand his origin sea to at least 530,000 or even 540,000 kilometers. For the first time, Han Fei had an idea. It didn't seem to be difficult to expand his origin sea. He used to think that tens of thousands of kilometers of resources were a lot. How many mineral veins, spiritual spring, spiritual stones, and other messy things did he have to dig? But now it seemed that it was not a big deal. As long as he was strong enough, he could easily grab a lot of resources. However, Han Fei had never thought that ordinary people in the sky-opening realm wouldn't be able to easily snatch the resources of the late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses. Wasn't that courting death? More people, like the team Feng Xingliu joined, ran around digging resources, exploring secret realms, and then obtaining a little something, went to the major camps to exchange for resources. In this way, they could slowly expand their origin sea and strive to turn their origin sea into a star as soon as possible. Therefore, Han Fei actually didn't understand the pain of these ordinary sky-opening powerhouses. He naturally felt that it was too troublesome and tiring to dig for resources by himself. These things could only be snatched. As for how others accumulated so many resources, it had nothing to do with him. After Han Fei received the resources, he flashed and appeared beside Feng Xingliu and the others. With a thought, he put away the blood fiend and then shouted at Black Shark, "When I turn my origin sea into a star, I'll come back to fight you again. Prepare some resources first." Psycho! Swish! The Black Shark ran away in a hurry. As for why Han Fei didn't attack the others on the Black Shark felt that it was only natural. From the beginning to the end, Han Fei didn't even glance at the crew of the Black Shark. His arrogant posture showed that he didn't care about the so-called ants at all. A person like Han Fei wouldn't bother to personally deal with these ants. In fact, he didn't need to do it himself. The blood fiend wasn't something ordinary people could resist. After the Black Shark left, the place where Han Fei and the others stood temporarily became an extremely dangerous place. Fist marks and knife intent were everywhere. Ordinary sea establishers probably didn't dare to approach it. When Han Fei appeared beside Feng Xingliu and the others, the team leader, surnamed Zhou, and the others didn't dare to make a sound or even look up at Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at them casually and said, "Don't go to the Wind Valley. Those people should be from there. You can go anywhere else and find other camps. No one will cause you trouble." Captain Zhou quickly cupped his hands. Yes, yes. After that, he gave the team members a look. He really couldn't stand the fact that he almost died this time. In fact, he was quite angry at Feng Xingliu. Thinking to himself, why do you have to stay in our team? However, he didn't dare to show any disrespect on the surface. Feng Xingliu snorted. Wait a moment. Feng Xingliu's face sank. He looked at Captain Zhou and the others and said, I didn't expect to drag you into danger this time, causing old Zhou to almost die. This is my fault. Captain Zhou hurriedly said, It's all right, brother Liuxing. Fellow Daoist. Feng, the black shark, has always been rampant in the Sea of Chant. Countless people have died in their hands. Feng Xingliu shook his head. No matter what, I can't let you risk your lives with me for no reason. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. After that, Feng Xingliu took out 7 or 8 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Yes, Hanfei wasn't mistaken. They were all sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Although they were mid-quality ones, they were still sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Then, he took out a star shell and said, There are 100,000 kilometers of resources here. Take it as a small compensation for you, old Zhou. I don't have many resources left. This is all I have. Hanfei? Captain Zhou? Hanfei wondered if he heard it right. 100,000 kilometers of resources? A small compensation? Hanfei couldn't get so many resources at all when he was in the chaotic wasteland. He couldn't get so many resources even if he fought in the scavenger arena for 10 years. It wasn't that there weren't so many, but that there weren't even half of them. Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. He had thought that he was already a big show-off, but he didn't expect this guy to be even a bigger one. Was this the style of Feng Yu's family? Captain Zhou would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. Sea-quelling bizarre treasures and 100,000 kilometers of resources. How many King's secret realms would he have to explore to get them? How could resources be obtained so easily? He and Feng Xingliu were just strangers. In fact, even if he really died this time, it wouldn't affect these big shots. He knew that from today on, they wouldn't have any more interactions. Therefore, although Captain Zhou said that he couldn't accept it, he had already taken it. Feng Xingliu waved his hand. Old Zhou, don't stand on ceremony with me. It's just a little resource. Hanfei wanted to roll his eyes. Did he ever stand on ceremony with you? Unless they were fools, they would only gladly accept the resources. On the other hand, Feng Qingqing seemed to really want to stop Feng Xingliu. But she couldn't do so in front of so many people. Hanfei immediately realized that this girl should be more sensible than Feng Xingliu. Old Zhou and the others couldn't wait to fly away. They didn't say a word. Along the way, wishing they could fly billions of kilometers away. After old Zhou and the others ran away, Feng Qingqing jumped up and knocked on Feng Xingliu's forehead. Are you stupid? Do you know how many resources you gave away? 10 times more than what they got from exploring the secret realm this time. 10 times. Feng Xingliu frowned. So what? Old Zhou and the others almost died for us. You heartless girl. Feng Qingqing almost wanted to bite him. That's different. Even if you teach him a great technique, isn't it better than giving him resources? It's better to teach him how to fish than to give him fish. Do you understand? We've almost used up all the money we brought this time. Feng Qingqing, who was furious, suddenly realized that Han Fei was still there. She immediately shut up and changed into an obedient ordinary girl. Feng Qingqing said, "Sorry about that, brother." Feng Qingqing didn't know how to address Han Fei. Since he denied that he was her brother-in-law, she might as well call him brother because this person was of the same generation as her sister. Calling him senior was too distant, so it wouldn't be good to call him senior. Han Fei shrugged slightly. "I agree with you. In fact, it's not good to give them so many resources. It's actually very difficult for them to divide the resources. It will inevitably cause internal strife in them. This is the wilderness. There is no deep friendship in the wilderness, but benefits." Feng Xingliu blushed. "I think they're quite nice. They're not heartless people." Hearing his words, Han Fei asked with a smile, "Do you want to follow me to see what will happen to them?" Feng Xingliu said, "Fine, old Zhou is my good friend. How can I be wrong about him?" Half a day later. In an extremely distant sea area, old Zhou looked around sharply. At this moment, there were only 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses from his team beside him. Old Zhou said, "These resources are actually not bad. I'll get 6 of the 8 sea-quelling bazaar treasures, and each of you will get 1. As for the resources, the 3 of us will get 70%. The rest will be given to the others. Any objections?" The other 2 were not as strong as old Zhou. At this moment, in the boundless wilderness, if they objected, the consequences would be unpredictable. Therefore, even if old Zhou directly said an extremely unreasonable distribution method, they did not refute. After all, they could get some benefits, and sea-quelling bazaar treasures were priceless. "Huh?" Feng Xingliu, who was peeping from a distance with Han Fei, was dumbfounded. And his face turned dark. "No, I have to get these resources back. This is too much." Although Feng Qingqing couldn't see what happened, from Feng Xingliu's expression, she knew that what happened next must be very different from what Feng Xingliu thought. Han Fei stopped him. "How can you get back the things you already gave away? If you don't suffer a loss, you won't know how dangerous the wilderness is. Do you know why old Zhou gave each of them a piece of sea-quelling bazaar treasure?" Feng Xingliu's expression was ugly as he shouted, "Of course it's because of their friendship. After all, they are a team." Han Fei sneered. "Team?" Han Fei sneered. "Let me tell you, it's just because he was afraid that those 2 would join forces to fight him. If there is only one sky-opening realm cultivator here, he might have already killed him." Feng Xingliu's eyes widened. No way." Han Fei chuckled. "No way?" "Believe it or not, after he distributes the resources, he will let these 2 people leave. Then, he will take the 30% of resources that should be given to the sea establishers, including the resources from your exploration of the secret realm this time." Feng Xingliu took a deep breath, and his eyelids twitched. Well, old Zhou is usually quite good to these sea establishers. With his character. Before Feng Xingliu finished speaking, the other 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses who had taken the resources had already flown away and left the team. Seeing this, Feng Xingliu's eyes spewed fire, and the flames on her body evaporated. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. He must have never experienced the beating of society. Feng Xingliu immediately shouted, "Don't hold me back. I'm going to teach him a lesson." I treated him sincerely and never despised him because of his identity, but he. Han Fei rolled his eyes. They almost died for you. How can you take back those resources? Feng Qingqing nodded quickly. Anyway, I can't do that. Feng Xingliu. Feng Xingliu lost his face this time and didn't say anything along the way. As for Feng Qingqing, she was not as her name suggested at all. Firstly, she was not beautiful, and secondly, she was talkative. Brother Han Fei, how did you know my sister? Han Fei said, haha, we once went through a trial together. Han Fei thought to himself, although she tested me, it's still a trial. Feng Qingqing said, just because of it that my sister gave you a godly weapon? You have to know that this phoenix feather violent saber was her first godly weapon. Many people asked her for it, but she didn't give it to them. I asked for it too, so did Feng Xingliu. Feng Xingliu immediately said huffily, don't talk nonsense. I didn't ask for it. I didn't. Feng Qingqing snorted. You didn't get it. Then, you went to forge a star stream sword, but it wasn't famous. Feng Xingliu exploded like an angry cat. Feng Qingqing, I'm warning you. Don't speak nonsense. Is there anything in this world that I can't get? I just don't want that knife. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he hadn't been beaten by society. He really didn't know how the disciples of the big forces opened the sky. However, when he thought of how rich Feng Xingliu was, Han Fei didn't find it strange. Why would he bother with a boy born with a silver spoon? Ignoring Feng Xingliu, Feng Qingqing tilted her head and continued to ask Han Fei, brother Han Fei, you haven't told me why my sister gave you the phoenix feather violent saber. Feng Xingliu's ears pricked up slightly. He was also curious. How could Feng you be so kind? Han Fei smiled and said, it's a long story. Maybe, she's very lonely. It's rare for her to meet someone as lonely as her, so she took me as her best friend. Huh? Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu were both stunned. What? Lonely? However, Feng Qingqing said, I see. My sister thinks that everyone in the world is mediocre. It's rare to meet a top heavenly talent like you, brother Han Fei. If it were me, I would take you as my best friend too. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Xingliu coughed and reminded Feng Qingqing to watch her words. What are you talking about? Don't be deceived by this guy. Ignoring him, Feng Qingqing continued, brother Han Fei. Han Fei felt a headache. Why did she have so many questions? Han Fei said, we have to leave the Sea of Chant quickly. This is a sea area with a monarch guarding it. If your identities are discovered by the monarch, it will be troublesome. Feng Xingliu said, didn't you say that it was easy for you to kill a monarch? So what if a monarch comes? Han Fei was speechless. I said that because I was trying to save you. If a monarch comes, I'll use the void mark, and your sister will pay for it. Now that you have been saved by me, if a monarch comes, the void mark used will be on me. Am I stupid? Han Fei immediately said, I was just bragging. Huh? Well. Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu both stared at Han Fei. Is that appropriate? We all thought you could really kill a monarch, but you were just bragging. Feng Xingliu's face changed slightly. If a monarch really comes, won't the three of us will be taken down? Han Fei nodded. Yes. So let's go. Feng Xingliu. Feng Qingqing. This was the first time the two of them had seen someone who could brag without any guilt. Slaying a monarch? The majestic image that Han Fei had created just now instantly collapsed. Therefore, Feng Qingqing entered the Origin Sea, and Han Fei and Feng Xingliu quickly left the Sea of Chant. On the other side, Feng Yu was rushing towards the East Sea Divine Realm. Yes. She hadn't reached the East Sea Divine Realm yet. Considering the safety of the two troublemakers and the fact that little junior brother had opened the sky not long ago, she was very anxious. However, she had only been running for less than 4 months when eldest senior brother's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. 11, little junior brother has found your younger brother and sister, and they're already out of danger. Huh? So fast? Feng Yu was speechless. These two people contacted her through the family crest, so they must have encountered great danger. Little junior brother solved it so easily? It seemed that she had underestimated this junior brother. In less than 400 years, his growth speed seemed to have exceeded her expectations. Half a year later, Han Fei was in a place very close to the Divine Capital Dynasty, probably only 0.2 light-years away. For the Divine Capital Dynasty, this was equivalent to the suburbs, not very far away. In the past 6 months, from the silly boy and girl, Han Fei finally knew where Feng Yu's family came from. Their family was from the South Sea Divine Realm, and in the Central Sea Divine Realm, there was a place for their family. This race was descendants of a god. Some of their descendants had awakened their divine bloodline when they were born, so they were extremely powerful. When they grew up, Han Fei also knew where Feng Yu went 300 years ago. The place where Feng Yu went was the Central Sea Divine Realm. It could be said that all the super forces in the 4 divine realms had a place in the Central Sea Divine Realm. As for the Central Sea Divine Realm, it often introduced some real peerless heavenly talents from the other 4 divine realms. The outstanding people in the trial of the Central Sea Divine Realm could not only show the prestige of their families, but also obtain richer resources, more powerful cultivation techniques, and more magical techniques. In short, the Central Sea Divine Realm was above the other 4 divine realms. The reason why Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing secretly came to the East Sea Divine Realm was that Feng Yu's performance in the trial in the Central Sea Divine Realm was quite outstanding. It was said that she crushed all the heavenly talents and was extremely dazzling. As a result, the threshold of Feng Yu's family in the South Sea Divine Realm was almost stepped flat, and the visitors were all from top-notch big clans. It was for this reason that Feng Yu didn't come to the East Sea Divine Realm. In time, the Feng family's attention was all on Feng Yu, so they didn't notice Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing sneaking out. When they discovered what happened, the two of them had already stolen a lot of treasures and ran away. Most people didn't know where they went. However, because Feng Yu knew Feng Xingliu well, he guessed where they were. However, if there was no surprise, there would be strong masters from the Feng family who would arrive before Feng Yu. After all, with 2 little babies gone, many people panicked. Bang! Feng Qingqing easily suppressed 3 peak-level sea establishment powerhouses with a strange magnetic field flame. Feng Qingqing said, "Hand over the qualification token for the 10,000 year competition and I'll spare your lives." Someone in the field had an ugly expression, but he still reluctantly took out a faint red bead with the word "Sea Establishment" on it. This was the qualification token. Only with it could one participate in the 10,000 year competition. Without this, you couldn't even register. Han Fei didn't know this rule before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared about the quota and would have just come to snatch it. Han Fei and the others had already snatched it dozens of times. The divine capital dynasty didn't restrict the competition for the qualification token. However, this qualification token had special restrictions. That was, venerables could only rob those in the venerable realm of the qualification token, sea establishers could only rob those in the sea establishment realm. And those in the sky opening realm could only rob those in the sky opening realm. Furthermore, it stipulated that everyone could only fight in the void and couldn't affect the outside world, or they would be seriously punished. Sky Opener dared to kill a sea establisher, or a sea establisher killed a venerable, the qualification 1033 token would detect it immediately and automatically brand you. As for how to distinguish whether it was the sea establishment realm or not, it depended on the qualification token itself. This was because it was said that every qualification token was condensed from a bit of the soul of the great monarch East Marshal. No one could take it away, nor break it. If a sky opener dared to kill a sea establisher, or a sea establisher killed a venerable, the qualification token would detect it immediately and automatically brand you. At that time, could any strong master be stronger the great monarch East Marshal? Once one was branded by the qualification token, he would be killed. However, this rule only worked within 0.3 light years from the East Sea Divine realm. But in places like the City of Scavengers, they only got unactivated qualification tokens. As long as you held the token and entered the range of the great monarch East Marshal's perception, which was within 0.3 light years, the qualification token would be immediately activated. Activating the qualification token meant a lot. This meant that when the qualification token was activated, one could only fight people in the same realm as him. This greatly guaranteed the safety of the trial takers who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Of course, the only bad thing was that the qualification token couldn't be stored in the body. It would temporarily be branded on the wrist of the owner. It was impossible to hide how many qualifications a person had. Therefore, the competition for the qualification tokens was very crazy. The only good thing was that within 15 days after the qualification token was snatched, this person would still be protected by the mark, but if it was beyond 15 days, he could only pray. Most people entered a hunting ground the moment they entered the divine capital dynasty with the qualification token. However, there were still some people wandering in the periphery wilderness, specifically targeting their peers. Some even formed teams to attack. From the looks of it, Han Fei and the other two could be taken as a team. However, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu didn't attack anyone below the sky opening realm. Therefore, when Feng Qingqing was fighting, no one would be afraid of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. At this moment, Feng Qingqing waved her wrist. I've already got 50 qualification tokens. Shall we continue? Han Fei immediately glanced at her. What are you talking about? Of course we have to continue. I've already arranged everything. When the time comes, we'll sell the qualification tokens outside the arena of the 10,000-year competition. Do you know how many people will come to buy them? Countless. That will be countless resources. Feng Xingliu frowned. I don't think this is good. It's just mere resources. Bah. Han Fei couldn't help tilting his head and looking at Feng Xingliu. The mere resources can make a monarch go to the Sea of Stars to explore. Therefore, no matter how rich your family is, if you don't want to improve, you will only use up all your resources one day. A man should work hard and can't just rely on his family. Otherwise, he is nothing but a disgrace. Feng Qingqing immediately raised her hand. Brother Hanfei is right. We can't just rely on our family. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Hanfei was very impressed with the rule that the qualification token could be snatched. This was a good way to select talents. This was a shortcut for a real powerhouse to rise. Many itinerant cultivators were usually pitifully poor, but in battles it was very likely that their bicycles would turn into motorcycles, cars, or even supercars. Besides, this was clearly a bug. Could it be that no one had paid attention to how the qualification tokens were dealt with later? This was worth thinking deeply. Perhaps it was deliberately done by the great monarch East Marshal. Quite a few people had the same idea as Hanfei. At this moment, Feng Qingqing had finished snatching, and Hanfei was observing the sea of stars. We should be not far from a certain camp now. The surrounding stars are dense, and it's the best place to hunt. Are you too ready? Feng Xingliu seemed to be persuaded by Hanfei's words, so he nodded. Then, let's fight. But I still want to visit the divine capital dynasty. I've never been there. It's said to be very beautiful. Hanfei immediately shouted, "Are you a woman? Why do you like beautiful places? Do you know what a man should pursue?" Scolded again, Feng Xingliu shouted, "What do men should pursue?" Hanfei rubbed his fingers. Resources, of course. With resources, you can do whatever you want. Think about it. Since you were born, everything you use is resources, isn't it? Feng Xingliu's face sank. I don't think so. But it seems to be true. Hanfei said, "Don't bicker. Just admit it, you're nothing without your family." Feng Xingliu was furious. Say that again? Hanfei said, "So what? If you have the ability, snatch tens of thousands of qualification tokens. If you don't want the resources, give them all to me." Feng Xingliu said, "No, I snatched them, so they should be mine." Looking at Feng Xingliu, that was crushed by Hanfei's words, Feng Qingqing shook her head slightly. Her brother was really stupid. Suddenly, Hanfei said, "Come on, there are 6 or 7 shining stars in the northwest. Someone must be fighting there. Let's go." In the blink of an eye, Feng Qingqing stepped to the side of Feng Xingliu and disappeared. Hanfei and Feng Xingliu used an ultralight speed at the same time, rushing at 5 times the speed of light. The reason why it was 5 times the speed of light was that 5 times the speed of light was the speed of Feng Xingliu. When Hanfei first knew that Feng Xingliu could burst out at 5 times the speed of light, he was shocked. This was the power of a rich family. Feng Xingliu could already unleash 5 times the speed of light, although he had just turned his origin sea into a star not long ago. Many people couldn't comprehend an ultralight speed after turning their origin seas into stars. Of course, he was an exception, because he had got all kinds of opportunities. But Hanfei's current extreme speed was less than 6 times the speed of light. Unless he accelerated by controlling the surrounding time power. Hanfei had thought that this battle might last for a while, but to his surprise, the battle was over less than 100 seconds after they ran out. So fast. They eliminated their opponents in the same realm so quickly. It Seems that this is a team that specializes in this. Feng Xingliu asked, the stars over there have dimmed. What should we do now? Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. What should we do? This is my home. Ground. Of course we should chase them now. Feng Xingliu looked at the navigator in Han Fei's hand curiously and asked in surprise, oh, what kind of godly weapon is this? Han Fei said, this is a human. This is a sacred weapon. Sacred weapon? Feng Xingliu was puzzled. Why haven't I heard of a sacred weapon? If it's not a godly weapon, shouldn't it be a spiritual treasure of the heavens and earth? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This is something artificially refined. Is it a weapon? Feng Xingliu said, that's not necessarily true. My family's fire Dao rebirth. Will is also a weapon. But we call it a chaotic spiritual treasure. It's just one level higher than the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. What wheel? Han Fei was stunned. What the hell is this? Feng Xingliu was stunned. You don't know about the Feng family's fire Dao rebirth wheel? Han Fei was stunned. Should I know? Feng Xingliu was choked for a moment. It seemed true that outsiders didn't know much about it. Therefore, he said proudly, fire Dao rebirth wheel means that once a person dies, his body is gone, and his soul is unable to be saved. Through this wheel, we can forcibly step into the river of time, the river of life, and the legendary reincarnation ancient Dao, to forcibly pull his soul back and transform it into a fire spirit. In addition to having no body, he can still be an extremely powerful fire spirit. Han Fei was shocked. F***ck, what? Is there a river of life? And what kind of place is the reincarnation ancient Dao? Good Lord, the knowledge of the children of the big clans is really different. But I can't show that I'm an uneducated idiot. Therefore, Han Fei snorted. Isn't your fire Dao rebirth wheel refined by humans? Feng Xingliu said, yes. It said that it was refined before the death of my family's god. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So he should be called a chaotic sacred weapon. Come on, a chaotic spiritual treasure should be called a chaotic spiritual treasure. Just like the chaotic green lotus, it was born naturally. Isn't it easy to get confused if these two are both called chaotic spiritual treasures? Feng Xingliu seemed to think about it seriously. Well, that does make sense. Sigh, it's not easy to find a chaotic spiritual treasure. That chaotic green lotus is indeed delicious. Unfortunately, I only ate a chaotic green lotus when I was young. I don't remember what it tastes like now. Han Fei almost wanted to kick Feng Xingliu to death. Are you showing off? So, what if you've eaten a chaotic spiritual treasure? Do you know that my wife has eaten a whole one? Han Fei and Feng Xingliu chatted for a long time, but this guy kept talking about the trivial matters of daily cultivation, how bad the divine pills tasted, how uncomfortable the family's medicinal bath was, and how his body twitched when he practiced the divine technique. Han Fei felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Feng Xingliu had been showing off all the way, but he didn't know what he had said, so he could only echo occasionally and make casual comments, once again full of hatred for the big clans. But Feng Xingliu didn't know it, because Han Fei saved him and Feng Qingqing. Although he really wanted to compete with Han Fei, he often forgot about it and accidentally chatted with him. Feng Xingliu said, actually, if Feng Yu hadn't been born a few days earlier than me, she would have called me elder brother. Hey, why are you dragging me? Buzz. Suddenly, Feng Xingliu, who was angry at the fact that he was born a few days late, was pulled away by Han Fei. The two of them crossed thousands of kilometers and suddenly appeared in front of a man in a golden robe. Huh? Seeing that man, Feng Xingliu frowned and immediately said, leave this guy to me. Han Fei ignored the idiot Feng Xingliu. Leave him to you? Do you know how many people there are? On the opposite side, the person didn't expect to be hunted. He was first stunned, but then he seemed to look at the sea of stars and found that the stars of these two people didn't seem to be as bright as his, or even much worse than his. Immediately, the man sneered. Do you want to rob me? Do you know who I am? Hearing that someone wanted to compete in identity, Feng Xingliu stomped and fiery clouds rose. You ant, do you know who I am? Feng Xingliu learned the term ant from Han Fei. Han Fei had said it when he snatched the black shark. However, at that time, Han Fei said that to make himself look like a disciple of a super force, because this was what those super powerhouses always said. However, Feng Xingliu said this word purely because of the other parties' words. Do you know who I am? He, Feng Xingliu, had been competitive all his life and never wanted to be outdone. How could he stand this? Therefore, he used the word ant. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Good lord, this guy was literally a mockery godly weapon. For two people who regarded each other as an ant, the final result would definitely be a fight. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, the young man opposite him didn't intend to escape. Instead, with the thought of him, 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses appeared in a row. Including him, there were a total of 5 sky-opening realm powerhouses who had already turned their origin seas into stars. The people who were released were also a little stunned. Brother E, you found a new target so quickly? The young man, surnamed E, sneered. I didn't find them, but they sent themselves to me. They probably found my traces by accident and found me alone, so they came to me. Someone looked at the sea of stars and sneered. What? Their stars are much less resplendent than mine. Humph, hey, who gave you to the illusion that you can rob others? Feng Xingliu's face immediately turned cold, and he pointed at the man. Shut up, ant. Quickly hand over the qualification token, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The moment the man was pointed at, his face immediately turned cold. Be ** starred. If I don't take out your soul and crush it inch by inch today, how can I vent the hatred in my heart? Han Fei saw that both parties were already ready for a fight. Then what was he waiting for? He glanced at Feng Xingliu. Let's see who can snatch more qualification tokens? Feng Xingliu, fine, fire god descends. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Feng Xingliu already couldn't wait to fight. He knew that Han Fei was extremely strong. No matter what, he couldn't be beaten 5-0. That would be too embarrassing. He had to kill one of them first and then try to kill the second. Therefore, when he heard that Han Fei was going to attack, he started fighting before Han Fei. Both parties were full of confidence in this encounter battle. The man, surnamed E, felt that with the strength of these two people, it was impossible for them to have stronger powerhouses in their origin seas. Therefore, even if they could still call a few people out, it was impossible for them to win. And Feng Xingliu felt that even without Han Fei, how could 4 or 5 ordinary star transformation realm cultivators be a match for him? Therefore, as soon as the two parties entered the void, they attacked head-on. However, the mentality of both parties was different. As for the man surnamed E, he felt that these two people were mediocre and didn't need him to do anything, so he didn't do anything at all. The others also looked down on them, so only 2 people on his side attacked. As for Feng Xingliu, he was eager to prove his ability and used his ultimate moves. As for Han Fei, he didn't use the boxing gloves at all, but only clenched a simple fist mark, which looked much weaker than Feng Xingliu. Yet, the moment they exchanged blows, the person who was facing Feng Xingliu suddenly changed his expression and his soul trembled in shock. Puff. The moment the man's expression changed, the flame knife light spread out for 3,000 kilometers and completely crushed him. His body was burned to nothingness, and his soul was directly annihilated by the scorching power. At the same time, on Han Fei's side, a fist mark pierced through the depths of this person's soul. Bang! This person's body and soul exploded at the same time. Han Fei was now in the soul enlightenment realm and had formed a young soul. He could directly attack people's souls. Therefore, under this punch, this person's body and soul were annihilated at the same time. At the moment the 2 of them died, a total of 5 qualification tokens appeared on their bodies and quickly disappeared into Han Fei and Feng Xingliu's wrists. What? How is that possible? Not good, retreat. Rumble rumble. The weather changed, and 2 great Tao cracks crossed the sky in a row, indicating the death of 2 star transformation powerhouses. The young man surnamed Yi's expression changed drastically. He was also extremely shocked. How could they be so strong? 1 move, only 1 move. How strong were they? One had just turned his origin sea into a star, but his star was quite dim, and the other didn't seem to have turned his origin sea into a star yet. How could they kill a strong master who had turned his origin sea into a star many years ago in 1 move? However, at this moment, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu had already continued to attack. Their speed was so fast that they had no choice but to resist them with all their strength, because they had underestimated their enemies too much. They were very close to them. Who knew that these 2 people would kill one of their teammates in 1 move? Besides, these 2 people didn't stop at all and rushed straight at them. The young man, surnamed E, retreated without thinking. He didn't care about his 2 companions. This time, he made a mistake. The other party showed such strong strength, although his realm wasn't high. He must be a heavenly talent. It wasn't worthwhile for him to fight the 2 of them alone. Most importantly, he felt that the fact that a person who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star could penetrate a star transformation level powerhouse meant that he had astonishing potential and he might not be able to beat him. Seeing that the young man surnamed E was about to run, Han Fei said, "Feng Xingliu, these 2 are yours." Feng Xingliu was overjoyed. Then wouldn't it be that I fight 3 alone, but you fight only 2 alone? I won. Okay. Fire Phoenix restriction. Fiery saber. Han Fei didn't care about the silly Feng Xingliu. After unleashing 6 times the speed of light, he caught the guy who was fleeing at less than 5 times the speed of light in the blink of an eye. To be honest, Han Fei was surprised. This person probably didn't have a simple background. He wasn't at the late stage of the star transformation realm, but he could erupt with nearly 5 times the speed of light. This kind of person was definitely a heavenly talent. At least, he would be a top powerhouse if he were in the city of scavengers. However, the young man surnamed E was even more surprised than Han Fei. He subconsciously thought to himself, how is it possible? How can he burst out with the speed of light without turning his origin seat into a star? How can his speed be faster than mine? This speed is at least 6 times the speed of light. What kind of monster is this? Han Fei stopped the young man surnamed E and punched him. The latter didn't dare to be negligent. His body immediately emitted a white light, and he also clenched his fist and punched at Han Fei. Boom. Crack. Boom. The entire right arm of the young man surnamed E and half of his body exploded. But Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly, because he saw that the man's flesh and blood, bathed in the white light, recovered instantly as if they hadn't been penetrated. Huh? Han Fei knew how strong he was. Even without the god-slaying boxing gloves, he had the power of more than 9 million waves, and he could punch out a fist. Soul. Logically speaking, half of this person's body should have exploded, and part of his soul would have been destroyed by him. However, this magical white light seemed to be even more magical than his heaven enlightenment divine technique. It actually easily restored his body. Buzz. This person retreated tens of thousands of kilometers, but Han Fei didn't chase him. As the person retreated, a door of light that emitted holy light appeared behind him. Heavenly race? Han Fei asked, casually, are you from the gate of heaven? Over the years, Han Fei had some understanding of the heavenly race. The gate of heaven was just a general term for the entire heavenly race. They were a sect just like the Fist Light Mountain and the Ghost Strait. However, in the gate of heaven, it was the heavenly race that controlled everything. In the East Sea Divine Realm, the gate of heaven was a very powerful force, second only to the Divine Capital Dynasty, and as famous as the City of Terror. In terms of overall strength and external activities, it was stronger than places like Fist Light Mountain and the Ghost Strait. However, Han Fei had never understood what the door behind them meant. The young man surnamed E said, that's right. Not only am I from the gate of heaven, but I'm also from the heavenly race. Fellow Taoist, no discord, no concord. It doesn't matter if those people die. However, you and I are both heavenly talents. If we join forces, who can be our match? Han Fei only punched once, and the young man surnamed E knew that he was no match for this person. If it weren't for his gate of talent, he would have been seriously injured by the power of that punch just now. That punch could injure both the body and the soul. He didn't know what method the other party used, but this person was probably a top heavenly talent of the Fist Light Mountain. He didn't dare to imagine what he would be like if he was punched a few more times. Therefore, he took the lead to propose cooperation. He believed that with the reputation of the gate of heaven and his identity as a disciple of the heavenly race, he should be no weaker than this person in terms of seniority. If he could obtain this guy's help, he would be able to snatch many qualification tokens. However, Han Fei glanced at him contemptuously. Who do you think you are to join forces with me? Are you qualified? Rumble. Before Han Fei finished speaking, the great Tao crack appeared again. It Seeing that Feng Xingliu had killed another one, Han Fei wasn't surprised. Except for late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, these people were no match for Feng Xingliu at all. The young man surnamed Yi's face changed drastically. He took out a talisman and waved his hand. The talisman unfolded, and billions of sword streams surged at Han Fei. After throwing out this blow, Yi didn't say anything but prepared to escape at an ultralight speed. However, Han Fei simply ignored the billions of sword streams. The void around him distorted, and less than 1/10 of the power of the talisman fell on him. Han Fei didn't block this 1/10 of power at all and punched at the young man, surnamed Yi. Bang! This punch was 30% more powerful than before, because Han Fei had slightly activated his great Dao. Mainly, he wanted to see how effective the door of light was. He didn't believe that any random person could surpass his heaven enlightenment divine technique just because of a damn door. The young man surnamed Yi exploded, but under the white light, he recovered in the next moment. Huh? Interesting. Bang. 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 Golden fist marks erupted continuously. The young man surnamed Yi shattered again and again. On the 7th time, the door of light finally dimmed. But this time, Han Fei didn't attack again. You won't kill me? Rumble. In the distance, the great Dao cracks appeared again. Feng Xingliu had already killed 3 star transformation powerhouses. This speed was very fast. Yi Yuan was shocked. The god of death with fire had come. He never expected that he would die like this. But in the next moment, Han Fei didn't attack him but looked at him casually. At this time, Feng Xingliu had already flown over. When he stopped at Han Fei's side, he laughed. Haha, I won. You haven't even killed him yet. Han Fei shrugged casually. Okay. You win. Feng Xingliu's surging aura was immediately extinguished. He was speechless. You admitted defeat so easily? Han Fei didn't know how to communicate with Feng Xingliu. He said, you did a good job. Hey, why are you shaking so much? Am I shaking? Feng Xingliu looked down and found that his legs, hands, and body were trembling. Subconsciously, Feng Xingliu's voice trembled. It's my first time killing someone. I'm a little nervous. Huh? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's eyes widened. *CK, you look so ferocious, so I thought you had killed countless people. Is this your first time killing someone? But he quickly realized that he must be talking about the first time he killed a humanoid human like him. As for the sea demons and sea beasts, he must have accidentally killed some of them in battles. However, this was not within the consideration of Feng Xingliu. Judging from this guy's reaction along the way, he and Feng Qingqing were both rookies who had just entered society. The difference was that Feng Qingqing was smart. However, Han Fei thought that these big clans must have been trying to nurture their decisive personality since they were young. For example, when Han Fei and the others were still fishermen, they had already begun fishing trials and then competed for resources with other villages. Han Fei didn't want Feng Xingliu to expose all his trump cards to Yuan, so he interrupted, then keep shaking. Let me handle it. Then, Han Fei pointed at Yuan and said, I won't kill you. Give me the qualification tokens first, and then give me all your resources. Yuan was immediately refreshed. Not kill him? His first reaction was that Han Fei was still a little afraid of his identity as a heavenly race member, or that he had some trump card of the heavenly race. So he didn't want to kill him directly. With this in mind, Yuan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If the qualification tokens were gone, he could just snatch some from others with his strength. If the resources were gone, it would be the same. Anyway, in the hunting grounds outside the divine capital dynasty, a large number of people had come to participate in the 10,000-year competition. How could they all be as strong as Han Fei? Yuan shook his wrist and 9 qualification tokens flew out in a row. This is all the qualification tokens I have at present. Because I don't deliberately pursue the amount of resources in my origin sea now, the resources I have are not much. It's less than 70,000 kilometers. I'll give them all to you. So poor? Feng Xingliu, that had been holding back, couldn't help but ask, isn't it said that the heavenly race is a very powerful force? Why can't you even take out 100,000 kilometers of resources? Yuan's cheeks burned from the mockery. The heavenly race was the heavenly race, but not everyone from the heavenly race was rich. Besides, as a late stage star transformation cultivator, he needed a lot of resources. His origin sea only had normal reserve resources. Who would reserve hundreds of thousands? Or even millions of kilometers of resources? If there were such resources, he would have used them long ago. According to Han Fei's past personality, he definitely wouldn't let it go. He might even take a look at Yuan's origin sea. But today, he just casually waved his hand and took the resources. What's your name? Yuan. Although Yuan didn't know why the other party asked his name, he didn't hide it. Han Fei nodded and said, Yuan, right? From now on, you have half a month. In half a month, I will find you again. There's no reason. I just don't like your heavenly race. Yuan? Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei in shock. How could he beat someone for such a ridiculous reason? Yuan's heart sank. In the next moment, he felt Han Fei pressing forward. He wanted to resist, but was repelled by Han Fei's fists. Bang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. Han Fei punched Yuan's head hundreds of times, turning Yuan into a pig head, and then kicked him away. Yuan didn't dare to stop and ran. Han Fei shouted behind him, remember, you only have half a month. Don't run if you have balls. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Even after Yuan ran far away, he was still trembling with anger. Shoal, no matter who you are, next time, I'll grind your bones into dust and stuff you into the endless void. Ah. After what he did last night, Han Fei collected the 9 qualification tokens happily and then looked at the shocked Feng Xingliu. Look, I got 12 qualification tokens. What about you? Feng Xingliu's face sank. 9, but we don't compete in this. Also, why did you let him go? What if he runs away? Who will have the time to chase him? Han Fei smiled. Do you know the heavenly race? Feng Xingliu said, I know. A big force in the East Sea divine realm. I learned about it when I came. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Oh? Tell me about it. Feng Xingliu pondered for a moment. Isn't knowing the heavenly race enough? What else do we need to know? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. You mean you only knew the name? damn it. Han Fei was lost for words. Aren't you curious about the super force? When they fight, a door of light will appear. Aren't you curious? Feng Xingliu said, I'm not curious. Feng Qingqing knows it. I can just ask her. You haven't told me why you let him go. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Let me give you an example. For example, I met you by chance, and then I beat you up, snatched your godly weapon, snatched your resources, and beat you black and blue. Then, I said that I'll beat you up every time I see you, and will come to you in a few days. Then what will you do? Feng Xingliu said, I'll kill you. Han Fei said, but you can't kill me. Feng Xingliu's eyes were about to spew fire. He shouted, then I'll call my brothers and sisters to beat you to death. Smack. Han Fei clapped his hands. That's right. So what do you think Yuan will do? Will he find his brothers and sisters to beat me? Feng Xingliu was a little confused. I think so. Han Fei said, so, when the time comes, we can also rob his brothers and sisters. After that, we'll release all of them and let them summon another group of brothers and sisters over. Then we can just wait for the resources to be sent to us, right? Then we won't have to look for enemies. Feng Xingliu instantly took a tumble. Oh. That makes sense. With their strength, I can fight a group of them, and the two of us can fight a lot of them. Well, that's really a good idea. Feng Xingliu's heart trembled, and he felt that he had learned another move. Then his body continued to tremble. Han Fei asked, why are you still shaking? Feng Xingliu didn't care at all. I don't know. I just want to shake. By the way, cultivation is not easy. Was I impulsive today? I used to spare my enemies' lives when I beat them. This time I couldn't control myself. It feels a little strange. Han Fei said, on the path of cultivation, there are a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood everywhere. If you don't kill, others will kill you. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Didn't your family teach you that? Feng Xingliu said, yes. But I rarely came out before. I didn't expect the battle to be so fierce. Half a month later. During this period of time, it was mainly for Feng Qingqing to find someone to practice with. Unfortunately, this girl's strange magnetic fire was too powerful. Few people could withstand her attacks, so after searching for half a month, Feng Qingqing still didn't find a decent opponent. During this period, Han Fei also learned some information about the heavenly race from Feng Qingqing. The so-called heavenly race was said to have once had a god who called himself the heavenly monarch. He could suppress the heavenly Tao and was said to be a very powerful god. Because their ancestors were powerful, no matter how poor their bloodline was, it couldn't be much worse. Therefore, there were often some heavenly talents in the heavenly race. As for the door of light behind them, the mechanism was actually like this. The so-called door of light was like the family in the city of origin, a manifestation of bloodline. The heavenly race called this door of light the heavenly gate, saying that it was an additional power given to them by the heavenly Tao. Every door of light represented that this person had awakened a mysterious talent other than self-cultivation. There were all kinds of talents. In combat, if they encountered a powerful opponent, they could summon a door of light, just like the triangle divine seal of the Yin family. Hearing what Feng Qingqing said, Han Fei understood. No wonder Feng Xingliu took Feng Qingqing with him. Without Feng Qingqing, this guy wouldn't have been killed by his own stupidity. Half a month later, Yi Yuan and the others were only doing some ordinary hunting on the periphery of a wilderness camp. He wasn't sure if Han Fei would return. But no matter if Han Fei came or not, he really couldn't take it lying down. This time, he had called all the people he could call. In a short period of time, he had called a total of 13 people, who were no weaker than him. Someone said, "Yi Yuan, are you sure that person will come?" Someone smiled. "Half a month has almost passed, right?" Someone sneered. "This time, although those two are geniuses, with our strength, we won't be defeated, no matter what." Some said coldly, "My confinement gate will be enough to lock their combat power. In addition to Yang's Skylock Gate, they won't be able to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Humph, no matter what means they have, I don't believe they can be our match." These people didn't hide their figures, nor did they hide in anyone's origin. See? They just strolled on the sea. Buzz. When most of them didn't think that Han Fei and the other guy would come to them, suddenly, everyone looked at the distant void and saw two figures rushing over. From afar, Han Fei sneered. "Yi Yuan, you only found a dozen people. Who are you looking down on?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. From the beginning, Han Fei had expected this scene. He knew that Yi Yuan wouldn't leave, and he also knew that he would definitely find helpers and come back. This was a common problem for the children of the big clans. Because of the pride in their bones, they couldn't afford to lose. When Yi Yuan saw Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, he was furious and shouted, "It's them, it's them. These two are extremely ferocious and arrogant and don't take our heavenly race seriously at all." Yi Yuan exploded, and his emotions seemed to be contagious. Someone immediately shouted, "Brat, I heard that you are a genius. You haven't turned your origin seat into a star, but you can defeat Yi Yuan. You even shouted for him to come back to find you. We're here today. If you have balls, don't run away." Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu, who immediately shouted, "How can you mere ants make me escape? Come on, I'm going to fight 12 alone today." Han Fei was lost for words. "I just asked you to trash talk them. Why did you go this far?" However, regardless of whether Feng Xingliu could kill 12 people or not, the other party exploded on the spot. Yi Yuan scolded angrily, "It's this B***starred who killed 4 of my good friends in a row. If I don't kill him today, how can I vent my anger?" Feng Xingliu raised his chin proudly and looked at Yi Yuan and the others with his nostrils, saying coldly, "Ants, come and die. F***ck. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him." However, there were also people on the heavenly race's side who could hold themselves back. They sneered. "Come on, tell us your names before you die. If your family comes to us in the future, our heavenly race will wipe out your family too." Han Fei raised his head. "I'll tell you when you win. Ants don't deserve to know our names." Feng Xingliu was immediately refreshed. Yes. Ants didn't deserve to know their names. Although Han Fei had a bad temper, he was good at trash-talking the enemies indeed. He didn't know what Feng Yu would think after knowing that he was led astray by Han Fei. At least for now, Feng Xingliu felt very happy and excited during This period of time. Open the heavenly gate. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Isn't this my spear technique? In the next moment, a door appeared behind each of the 13 people, including Yi Yuan. The open doors were dazzling, making them look like gods that had descended to the mortal world with a door. Skylock. A strange light burst out of someone's door. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that this place isolated the power of the heavenly Tao, making him unable to borrow strength. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Wow, this talent is not bad. It can even block the heavenly Tao. Interesting. Then, someone shouted, "Imprison, Heavenly Kingdom Seal." As soon as this technique was activated, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu felt that there was dozens of times more gravity space on their bodies. The area within 100,000 kilometers seemed to be sealed, but this power should only be on the two of them. Feng Xingliu frowned slightly, as if he felt some discomfort, but he didn't take it seriously, because Han Fei was calm, so he had to look calm too. Then, someone from the heavenly race shouted coldly, "Sword domain." In the entire void, a sword tide erupted. Someone else shouted, "Unparalleled strength, extreme speed, soul-killing technique." For a moment, all kinds of talents descended. Seeing the extraordinary techniques that filled the sky, Feng Xingliu, who had underestimated the heavenly race members, felt a little worried. He seemed to overestimate himself. Now he didn't know if he could beat 12 of them. He couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, only to find that Han Fei entered the arena calmly, glanced at him casually, and said, "Just go all out. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be beaten up." At that time, Feng Xingliu's eyes were spitting fire, and flames were steaming on his body. "Who are you looking down on? I am an unparalleled heavenly talent of the Feng family. How can these people beat me up?" Fire God Tentacle, Realm Whip. Buzz. As Feng Xingliu roared, the void trembled, and the sword domain was already unstable. Countless heaven flame tentacles waved across the sky with astonishing strength, shattering the sword chi and trembling the void. Kill. At this moment, Yi Yuan and the others had all rushed over. Compared to forces like the Ghost Strait and Fist Light Mountain, the Gate of Heaven walked the Tao of Balance. What they advocated was dual cultivation of body and soul, and they were in pursuit of balance. At this moment, these people all erupted with power that ordinary late-stage star transformation cultivators didn't have. For example, the one with speed talent could burst out 7 times the speed of light, which was even faster than Han Fei. And the terrifying power that erupted from the one with strength talent was much stronger than Han Fei's. Of course, this was also because the power of the heavenly Tao was sealed and Han Fei couldn't borrow power. But no matter what, he had already been recognized as a top heavenly talent by Yi Yuan. It seemed natural that he could unleash super combat power. Therefore, Han Fei didn't hide it. He secretly activated his great Tao and doubled his strength. When Han Fei's strength doubled, his fist marks gathered in the air and turned into a stream of light. When the 5 heavenly race powerhouses charged at Han Fei and attacked him with their swords, they discovered, to their shock, that this guy's strength was too terrifying. Ding ding ding. Clang. 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 Knock, knock, knock. Someone was shocked. That's strange. This guy's physique is too strong. He's not afraid of my wind-fire sword stream. Someone was shocked. This person's fist mark can shake my soul and almost Penetrate my soul. Everyone, pay attention to his fist mark. Someone shouted, this is tricky. Activate all our secret techniques. Buzz. It turned out that when a group of people in the late stage of the sky opening realm fully unleashed their strength was still quite terrifying. Feng Xingliu was already extremely strong, right? But at this moment, fighting 1 against 5, he actually couldn't take them down. Although he fought with great momentum and the 5 strong masters of the heavenly race were whipped around by him, he was inexperienced. Seeing that they couldn't take down Feng Xingliu, the people of the heavenly race directly exchanged injuries with him. After all, not all the children of the big clans were as delicate and inexperienced as Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing. Therefore, when the battle technique of trading injuries for injuries appeared, Feng Xingliu was shocked and exclaimed, "Aunt, how dare you hurt me? Aunt, you hurt me. I'm going to burn you. Aunt, do you want to die? Your injuries are worse. Aunt, how dare you hurt me? You're done. You won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Aunt." Feng Xingliu was screaming in pain, and he was cursing like a machine gun. But in fact, these people no longer dared to underestimate Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. They could understand Feng Xingliu. Perhaps he was a disciple of a super force. Although he was powerful, his combat experience was too poor. He was too reckless in fighting and frequently used big moves. Because he relied on big moves in fighting, the people of the heavenly race could barely resist him and had to ask reinforcements. They couldn't withstand the bombardment of Feng Xingliu. At this moment, on average, each of them had been blown up once. However, although the battle on the other side was not so magnificent, the 8 people who surrounded Han Fei were all miserable, because they discovered, to their shock, that their bodies couldn't even withstand a single punch of Han Fei. As long as Han Fei punched them, half of their bodies would explode, and their souls would be impacted. Although there were 8 of them, their strength, whether it was soul attacks or strength attacks, couldn't shake Han Fei. The soul attack seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to make a single splash. Han Fei resisted the power attack with his body. Up to now, they could only cut Han Fei's flesh with ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures and a godly weapon. However, this guy also had a strong recovery ability. The wounds they cut were healed soon under the divine splendor. For a moment, the brothers Yuan called over were all dumbfounded. They had begun to use secret techniques. It wasn't their problem if they still couldn't beat Han Fei, but that Han Fei had completely exceeded the range of ordinary sky-opening realm cultivators. Retreat. Yuan, stop fighting. He's too strong. It's meaningless to continue fighting. Hearing this, many people already wanted to retreat. They didn't know where these 2 beasts came from, but they were too strong and didn't seem to be something they could deal with. However, at this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Don't you think it's too late if you want to leave now? Feng Xingliu, stop hiding your real strength. Attack with all your strength and take them down." Feng Xingliu was shocked. How did Han Fei know that he was hiding his real strength? He didn't use the real killing technique, because his family said that this killing technique was too powerful and shouldn't be used under normal circumstances. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but look impressed. Han Fei is really awesome. He can even see my hidden killer move. On this side, Han Fei attacked with all his strength, without holding back. He attacked with speed, strength, and soul, imprinting a punch on a person's body. That person's body seemed to twist, collapse, and explode. However, as soon as Han Fei pierced through a person, he suddenly heard rumbling sounds. He couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu. Immediately, he was dumbfounded. A fire phoenix appeared behind Feng Xingliu. The fire phoenix extended its claws and crushed a heavenly race powerhouse with a single claw. Even his door of light dimmed and finally disappeared. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, Feng Xingliu is quite something. Why didn't I find that this kid had such a powerful divine technique before? He didn't know that he just said, don't hide your real strength, casually, and Feng Xingliu had shown his big move. The fire phoenix nodded and pecked like a hen. A heavenly race member who was about to escape was pecked to death. His soul was destroyed, and the rumbling sound of the great Tao appeared again. Han Fei hurriedly shouted, Feng Xingliu, don't kill them. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. A moment later, 10 people were suppressed in front of Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. They were all nailed to the seabed by a strange spear and lined up in a row. Among the 13 people, 2 of them were killed by Feng Xingliu before Han Fei could remind them. The other one ran away because he was even faster than Han Fei. At this moment, Feng Xingliu's chest was heaving, his body was trembling slightly, so were his legs and hands. In order to suppress this trembling, Feng Xingliu pretended to be dancing but looked like on drugs. Han Fei couldn't do anything to him. God, this guy looked so damn stupid. He could only turn his head away from this fool. At this moment, the 10 people from the heavenly race were shocked, because the power that Han Fei just unleashed was at least 30% stronger. They didn't know how this guy could become stronger indefinitely. Anyway, at that time, Han Fei punched them one by one, and their souls were injured, so they couldn't run at all, nor could they outrun Han Fei, a top heavenly talent. At this time, they realized what level of powerhouse they had encountered. Before, Yuan was not strong enough to test the strength of Han Fei and the others. He only felt that they were stronger than him, but not to the point of being unable to resist. But now, with so many of them, they had finally tested the real combat power of these 2 people. These 2 people were both top heavenly talents. If the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race didn't come out, they would probably have to double their number to suppress these 2 lunatics. At this moment, Han Fei was standing in front of Yuan. This guy was lying on the seabed, his body sealed by the spear and unable to move at all. This was the horror of the god sealing spear. Feng Xingliu had already secretly asked Han Fei what seal technique this was and wanted to learn it. Yuan was horrified. He was doomed this time. He didn't expect to be tricked by one person twice. Last time, Han Fei didn't have any intention of killing him. Perhaps he just wanted to use him to fish more strong masters of the heavenly race. But this time, it was 13 against 2. They had suffered a crushing defeat. How could he let the 10 of them go? The others were also horrified and thought to themselves that they were going to die this time, because they were going to participate in the 10,000-year competition, with the qualification tokens on them they couldn't use some of their trump cards. Otherwise, if it was detected by the spiritual will of the great monarch East Marshal, their lives would be a small matter and it might even affect the heavenly race. Bang! Han Fei kicked Yuan's face and then crushed it. It was extremely insulting. As a heavenly talent of the heavenly race, when had he ever been humiliated? Like this? Even though he had become a prisoner, he still roared angrily. Bang! Han Fei stomped and then smiled contemptuously. Are you looking down on me, or what? I've already told you that I'll come to you in half a month. But look at you, what a bunch of idiots you bring over. They can't even withstand a single blow of mine. Han Fei's disappointed tone stunned even Feng Xingliu. He thought to himself, these people are actually very powerful. If I fight 8 alone, I might not be able to win easily if I don't use a great technique. However, he was on Han Fei's side now. When Han Fei kicked Yuan, he naturally followed suit. Bang! Hey! This feels good. Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up when he looked at them from a high vantage point and thought of their tones when they first met him. He immediately felt proud. Oh! I heard that Feng Yu beat a lot of people in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Does it feel like this? This feels so good. No, I have to step on a few more. Then, Han Fei saw the stupid operation of Feng Xingliu. Bam! 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 Feng Xingliu stepped on them one by one, and every person he stepped on, he shouted, Ant! Bang! Ant! Bang! Ant! Bang! Ant! Han Fei? Han Fei didn't know what was wrong with Feng Xingliu. He quickly stopped him. Can you stop stepping for now? I'm asking them questions. Feng Xingliu was a little disappointed. He hadn't finished stomping yet. At this moment, he stepped on a person's face but didn't take his foot away. He seemed to quite enjoy this feeling. Feng Xingliu said, Go on. Han Fei turned his head and was suddenly stunned. What did I just say? F***ck. It's all Feng Xingliu's fault. Han Fei snorted. Your heavenly race is so mysterious. It's said that there are countless heavenly talents in your race like fish in the sea. Why haven't I seen any of them? Someone shouted, How can the top heavenly talents of our race care about such a trivial matter? Don't you want to find the top heavenly talents of my race? Let me go if you have the guts. I'll call them over and see if you dare to fight them. This person was just deliberately provoking Han Fei because he was worried that if Han Fei only let 1 or 2 people go back to inform the others, he would be doomed, so he provoked him first. Bang! Han Fei kicked him. Shut up. Am I asking you? Han Fei certainly knew what the man meant, but he didn't care. After kicking the man, Han Fei said leisurely, I'll give you another chance. Hand over all the qualifications and resources you have, and I'll let you go. Yuan, right? I'll come to you in a month. You'd better bring the top heavenly talents of your heavenly race with you. Otherwise, you'll die next time. Oh, remember to give me all your resources. I have a way to judge if you keep any resources. Whoever dares to keep any will be killed on the spot. These people were shocked and didn't dare to challenge Han Fei at this moment. It was obviously not worth it to bet their lives for some resources. However, they didn't actually carry many resources with them. None of them had more than 70,000 kilometers of resources. The least one was Yuan, who was robbed by Han Fei half a month ago. He only had 8,000 kilometers of resources with him. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Perhaps because it was not good to bring too many resources to such a hunting ground, these people generally didn't bring much resources. Han Fei said, next time, whoever has less than 50,000 kilometers of resources will be killed on the spot. Bam. 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 The seals on the god sealing spear were broken one after another. These people didn't stop and immediately fled. They were weaker than their enemies, so they had no choice but run. After running for half a day, someone shouted angrily, arrogant. Next time, I'll call my cousin over and trample on him for 3 days and 3 nights. Someone was furious. That fire player is dead meat. I'll make him shout, I'm an ant 10,000 times. Someone shouted angrily, I'll ask my cousin to take her godly weapons and cut them up. I'll make them eat rotten fish and shrimp alive and disgust them to death. Yes. That's right. Everyone, if we don't get back at them, how can we maintain our Tao heart? Activate the manpower and quickly call for reinforcements. In a month, let's gather outside the tomorrow camp and teach them a lesson. Okay. I'll go first. More than half a month later, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu were still accompanying Feng Qingqing to hunt sea establishers, and they were just waiting for someone to hunt them and then snatch the resources. Anyway, with the backing of the heavenly race, they were not afraid of not getting enough qualification tokens. What Han Fei and the others didn't know was that at this moment, in the hunting ground outside the divine capital dynasty, some people were running around. Some strong masters who had been stepped on by Han Fei went to a big ship. Cousin, you have to help me. The handsome cousin who was drinking with a female cultivator from the Ghost Strait looked unhappy. You always come to me after you are beaten up. Haven't you learned your lesson? The man hurriedly said, Cousin. 2 guys with secret identities popped up out of thin air. One has just turned his origin seat into a star, and the other hasn't, but they defeated 13 of us. Blah blah. Cousin, he looks down on the top heavenly talents of our heavenly race, which means he looks down on you. The handsome young man's face turned cold. Really? How dare they bully our heavenly race, just because they have extraordinary identities? Humph, I'll follow you to teach them a lesson. On the other side. Cousin, I was beaten up. All my resources and qualification tokens were snatched away. Blah, blah. Cousin, that guy said that there are no heavenly talents in our heavenly race and called us ants. I can't stand this. How dare they call our heavenly race members ants? How arrogant. Do you know which force he is from? Since he is a top heavenly talent, he is definitely not a nobody. Cousin, I don't know. They said that if we can't beat them, we don't deserve to know their names. But one of them is unparalleled in fist techniques, and the other is controlling fire to resist the enemy. I suspect that one is from Fist Light Mountain, and the other might be from the City of Terror. Humph. A mere Fist Light Mountain dares to challenge our heavenly race? The City of Terror is just our defeated opponent. How dare they insult you? Wait for me to take my god-slaying spear and nail them to death. The man was immediately refreshed. My cousin is going to use the god-slaying spear. Those 2 brats are dead meat. How dare they fight against our heavenly race? They just had no idea how strong our heavenly talents are. 1 month later. Tomorrow camp. One figure after another appeared in the sea outside. Huh? Etian Long, you're here? Hey, Ishuelu, are you here too? Huh? Ijeja, they even invited you over. Do you think 2 thieves are worth your time? Suddenly, someone looked at the sky, where someone was riding a flying dragon. Fish. Hiss. That's Xianling. Didn't this guy say that hunting is boring? Why is she here now? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Tomorrow Camp was a relatively famous camp on the periphery of the Divine Capital Dynasty. It was a large trading camp. The city here spanned 30,000 kilometers. It was said that in the war between the East Sea Divine Realm and the savage sea demons, when it was at its fiercest, the sea demons once fought to the Tomorrow Camp. At that time, the strong masters guarded the camp, and the great monarch East Marshal fought the sea demon monarch bravely and repelled them all the way to the Sky Crater world. So far, the savage sea demons and undead creatures didn't dare to cross the Sky Crater world at all. The strong masters of the heavenly race had gathered in the Tomorrow Camp. This naturally couldn't escape the notice of some people. For a moment, the itinerant cultivators in the Tomorrow Camp were all watching the show, so were the big clans. They wanted to see what had happened that caused a lot of top heavenly talents of the heavenly race to come. At this moment, in the Tomorrow Camp, Han Fei, Feng Xingliu, and Feng Qingqing were sitting in a courtyard around a big pot. Slurp, ah. Feng Xingliu was shocked and sighed. They're all liars. My family are all liars. They said that cultivators don't need to eat and we just need to swallow spiritual energy and chaotic chi. However, they never said that hot pot was so delicious. Feng Qingqing nodded quickly. I agree with you on this. It seems that the clan is still hiding something from us. They must not tell us because they don't want us to be greedy for food. Feng Xingliu said, that's right, liars. I was 18, but I didn't know that there was such a thing as hot pot in this world until today. Feng Qingqing nodded quickly. Yes. I wonder if sister knows. Puff. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing, who were discussing hot pot, suddenly looked in confusion at Han Fei, who squirted his food out of his mouth. What's wrong? Han Fei looked at them in shock. Wait a moment, how old did you just say you were? I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Feng Xingliu wiped the corner of his mouth and grabbed a barbecue lobster. 18. Why? Han Fei suddenly looked at Feng Qingqing and asked, what about you? Feng Qingqing thought for a moment. Brother Han Fei, although I'm only 11 years old, you don't have to find it strange. Because our way of calculating age may be different from yours. Han Fei's heart was pounding. That made sense, but he wasn't sure how old these two were. Feng Qingqing said, our family records every 100 years as 1 year, so according to normal time, Feng Xingliu is 1,800 years old. While stuffing garlic prawns into his mouth, Feng Xingliu echoed, yes, that's right. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He waved his hand and put away the hot pot. Immediately, Feng Xingliu shouted, hey! I haven't finished eating. I haven't finished eating. Han Fei said, no time for you to eat. The enemy is already here. Eat after the battle. Feng Xingliu glanced at the outer domain and muttered, there seem to be a lot of them this time, right? More than 30 of them. It seems that a few of them are much stronger. Han Fei said, isn't that obvious? If they don't find someone stronger, how can they win? Remember, try to keep them alive this time, okay? Our first windfall is coming. Feng Xingliu's eyes lit up. Haven't we already got our first windfall? I already have 29 qualification tokens and 200,000 kilometers of resources. What Feng Xingliu showed off was not the number of 200,000 kilometers, but the fact that he had earned so many resources himself. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Look at you. How can you call that a windfall? If you get so many resources at once, it can still be considered a windfall, but it took you 2 months to get them. This is called labor, understood? Feng Xingliu looked in the direction of the heavenly race. Is this the standard of windfall? Han Fei thought for a moment. At every stage, the criteria for a windfall are different. This depends on your needs. For example, this time, if you and I can't get 500,000 kilometers of resources each, it'll be embarrassing. Feng Xingliu was shocked. He wasn't a fool. 500,000 kilometers of resources was really a big number. How could he get it so easily? Feng Qingqing said, Brother Han Fei, it's not easy to take out so many resources, is it? The difference between 500,000 miles of resources and 100,000 miles of resources is not small. Everyone knew that when calculating resources, it was measured by 10,000 kilometers. The resources that could expand the origin sea by 100,000 kilometers were called 100,000 kilometers of resources. And the resources that could expand the origin sea by 500,000 kilometers were called 500,000 kilometers of resources. 500,000 kilometers of resources was 25 times more than 100,000 kilometers of resources. Han Fei decided to blackmail the heavenly race hard this time because he felt that it would cost him a lot of resources to go to the divine capital dynasty. If he didn't save enough resources, he wouldn't be at ease. On the big ship with the heavenly clan's seal, the 4 top heavenly talents occupied the bow deck, each in a comfortable position, leaning or sitting. Among these 4 people, 2 were men and 2 were women. The burly and handsome man was called Yi Tianlong. He was good at fist techniques, but if you thought that he was only good at fist techniques, you were wrong. This person was also very good at the Tao of the soul. The one dressed in green and holding a slender sheath-long saber was called Yi Shuelu. He was good at sabers and could be ranked in the top 5 in his generation in the heavenly race. Few people in the same realm as him could resist a single slash from him. The one with a crooked braid was called Yi Jiejia. She looked cute and cared a lot about her image. She carried a small bag on her back and was good at the universe technique. The last woman who came on a flying dragon fish was called Yi Xianling. This person was very good at bewitching techniques and could enter the top 3 of her generation in illusion techniques in the heavenly race. However, this person didn't only know these soul techniques. Her god-slaying spear had once suppressed a late-stage star transformation cultivator. Seeing everyone, Yi Xianling giggled. Oh, Jiejia, you're here too? Are you here to see men or to fight? Yi Jiejia looked at her coldly and sneered. Do you think everyone is like you? I don't want to talk to you. At this time, the brawny man said, Hey, don't fight every time you see each other. Why do women make things difficult for women? Shut up. Yi Jiejia and Yi Xianling scolded in unison, making Yi Tianlong shrug his shoulders. He thought to himself, fine, keep quarreling then. Ishuelu was a cold guy. He snorted. The enemy seems to be here. Huh? Instantly, Tianlong and the other two stopped bickering. They looked in the direction of the tomorrow camp, where two young men were walking over. Leisurely. One of them was holding a few skewers of grilled shrimp and eating while walking. In fact, the four of them didn't just come here because they were asked to. They were really curious about what the two guys who could defeat the 13 heavenly talents of the heavenly race were like. Besides, one of them hadn't even turned his origin seat into a star yet. From the description of Yuan and the others, they were sure that these two people were not someone Yuan and the others could deal with. And they wanted to fight the heavenly talents of other races in advance, so they came. Looking at Feng Xingliu, who was in fiery red, and Han Fei, who looked like a normal human. Jieja exclaimed, "Little brothers, you're so handsome." Xianling said, "And you said you weren't here for men." Jieja snorted. "Humph. Old woman, do you think I'm like you?" The corner of Xianling's mouth twitched. Jieja, just wait for me to tear your mouth apart. In the rear, when Yuan and the others saw Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, their eyes turned red. Yuan roared, "It's them, it's them." Someone shouted, "Cousin, the one who played with fire, stepped on me. Just cripple him and leave him to me." Someone was furious. "Cousin, the one playing with fire is not the most arrogant one. The one next to him, you must nail him through. I'll cheer you on." Xianling looked back and shouted coldly, "Shut up, you useless things." At this moment, Tianlong stepped on the bow of the ship, looked at Han Fei and Feng Xingliu from a distance, and his voice rolled away. "It's the two of you who have repeatedly robbed our heavenly race and scolded our heavenly race for being incompetent?" With a faint smile on his face, Han Fei replied as he walked, "Yes, it's me. I think your heavenly talents are a mess. Why, the three of you are wearing fancy clothes and bringing a little loli with you. Why, are you giving her to my brother as a wife?" Feng Xingliu immediately looked at Han Fei. "Wow. How do you know I like this type?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and ignored him. Jieja snorted. "Heh, little brother, it depends on whether the brother next to you is worthy." Originally, this was just the trash-talking segment, but when Feng Xingliu heard this, he immediately straightened his face. "Hey, Aunt, who do you say is not worthy?" Jieja? Han Fei didn't know why ants became Feng Xingliu's catchphrase since Feng Xingliu followed him. "This ant didn't offend you?" Xianling said, "Tisk, since you're here, why don't you tell me your names?" Han Fei chuckled. "If you want to know our names, it depends on whether you are qualified or not. I heard that you are the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race. Let's see if you can withstand my punch." Tianlong sneered. "If you want to compete in fish technique, fine. I dare not to say that my fist technique is in the top 10 of the same realm, but it's more than enough to beat you." Han Fei sneered. "Not even in the top 10? Then how do you deserve to fight me? My fists once shook the north and south, suppressed the sea and the sky. And I'm known as the #1 fist emperor in the world. How do you deserve to be my opponent?" Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei again. If Han Fei was known as the #1 fist emperor in the world, how could he be weak? Immediately, Feng Xingliu roared, "I once controlled the fire to burn the sea. And the divine beast, known as The number one fire emperor in the world. Ants, hand over your resources quickly. The heavenly race powerhouses? Tianlong and the others were speechless. Are these two brags? What kind of joke is that? Number one fist emperor and number one fire emperor? Behind Han Fei and Feng Xingliu, many strong masters from the Tomorrow camp were watching the battle. Hearing their bragging, they were all speechless. Thinking to themselves, these two are dead meat. Do they know who their opponents are? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Outside the Tomorrow camp, the onlookers were watching. The heavenly race chose to fight outside the Tomorrow camp to consolidate the reputation of the heavenly race and suppress these so-called heavenly talents who provoked the heavenly race. Since the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race had come, it was obviously impossible for them to fight in groups. Their pride wouldn't allow them to fight 4 against 2, let alone dozens against 2. Therefore, Tianlong stood straight at the bow of the ship and said, "Don't say useless things. I am Tianlong, a disciple of the 5 lineages of the heavenly race. You provoked our heavenly race. Even if you are from a top big clan in the East Sea, you have to give an explanation today. Which of you fights me first?" Tianlong looked straight at Han Fei. He knew that Han Fei was good at fist techniques and was probably a top heavenly talent of Fist Light Mountain. Although the overall status of the heavenly race was higher than the Fist Light Mountain, this didn't mean that the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race dared to underestimate the top heavenly talents of the Fist Light Mountain. Everyone knew how big the wilderness was. No matter which force it was possible for them to have strong masters. However, heavenly talents all had their own pride. They all felt that their strength and talent were unparalleled. Especially since Han Fei hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet. Tianlong didn't think that there was a strong master in this world who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet but could beat him, no matter how others bragged about how powerful he was. Han Fei's lips curled. It seems that you want to fight me one-on-one? Big guy, it's not that I look down on you, but you don't know how to write the word stupid. Boom. The people on the heavenly race's big ship were in an uproar. Although they knew that Han Fei was arrogant, they didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Someone immediately shouted, "Evil thief, don't be arrogant. Brother Tianlong is a top powerhouse in the Tao of Balance. Do you think you can beat him? I wonder who gave you the confidence to underestimate the strong masters in the world?" Han Fei picked his ears and smiled. Really? Then come on. Since you insist on sending me resources, I can only accept them as you wish. With that, Han Fei stepped forward, his arms shining with golden light, and he deliberately pretended that his fist technique was amazing. On the heavenly race's side, Yi Xianling and the others were also happy to see Tianlong fight Han Fei, to see the other party's true strength. With Yi Qianlong's strength, it was enough to verify Han Fei's true strength. As for Feng Xingliu on the other side, they were not in a hurry. Water and fire were incompatible. Feng Xingliu was definitely Yi Shuilu's. As early as when the powerhouses of the heavenly race arrived, the nearby marine creatures had already fled. Even if their battle would mostly be in the void and wouldn't involve the real sea area, ordinary creatures didn't dare to take the risk. With swishes, figures broke through the void and entered the void. As soon as he entered the void, Tianlong took the lead to launch a fierce attack at Han Fei. Han Fei saw that the other party's fist mark rumbled, and he also punched out at the speed of light easily. Furthermore, Tianlong's fist mark was full of metal sharpness and felt like sharp blades. However, why should Han Fei be afraid? Han Fei's golden fist mark burst out, and the two instantly fought. Knock, knock, knock. Bam. 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 A terrifying void ripple vibrated in the void. The power was so strong that it caused ripples without stopping. Even the people outside felt that the void here was about to shatter and didn't dare to get too close. In the void, the two of them exchanged hundreds of thousands of punches. Bang! The two of them flew back at the same time. Han Fei twisted his head slightly. A smile appeared on his lips, and a trace of blood oozed out. In just a short period of time, Han Fei knew that Tianlong's physique was not as good as his. His body was more seriously injured than his, but he should have walked a certain distance after turning his origin C into a star. Furthermore, his gate of talent should be a kind of physique strengthening power, like body hardening, but even so, it was much weaker than his. However, in general, this person's physique was already not bad. He should have a body refining technique of the heavenly race. He might be able to easily get the body refining techniques that Han Fei painstakingly obtained when he was young. If he had refined them since he was young, his strength now was naturally not weak. In addition to his good physique, this Tianlong's attack also carried a soul attack. However, this kind of soul attack was much weaker than his. This was because the other party's soul attack was only in the range of a great technique, just like when he used ownerless souls. Although it could also injure the soul of others, it was not very useful against those who had the young soul. Therefore, Tianlong's fist technique was useless to him. He couldn't shake his young soul at all. Therefore, after a tentative melee battle, Tianlong's blood was surging. His body was bruised in many places, some places cracked, and blood oozed out. He seemed to be more seriously injured than Han Fei. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Shuilu, Jiejia, and Xianling couldn't help but constrict. Tianlong was one of the best body refiners of his generation. In the entire gate of heaven, Tianlong could enter the top 10 in his realm. Xianling said, although this person has a small victory, he's not much stronger than Tianlong. Now it depends on their follow-up erupting of potential. Jiejia snorted. Humph. This person's strength is not bad. It's normal for the two of them to defeat Yuan and the others. It seems that a good little brother has appeared on Fist Light Mountain. Unlike the heavenly race members, the powerhouses who came to the tomorrow camp were all shocked. They knew Tianlong, but they didn't know who Han Fei was at all. Many people speculated, this must be a top heavenly talent of the Fist Light Mountain. I've seen records from ancient times that the Fist Light Mountain once suppressed the heavenly race and the City of Terror. It's said that the Fist God was born at that time and his fist broke through the galaxy. I wonder if he has the bloodline of the Fist God. Someone sneered. You believe it? That happened tens of thousands of years ago. I don't believe in the bloodline of the Fist God, but the Fist Mountain is one of the super forces after all. It's not strange for a few strong masters to be born there. Someone clicked his tongue in wonder. These two people are so arrogant and provoked the heavenly race. It seems that they are preparing to shine in the 10,000-year competition this time. Someone shook his head slightly. I don't think it's enough. Although Tianlong is strong, he is not the strongest. In the past 100,000 years, the heavenly race vaguely has a terrifying reputation and strength that exceeds the city of terror. In the same realm, there should be many people who are stronger than Tianlong. At this moment, a door of light appeared behind Tianlong, and red light threads appeared on Tianlong's body. These light threads swam on his body and flickered. Han Fei could feel that the other party's physique was rapidly strengthening. On the heavenly race's side, someone said, Brother Tianlong's talent ability has appeared, and his strength has soared by 30%. In addition, he didn't use his full strength just now. This guy has no chance. Someone looked at Han Fei hatefully, hoping that Tianlong would smash him into a meat pie. Buzz. Tianlong sneered. Use all your strength. I'd like to see what kind of heavenly talent this fist-light mountain can produce. Roar. As Tianlong roared, a strange phantom appeared on the surface of his body. There seemed to be a phantom of a monster vaguely enveloping him. At this moment, Han Fei put on a disdainful smile, and a pair of gloves appeared in his hand. In the previous 2 rounds, Han Fei didn't use the god-slaying boxing gloves because it was unnecessary. Besides, using the god-slaying boxing gloves would expose his identity. Han Fei must have been famous in the heavenly race. As soon as he used the god-slaying boxing gloves, he officially confirmed that he and the heavenly race were mortal enemies. Unfortunately, at this moment, Tianlong didn't recognize the god-slaying boxing glove. He just felt that it was natural for a top heavenly talent to have a powerful pair of boxing gloves. He also had a pair of godly weapon boxing gloves that he was wearing. Swish. At that moment, Han Fei burst out with 6 times the speed of light and punched out with the dragon punch, which contained an invincible fighting intent, as if he wanted to break through Tianlong with one blow. The latter roared, and 10,000 beast shadows seemed to be galloping behind him. At the same time, Tianlong sneered, and with a flash between his eyebrows, a void fist mark seemed to fuse with the fist mark in his hand. He shouted, soul-destroying demon fist. In the rear, Xianling and the others were refreshed. Although they despised body refiners, the power of these animals couldn't be underestimated. Ordinary heavenly talents couldn't resist such terrifying power. Yuan and the others were also shocked. At this moment, Tianlong was like a demon god, as if he was controlling tens of thousands of demons to pounce on his opponent. On the other hand, Han Fei was nothing special except for his speed. Bang! Because the two were too strong, the shock waves collided, but what shocked Tianlong was that at that moment, he saw that Han Fei was still smiling as if his soul was not affected at all. How is that possible? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt his vision blur. He saw an incomparably majestic figure that was shining like a star. At that moment, Tianlong felt that he was like an ant, not worth mentioning at all. In front of him was a road. He had a feeling that if he walked on this road, he would become a god. Is this a divine path? At that moment, Tianlong's eyes turned red. What did he see? A divine path? How is it possible? In the history of the heavenly race, who has ever seen a divine path? But he saw. No, impossible. How can it be a divine path? Where am I? I am Tianlong. Who is corroding my soul? Ah. In reality, after Tianlong attacked, he suddenly went crazy and shouted. Impossible, it can't be a divine path. Where am I? Immediately, the heavenly race members realized that something was wrong. What was wrong with Tianlong? Unfortunately, Hanfei wouldn't give them a chance. His fist marks were like starlight, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of fist marks hit Tianlong. Tianlong's soul dissipated, and he struggled as if trying to get out of a predicament. Hanfei's heart did a flip. He thought to himself, this person's Dao heart is very firm. He actually has the will to escape from the god-slaying boxing gloves. Then he saw Ishuelu draw his saber, and he immediately grabbed at the void. A spear shadow rose into the air, and the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth imprinted on its body. Swish! Ishuelu had already taken action. He wanted to save Tianlong. Fire God's triple strike. However, Feng Xingliu, who was also watching, was not really watching the show. Since Ishuelu dared to attack, how could he let him? Therefore, the two of them instantly fought. Pfft! The god-sealing spear pierced through Tianlong and nailed him to the bottom of the sea. Because everything happened too fast, Xianling and Jiejiao attacked one after another, but they only saw a blood fiend blocking in front of them. Hanfei summoned two more god-sealing spears and sneered. Who dares to touch my spoils of war? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Nobody expected that Tianlong would be nailed to the seabed by Hanfei. In theory, even if Tianlong was no match for Hanfei, it was impossible for him not to have any trump cards. However, Tianlong had inexplicably fallen into a strange crazy state just now, shouting that it was impossible, so Hanfei took the opportunity to penetrate him and nailed him to the bottom of the sea. Most of the spectators were in the sky-opening realm. They were surprised that Tianlong was nailed through by Hanfei, but when they saw the Dao patterns that could gather with a wave of Hanfei's hand, they couldn't help but gasp. Grasping the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth wasn't just about talent. It wasn't something that could be mastered just because one's realm was high enough. One had to be able to completely fuse his great Dao into the heavenly Dao and turn himself into a part of the heavenly Dao at any time. Only then would he have the foundation to master the Dao patterns. Even if many people could already fuse as a part of the heavenly Dao, it didn't mean that they could master the Dao patterns. They could only master a part, but they had no idea how to completely master or use the patterns between the heavens and earth. For example, Hanfei could use it because he had mastered the Dao Fusion book. And what level was the Dao Fusion book? It was very likely a Dao pattern technique shown by the divine beast in the ruins of gods. However, how could ordinary people have the chance to learn a magical technique like the Dao Fusion book? Therefore, when Hanfei was proficient in using the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth, even Xianling and the others had already confirmed that Hanfei had definitely obtained a super inheritance. This kind of divine technique to control the Dao patterns of the heavens and earth was extremely rare even in the heavenly race. Ordinary small races had never had such an inheritance before. Therefore, the moment Tianlong was suppressed by Hanfei, Xianling immediately reminded him, Ishuelu, the other party's background should be greater than we imagined, and he has many trump cards. Don't let your guard down. Use all your strength to suppress them. Ishuelu had also discovered it, so the moment Tianlong was about to be suppressed, he had already taken action. Unfortunately, he was one step too late and was blocked by this fire-playing guy. Ishuelu knew that the two of them had an extraordinary background, so he naturally attacked with all his strength. As for Feng Xingliu, he was a person who used big moves the moment he started to fight, because this guy didn't seem to have any small moves at all. Rumble. In the void, flames swept tens of thousands of kilometers away. A series of strange fire techniques burst out, and the entire sea of fire burned the soul. There was even the shadow of a fire seed, which was like a god, like a spiritual body in the fire, bombarding Ishuelu intensely. As for Ishuelu, he seemed to be very talented in protecting his soul. Holding the godly weapon, the flowing water saber, he was also not to be outdone. For a moment, the two were locked in a fierce battle. Han Fei thought that this kind of battle was suitable for Feng Xingliu. This guy lacked combat experience too much. The reason why he could keep winning was that he was too strong, so strong that others couldn't resist his attacks at all. In fact, if he didn't use his ultimate divine technique, the strength of Feng Xingliu seemed to be about the same as Ishuelu's. The two of them fought back and forth, and their momentum and scale far exceeded his battle with Yi Tianlong. At this moment, Han Fei was looking with a smile at Yi Xianling and Yi Jiejia, who were rushing at him, which gradually turned into a frown. That's not right. Logically speaking, my identity should have been seen through by now. The heavenly race definitely knows about the god-slaying boxing gloves. Han Fei was puzzled. When he revealed the god-slaying boxing gloves, he was already prepared to confess his identity. This time, he came with the intention of becoming famous. It wasn't easy for him to come to the divine capital dynasty. In addition to participating in the competition, he also wanted to make a name. Many times, ordinary people didn't have great opportunities just because they weren't famous enough. Besides, he had planned to create a powerful identity for himself, but now it seemed that these heavenly talents didn't know his identity at all. This was strange. Didn't those people inform the others in the heavenly race? But no matter what, Han Fei had already chosen to attack, so he didn't hold back anymore. At this moment, with the power enhancement of the god-slaying boxing gloves, the power enhancement of the god's prayer bead, and the power of balance, Han Fei's strength almost doubled. However, Han Fei knew that this wasn't enough. He could seal Yi Tianlong. Because Yi Tianlong wasn't prepared at all. He didn't know that Han Fei had something like the god-slaying boxing gloves, so he was caught off guard and ended up sealed. He had underestimated his enemy. Therefore, Han Fei also activated his great Dao, but not much, only doubling his strength. He couldn't fully activate his great Dao now, because his physique couldn't keep up and couldn't carry the terrifying power. Unless one day, his golden jade marrow filled his entire body, maybe it could carry the full power of his great Dao. However, Yi Xianling and Yi Jiejia, who had already watched the battle, wouldn't underestimate their enemy. Therefore, as soon as they stepped out, they chose not to fight one-on-one, but to fight together. Yi Tianlong had already been sealed. If the two of them fought one-on-one, once they were sealed, could Yi Yuan and the others defeat Han Fei? Therefore, they chose to join forces without hesitation. Anyway, they were women. They didn't have to obey the rules so strictly. The key was to win. As soon as he came up, Han Fei heard an extremely enchanting voice. Furthermore, he felt that a certain power was trying to invade his soul and create an illusion for him. However, they might not know that he had already entered the soul enlightenment realm. His young soul had already appeared, and his entire soul had changed. It was no longer something that could be affected by mere enchantment and illusions. Even if it could, it was not something that Xianling could affect. However, Han Fei pretended to be stunned for a moment. At this moment, Xianling and Yi Jiejia felt that their chance had come. Yi Jiejia activated some kind of great technique or great Tao and suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. At this moment, infinite gravity was pressing at Han Fei. As for Yi Xianling, she took out a blood-colored spear. As soon as the spear appeared, countless strange rune chains appeared in the void and imprinted on it. Then, the spear seemed to cross space and directly imprinted on Han Fei. Pfft! All the emperors saw that Han Fei's figure only paused in the void for a moment. In the next moment, he was instantly suppressed by Yi Jiejia with the power of the universe here and then pierced through by Yi Xianling's spear. The entire process only took an instant. Someone exclaimed, "That's it?" Someone was surprised. Wasn't he very brave just now? Why was he killed so quickly? Someone said indifferently, two top heavenly talents attacked at the same time, and I heard that Yi Xianling is good at creating illusions. It's normal that this person was penetrated. On the heavenly race's side, a group of heavenly talents immediately smiled. Someone laughed. This arrogant B** starred. Does he really think he's invincible? He doesn't know that he's just a clown. Someone said proudly, "How can anyone survive my cousin's god-slaying spear? This guy is dead meat." Yi Yuan even shouted, "Sister Xianling, keep him alive. This person must have a lot of resources." When Feng Xingliu saw it from a distance, his face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Fire God Storm, great sky-burning technique." Yi Shuiliu's infinite water-intense saber beams were instantly vaporized by the fire technique. The latter was shocked, but how could he let Feng Xingliu leave and interfere in the battle there? His flowing water saber, which he had never drawn, was unsheathed with a clang. Walala! Waves suddenly appeared in the void, covering the sea of fire, and the two collided again. However, Yi Jiejia's expression suddenly changed. No, he faked it. Yi Xianling and Yi Jiejia were shocked at the same time and began to look for Han Fei's original body. Indeed, their victory came too easily. It was as if this person had delivered himself to them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Therefore, the moment Han Fei was pierced through, Yi Jiejia realized that something was wrong. This person seemed to split twin in one. Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away from the two of them. The moment they attacked just now, Han Fei knew that the two of them wouldn't hold back and would definitely try to kill him. Why should he fight them when he wasn't familiar with their techniques? Now Han Fei had already had a rough idea of their means. Buzz. A mere 1,000 kilometers could be covered in a blink of an eye. Yi Xianling felt a huge force attacking her from behind. She tried to use her soul barrier to block Han Fei, only to see that Yi Xianling's soul barrier was penetrated by a punch. In an instant, Han Fei threw out thousands of punches. If Han Fei didn't use the god-slaying boxing gloves, Yi Xianling might have been able to block it. However, when the god-slaying boxing gloves was branded on Yi Xianling's body, the latter's mind exploded. She saw a magnificent body, which she Instinctively thought was a god and wanted to worship. Han Fei reached into the void, and a spear appeared, imprinted with the patterns of the heavens and earth. Jie certainly couldn't allow this to happen. Once Xianling was nailed, she might not be able to fight Han Fei alone. After all, this person had already shown extraordinary strength. Jie directly mobilized all the power within 10,000 kilometers and even deprived Han Fei of the right to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This girl is interesting. Her great Tao can snatch the good fortune of the heavens and borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. However, she still underestimated Han Fei. Even without the enhancement of the power of the heavenly Tao, Han Fei's strength was not something she could easily resist. At that moment, Han Fei reversed time, condensed Tao patterns from his past practice, and continued to stab down. Buzz. At the same time, activating the void descending technique, Han Fei created a clone and punched out, blocking Jie. Bang. Boom. The moment Han Fei and Jie collided, Xianling had been nailed into the outside world from the void and stabbed into the seabed. As for the god-slaying spear, it was also suppressed by Han Fei. How could Han Fei let go of such a high-end trophy? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. All of this happened too quickly. Before the others could react, they saw that Han Fei had just been pierced through, but in the blink of an eye, he had appeared beside Xianling, summoned the god-sealing spear, and nailed it down. In the eyes of most people, it was as simple as piercing a child for Han Fei to nail through Xianling. Only Jie knew that this matter was not simple. It was impossible for Xianling not to have the power to use her god-slaying spear at that moment. She didn't use it probably because she didn't have the time. Jie immediately looked at Han Fei's boxing gloves. This thing was the key. Both Tianlong and Xianling lost their minds when they were punched by Han Fei. Although Xianling seemed to have been nailed through in an instant, Jie still noticed this detail. The moment she was nailed through, she was momentarily absent-minded. Buzz. With a thought, Jie deprived this power of this space and gathered it on an axe. When Han Fei saw the axe, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, Lolas were all strong. Knock, knock, knock. Han Fei's fist light and the giant axe collided 100 times, and Jie said, "There's indeed something wrong with your boxing gloves. It's not that you are stronger than us, but that your boxing gloves have the effect of striking the soul. Unfortunately, I protected myself with the power of the heavenly Tao and can completely block the aura bursting out of your boxing gloves. You can't hurt me with the same method." Han Fei sneered. "Little lowly, don't celebrate too early. Is it your heavenly gate that can absorb the power of the heavenly Tao here, or is it your great Tao? Well, let me see what range you can absorb the power of the heavenly Tao." With a thought from Han Fei, a projection descended every 10,000 kilometers. When Han Fei's projection appeared 30,000 kilometers away, he immediately felt relaxed. Han Fei grinned. 30,000 kilometers? Hee, I'm really curious. How much heavenly Tao power can you use in such a large area, and how much can your body carry? Buzz. In the next moment, a 10,000 feet golden body suddenly appeared in the sky. F***CK. What is this? A Dharmakaya? What a huge Dharmakaya. Feng Xingliu was a little worried just now, but now it seemed that he was really stupid. Han Fei could even suppress a late-stage sky-opening realm powerhouse. How could he be suppressed by two little girls? At this moment, looking at Han Fei's 100,000-foot-long Dharma idol, he felt envious, thinking that it was much stronger than his Dharmakaya. He couldn't help but think to himself, I must fuse with my Dharmakaya and create my own Dharma idol. Yes. On the heavenly race's side, not everyone was stupid. Someone exclaimed, this is not a Dharmakaya, but a Dharma idol. Look, it looks exactly like this person. Someone was shocked. What? Dharma idol world? Is this person really from the Fistlight Mountain? An onlooker was shocked. We don't even have a Dharmakaya, but this guy has already created his Dharma idol world? Good Lord, is he really a heavenly talent of the Fistlight Mountain? Is he the personal disciple of the Fist Monarch? Ijia was the most shocked because she found that her universe technique couldn't suppress this guy anymore. She mobilized the power of this space to try to crush Han Fei. At that time, Han Fei clenched his fists and punched into the sky. In an instant, the void exploded, ripples rolled, and Ijia vomited a mouthful of blood. Others didn't know how terrifying Han Fei was, but she knew. If one wanted to penetrate her universe technique, his strength couldn't be lower than hers. He had to be at least 1.5 to 2 times stronger than her to do it. Even if Han Fei activated his Dharma idol, Ijia didn't think that his strength could exceed hers by 50%. But the fact was that she was wrong. She had completely underestimated Han Fei's strength. This wasn't supposed to be the power of a person who hadn't yet turned his origin sea into a star. In the next moment, Han Fei's voice rumbled, my fist shakes the north and south, but I've never suppressed a ferocious beast lowly. Now that I've caught you can't escape. Boom. 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 Bam. 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 Han Fei turned this battle into a close-quarter battle again. He used an ultra light speed and Yang soul strikes. Under his first 100 punches, Ijia was blown away. It wasn't until Han Fei summoned the God-sealing spear from the void and nailed Ijia on the seabed that the people of the heavenly race were all dumbfounded. What happened? Why were the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race defeated too? This person hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, right? Did he fake it? He was actually in the late stage of the star transformation realm, wasn't he? Ijia, who was nailed to the seabed, was beaten black and blue. She was about to go crazy. How could she let others see her gorgeous face being beaten like this? This was even more humiliating than defeating her. However, she didn't know what kind of spear Han Fei used. She was nailed through and couldn't even move her fingers, let alone to recover. She was stabbed into the seabed by the spear pillar like a skewer of barbecue. The one who had the same idea as her was Yi Xianling, who was also nailed through. She was a heavenly talent, riding on a dragon and extremely noble. How could she have expected that she would be nailed to the bottom of the sea and watched by everyone? For a moment, she almost broke down. However, Han Fei didn't care what they were thinking. He roared, Feng Xingliu, you can practice with that so-called top heavenly talent. Don't let him run, or I will look down on you. Han Fei had already grasped the personality of Feng Xingliu. This guy could be Quite obedient, but he wouldn't allow anyone to say that he was incompetent. Any such words would drive him crazy. Now, thinking that if he couldn't win, he would be despised by Han Fei, Feng Xingliu felt terrible. How can I, Feng Xingliu, not win? How can this idiot escape from me? Han Fei has already nailed 3 enemies, but why haven't I taken down one? Han Fei is right. I was just practicing. I didn't unleash my full strength. By the way, the battle has just begun. It's not that I'm not strong, but Han Fei. This guy is a little abnormal. Although Feng Xingliu was narcissistic, he knew that Han Fei was stronger than him. In the face of a late-stage star transformation cultivator, he could only be hunted, but Han Fei could blackmail a late-stage star transformation cultivator and suppress a whole ship of people alone. His strength was obvious. With this in mind, Feng Xingliu felt better. He replied, "Why are you fighting so fast?" "I'm still warming up. I haven't fought in a long time. Let me have some fun." When the onlookers heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. "You call it a warm-up? Is this how you warm up?" However, Feng Xingliu and Han Fei came to fight these heavenly talents together, and their strength was obvious. Han Fei had already caught 3 and left 1 to him. The Sky Openers in the Tomorrow camp all understood that real strong masters were never afraid of fighting. Especially those with great backgrounds, they were even more passionate about fighting. The people of the heavenly race could blame no one. Anyway, it was good that the onlookers believed him. Who knew that a super powerhouse like Feng Xingliu was so vain and liked to brag? On this side, Han Fei stepped across the sky. As for the heavenly race's heavenly talents, they were horrified. 3 of the 4 top heavenly talents had been nailed through. How could the rest of them be a match for Han Fei? Perhaps they could gang up on Han Fei, but they were already shocked by Han Fei's strength and thought that they couldn't beat him at all. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei came, many people wanted to run. Han Fei shouted, "I won't kill you, but if anyone dares to run, I'll cut off the heads of the coquettish woman and the pig-headed lowly and destroy their souls. Therefore, their lives are in your hands. If 1 runs away, I'll kill 1. If 3 run away, I'll kill them all." Hearing that, who would dare to run away? How would they explain to the clan if Yi Xianling and the others were killed because they ran away? If that was the case, the clan would definitely kill them. Someone saw Han Fei for the first time, so he wasn't beaten by him. He said angrily, "Do you know what you are doing? If anything happens to them, you will never be able to lead the divine capital dynasty in this life." However, Han Fei grabbed backhand and pinched Yi Xianling's head. Boom. Anyway, these people couldn't be killed under normal circumstances. Han Fei casually squeezed her head and crushed it. Then he looked at the person who spoke and said, "In my life, I hate it when someone threatens me. If you threaten me again, I'll kill her on the spot." At this moment, who dared to threaten Han Fei again? They didn't dare to run or curse. They could only stare at Han Fei angrily. However, Han Fei pointed at them as if nothing had happened and said, "Everyone, hand over all your resources and qualification tokens." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At that time Yi Yuan and the others were all dumbfounded. Especially Yi Yuan. He had been beaten by Han Fei 3 times. When Han Fei glanced at him, Yi Yuan shivered. *CK, why are you looking at me? I'm just an ordinary heavenly talent. Yes, I'm just an ordinary heavenly talent. Yuan couldn't help but remember what Han Fei said last time. If Han Fei caught him again and found that he had less than 50,000 kilometers of resources, he would kill him. He swore that he really didn't take these words to heart. It was just that his origin sea happened to replenish another 50,000 kilometers of resources this month. Yes, it just so happened that, seeing that Yuan took the initiative to take out resources, the others thought to themselves, since someone is taking the lead, so be it. Someone thought to himself, I'm blackmailed. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly talents of the clan was detained by this lunatic, I would have definitely gone up to fight him. On this side, the strong masters of the heavenly race lined up to hand over resources and qualification tokens, and Feng Xingliu was immediately stunned. Is this what it means to subdue an enemy without a fight? Feng Xingliu immediately felt that he had learned another move. Hey, wait, all the resources have been taken away by Han Fei. What can I earn? Immediately, Feng Xingliu's face changed greatly. Han Fei, leave some for me. Leave some. Chirp. Wind strike sky, fire phoenix, divine technique. Whoosh. When someone saw the divine phoenix in the sky, he immediately exclaimed. What? The phoenix divine race? This is a member of the phoenix divine race in the South Sea divine realm. F*CK, he's a disciple of the divine bloodline. Oh. If this is a disciple of the divine bloodline, then many people looked at Han Fei in a different way, thinking that he must be a disciple of the divine bloodline too. If he wasn't a disciple of the divine bloodline, how could he defeat 3 heavenly talents alone? If he wasn't a disciple of the divine bloodline, how could he master the Dharma idol world? If he wasn't a disciple of the divine bloodline, how could he be so unscrupulous? On the other side, Yishuelu couldn't resist Feng Xingliu. He felt that the surging fire origin almost burned through his soul. The soul-protecting godly weapon in his mind had already flown out of his mind and appeared outside. However, Feng Xingliu remembered that Han Fei said that no killing was allowed this time, so he grabbed Yishuelu and blasted him to Han Fei. Han Fei had already expected that Feng Xingliu couldn't hold on anymore, so he condensed another god-sealing spear and nailed Yishuelu through. At this point, the 4 top heavenly talents of the heavenly race had all been nailed to the seabed by Han Fei, which shocked and awed the surrounding emperors. In the dark, someone secretly left, but Han Fei didn't care. Feng Xingliu couldn't wait to rush to Han Fei. I'll collect the resources for you. Han Fei didn't care. The attraction of resources was actually not much to Feng Xingliu at all. This guy just wanted to collect resources for the pleasure of collecting resources. After that, even if he said that he wanted to buy 2 boats, this guy could throw out resources tens of thousands of kilometers to him. Money was nothing to him. Han Fei estimated that this guy had never personally spent money on anything before. Perhaps his family's treasure house was open to him and he could take it as he pleased. If it weren't for Han Fei's words, Feng Xingliu probably still wouldn't have cared about resources. Fine, collect them. Collect them all. After a while, when Feng Xingliu collected a lot of resources, he went aside and slowly counted them. Han Fei pointed at the people from the heavenly race and said, Yuan, come here. I only know you. Yuan couldn't have felt worse. What do you mean by you only know me? I don't know you well. Why do you make it sound like I'm your man? However, at this moment, he had to bite the bullet and stand up. The four top heavenly talents, Long and the others, were called over by him through his connections. Okay, if anything happened to the four of them, he would probably die 100 times. Yuan braced himself and said, we've already given you the resources. What else do you want? Han Fei smiled and said, all of you, follow me. Then, Han Fei left the void, grabbed at the place where Long and the others were nailed, and took them over. Then, he inserted them into the bow of the big ship of the heavenly race, like 4 skewers in a row. Han Fei said, everyone, get on the boat. Seeing that the people of the heavenly race hesitated and didn't dare to leave, Han Fei sneered. I said I wouldn't kill you, so I won't. Why are you so wishy-washy? Where is your face? For a moment, someone shouted, what do you want? Han Fei said, I want you to stay on the boat. If you don't mind flying for many days, fly in the sky. Someone said in a low voice, with so many of us here, if he dares to kill us, he will definitely become a mortal enemy of the heavenly race. Now that he hasn't killed us, he must be worried about this result. Someone pondered. Now that we're being held by him, we can't run or fight. Let's just get on the boat. When everyone got on the boat, Han Fei flipped his hand and 36 god sealing spears fell from the sky. Immediately, the people of the heavenly race all shouted, what do you want to do? Han Fei sneered. You are all my prisoners of war. Stay on the boat. Wait for your family to ransom you. Those that no one comes to ransom will be killed. Hiss. Damn it. What? Is it not enough to threaten us? He even wants to threaten our race? However, after a round of chattering, these people's hearts sank. This time, their clan probably had to come to ransom them. After all, there were too many people being controlled this time. There were almost 40 of them. If their clan didn't do anything, nearly 40 sky-opening realm heavenly talents of the heavenly race would die. This loss was too great. On the side, seeing Han Fei skillfully trick them into boarding their ship, seal them, and then blackmail them, Feng Xingliu was really impressed. Oh, so resources could be blackmailed? He couldn't help but call out Feng Qingqing. As soon as Feng Qingqing appeared, she saw the 4 strong masters nailed to the deck. Feng Qingqing wasn't stupid. How could she not even distinguish between the sea establishment realm and the sky-opening realm? She looked at the dozens of strong masters on the ship and then at the 4 people who had been nailed through. She couldn't help but ask, wow. I've only been in your origin sea for a while. What have you done? Feng Xingliu said, nothing. It's as simple as fighting and collecting money. Well, Han Fei wants to imprison them and extort resources from them. Feng Qingqing couldn't have felt worse. She tilted her head and looked at Han Fei, and then at the excited Feng Xingliu, asking, blackmail the heavenly race? Feng Xingliu said, yes. I think I can make a lot of money this time. When I go back to the clan, my father will definitely praise me and say that I've grown up and can make money by myself. Feng Qingqing immediately rubbed her head. No, she had to rest for a while. Her brain couldn't keep up. Feng Xingliu had never done such a big thing since he was born. Feng Xingliu might not know what kind of existence the heavenly race was, but she, Feng Qingqing, did. The Phoenix divine race was not much stronger than the heavenly race. In fact, they were comparable. The heavenly race had been in the East Sea divine realm for so many years, and they had produced more than one or two peerless powerhouses. The heavenly race had more than one or two monarchs. Han Fei was leading Feng Xingliu to fight the heavenly race to the death. Feng Qingqing pointed at the four skewers and asked, "Who are these four?" Feng Xingliu immediately said proudly, "Humph. These four claim to be the top heavenly talents of the heavenly race, but their strength is nothing." Looking at Feng Qingqing's furious eyes, Feng Xingliu said, "Okay. Their strength is not bad. They're actually quite powerful. Unfortunately, they are still much weaker than me, so it's only natural that they were defeated by me." Feng Qingqing naturally knew the strength of Feng Xingliu. Although her brother was naive and even a bit stupid, he was indeed strong, extremely talented, and had a divine bloodline. He had always been nurtured as the absolute core seed of the Phoenix divine race. Therefore, when Feng Xingliu said that these people were just slightly weaker than him, Feng Qingqing immediately understood. It turned out that these two had caught a few top heavenly talents of the heavenly race, then suppressed dozens of ordinary heavenly talents, and then used them as chips to ask for resources from the heavenly race. However, how could she not think of the impact it would have? Although the Phoenix divine race was not afraid of the heavenly race, there was no need to offend the heavenly race at this time. Immediately, Feng Qingqing said softly, "Brother Han Fei." Swish. As soon as Feng Qingqing said this, all the descendants of the heavenly race looked at Han Fei, including Yi Tianlong and the other three who were nailed to the bow. "Feng Qingqing?" Han Fei said leisurely, "So you heard it?" "Yes, my name is Han Fei, and I specialize in slapping the face of the heavenly race. You'd better hope that I don't meet you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up again." Hiss. The onlookers knew that Han Fei must have had a big conflict with the heavenly race. If there was no conflict, Han Fei wouldn't have slapped the heavenly race's face so hard. Besides, in front of so many people, Han Fei dared to say and do it, so he was not afraid that the heavenly race would target him. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. How dare he openly challenge the heavenly race? This guy was really something. Feng Xingliu had never thought that someone could rob and blackmail Sun righteously, so he immediately shouted too, "I, Feng Xingliu." Slap. But Feng Qingqing slapped his arm. "Shut up." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Unfortunately, Feng Xingliu was already on the same boat with Han Fei. It was almost impossible for him to disassociate himself from Han Fei now. It was not that Feng Qingqing didn't want to cooperate with Han Fei, but she felt that the two of them were too high profile. However, since things had already developed to this point, she had no choice. However, Feng Qingqing wasn't afraid. The Phoenix divine race and the heavenly race were on the same level, so she wasn't worried that they would really dare to do anything to them. Besides, now that they had the qualification tokens, even the heavenly race didn't dare to do anything rash. She was just more curious about which family Han Fei was from. This subverted her understanding of the children of big clans. She didn't know where her sister made such a friend. After imprisoning the people on this ship, Han Fei and the other two stayed on the ship of the heavenly race for half a month. On this day, at the strong request of Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing, they had their 15th hot pot meal. Han Fei said, "Let me tell you, I'm never eating this thing again." I'll fight. Whoever makes me eat it again. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Han Fei. For two people who had never eaten in their lives, Hot Pot was obviously more attractive than Han Fei. Buzz. Suddenly, in the sky, a team of 5 or 6 strong masters appeared. These people were all in the late stage of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei might not be able to win against any of them. Unfortunately, none of these 6 people were chasing him outside the ruins of gods. However, Han Fei could understand that the 3 people lost their clones, which must have greatly weakened their strength. The first thing they did when they returned to the clan must be to cultivate in seclusion. It was normal for them not to appear at this time. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing immediately shut up and looked warily at the void not far away. Feng Xingliu took a deep breath and said, Han Fei, I can't beat them. I can't beat any of them. When he really felt the other party's strength, he didn't hesitate to show weakness, just like when he faced the black shark. If it weren't for the existence of the black shark, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of those ordinary sky-opening powerhouses. The strength of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was worlds apart from that of an ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. According to the Emperor Sparrow, star transformation was only the first step, and a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator should have reached the 3rd step, which was close to the perfection of the star transformation realm. Therefore, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator referred to a strong master who had reached the 3rd step of the star transformation realm. As for the perfected star transformation realm, it meant that they had already finished the 3rd step and were on the verge of Tao. Proving. Now, 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses had appeared at the same time, which made Feng Xingliu break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, I really can't beat any of them. Han Fei, on the other hand, leisurely grabbed a skewer of garlic shrimp from the grill. Crunch. Who are you? Humph. Are you Han Fei? How dare you detain the people of our heavenly race? Do you know the consequences? Among them, an old man looked at the 4 top heavenly talents who were strung on the deck of the bow. His voice was icy, his face was dark, and he questioned. Damn it, I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words. Han Fei grabbed the nearest Tianlong and unleashed his power. Bang! In the next moment, Tianlong was crushed. Han Fei looked up at these old men, his eyes equally icy and ruthless, as if he didn't care about the life of the so-called heavenly talents of the heavenly race at all. How dare you? Immediately, several old men shouted. They wanted to take action, but they didn't dare. The 4 people at the bow of the ship were heavenly talents that the heavenly race had tried their best to nurture. The lives of the other 30 people on the ship were also in the hands of Han Fei. This ship was suppressed by layers of seals nearby. They were sure that if they attacked by force, the other party could kill everyone on the ship in a short period of time. Han Fei sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Since you're here to ransom these people, show me your sincerity, or I'll kill them now. With that, Han Fei said to Feng Xingliu, bring the others up. Feng Xingliu was slightly stunned, thinking that Han Fei was really bold. He was facing 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses alone, but he was still so calm. He was even crazier than Feng Yu. In the past half-month, the people on the ship had been controlled by Han Fei. Just because he said he wouldn't kill them didn't mean he wouldn't seal their Strength. In fact, after collecting all the resources on them, Han Fei set up a large array to absorb their vitality and energy. After half a month, these people's strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%, and everyone had lost a lot of weight and their vitality was weak. At this moment, Feng Xingliu reached out and grabbed all these people to the deck. Since he had already offended them, he could only continue to offend them. When Yi Yuan and the others saw that 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses had come, they immediately felt that spring had arrived and were overjoyed. Immediately, someone shouted, "Patriarchs, you're finally here. Patriarchs, save me. Patriarchs, you must punish this thief." Smack. A void hand slapped down, and Han Fei's voice sounded, "Who are you calling a thief? I'll give you the chance to speak again. How do you address me?" The man was stunned. He didn't expect Han Fei to dare to hit him under such circumstances. Was he crazy? However, when he looked up, he saw that the patriarchs had no intention of speaking or attacking. He thought to himself, what's going on? Are the patriarchs being threatened? When he looked at Han Fei's murderous eyes again, he shivered. *CK, I was too careless. He thought of something and asked tentatively, Fellow Taoist? Slap. Han Fei continued to smash half of his body. Who the *CK is your fellow Taoist? I'll give you one last chance. Call me Big Brother. The man? Immediately, one of the old men was about to speak, but Han Fei glanced at him, and the old man immediately shut up. They had already seen that this kid was ruthless and completely unafraid of the heavenly race. In addition, with the people from the Phoenix divine race here, this person's background must be extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant and domineering. If they wanted to save these people, they couldn't be impulsive. Seeing this situation, the man's heart sank. He knew that he had to call Han Fei Big Brother. Big Brother. Han Fei grinned. That's it. Only then did Han Fei continue to look at the old men and say, well, from now on, you old *stards, speak nicely. I'll kill a person if anyone dares to speak rudely to me. Their lives depend on you. Yi Yuan and the others almost collapsed. How arrogant was Han Fei? He called the patriarch's old *stards and spoke so arrogantly as if he were deliberately provoking the patriarchs. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei and couldn't help but admire. This guy was really not afraid of death at all. Although he was proud, he never dared to do this. Only a lunatic would yell at peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. At this time, the old man in the middle walked out. Han Fei, right? What do you want? What do I want? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he pointed at Yi Yuan and the others and said, pay the ransom. 100,000 miles of resources for each of them. Then, Han Fei pointed at Yi Tianlong and the others. 500,000 kilometers of resources for each of the 4. I only want resources. Han Fei had thought that he might need godly weapons, but then he remembered how short of resources he had been. If he had enough resources, he could turn his origin seat into a star as soon as possible. Once he did, it would be equivalent to reaching the middle stage of the sky-opening realm and completing the second step. At that time, his strength would definitely soar. And star transformation required a lot of resources. After the star transformation, his future would be unknown. He still didn't know what his star path would be, so he had to get enough resources first. Besides, Little Black, Little White, Emperor Sparrow, Little Fatty, Little Gold, and the others all needed resources. He had to raise an entire family alone. If he didn't demand an exorbitant price now, when would he have the chance again? Hiss. Feng Qingqing couldn't help but secretly take a breath. Even not counting these 4 top heavenly talents, what Han Fei wanted was an astronomical figure. This number was enough to open up 1,000,000 kilometers of origin sea. From scratch. Ordinary people, even the children of divine bloodline families, might not be able to use up so many resources from birth to star transformation. Han Fei was asking for too much. The leading old man's face changed slightly. Han Fei, do you know how many resources this is? Can you hold it? Han Fei said, if you give it to me, I can hold it. I won't make things difficult for you as long as you give me these resources. Don't you know why I want so much? The old man said, including the 4 of them, 100,000 kilometers of resources for each person. That's it. And then you don't touch the people of our heavenly race anymore, and our people won't cause you trouble either. Han Fei casually grabbed the soul of Yi Tianlong. Under the obliteration of his power, Yi Tianlong's soul was immediately damaged. Han Fei sneered. Do you think I'm bargaining with you? Do you think I'm afraid of becoming enemies with your heavenly race? I was alone and helpless back then, and you guys almost killed me. You think you can make me forget about this matter with so few resources? Do you think I've never seen resources before? Are you giving me the resources or not? Or I'll kill them. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei's attitude was very firm. He was certain that the heavenly race would give the resources to him. On this ship, there were 40 star transformation powerhouses of the heavenly race. How many resources were needed to nurture a star transformation realm powerhouse? This was an astronomical figure in the first place. And nurturing a top heavenly talent level star transformation realm powerhouse would only consume more. The resources and time spent were all cost. 40 sky-opening realm powerhouses were an extremely huge force in any power. Who could abandon them so easily? Therefore, although Han Fei asked for a lot, the people of the heavenly race didn't dare to refuse. The only thing Han Fei had to worry about was whether he would be hunted by the real powerhouses of the heavenly race after he let them go. However, in the past half-month, he had done something. In the 10,000-year-old competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, there were conditions and restrictions for the sky-opening realm competition. This restriction was that only those who had cultivated for less than 30,000 years could sign up. The qualification token would verify the participants' qualification. Those cultivating more than 30,000 years wouldn't be recognized by the qualification token. This was undoubtedly good news. Many late-stage sky-opening powerhouses had cultivated for more than 30,000 years. Of course, there must be some peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses who hadn't cultivated for 30,000 years in powers like the heavenly race. Han Fei didn't know how many there were, but he was confident that with his current strength, he could escape even if he couldn't beat them. Besides, Han Fei didn't hide his identity because he wanted to tell them that He had a divine technique and could steal their power. He might not be able to defeat the veteran peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, but he could definitely escape from those who hadn't cultivated for 30,000 years. Faced with Han Fei's aggressiveness, the 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses looked awful. This matter had gone viral. Han Fei's name had long been known in the heavenly race. Now he was even listed on the genius list of the East Sea Divine Realm. He was just not famous yet. This time, when the heavenly race learned that the Phoenix Divine Race was involved, they felt that something was wrong. Han Fei's identity was probably not that simple. Therefore, they had indeed brought a lot of resources this time. If they really couldn't come to an agreement, they would use the resources to ransom these heavenly talents. But who knew that this was not a matter of negotiation at all, but that Han Fei didn't negotiate with them at all. He just wanted money and made it clear that he would kill these heavenly talents if they didn't pay. He made it so simple and direct that all their previous preparations were useless. But the resources these old men brought were not as many as Han Fei wanted. According to the resources Han Fei wanted, they had to give him at least 1.2 million kilometers of resources, and they only had 500,000 kilometers of resources with them. The leading old man said in a low voice, "The resources we brought are not enough to ransom them, so one of us has to go back and report." Han Fei sneered. It turns out that the dignified heavenly race can't even take out such a small amount of resources. It's ridiculous. Fine, if you can't make the decision, let the one who can. One more day you make me wait, an extra 100,000 kilometers of resources has to be paid. The time limit is 10 days. If no one comes in 10 days, I'll start to kill one a day. This matter had already spread in the world through Tomorrow Camp. In the past half-month, many strangers came to the camp. At this moment, there were actually people peeping. However, when the old man glanced at them, these people immediately retreated and ran away. They were not as reckless as Han Fei and didn't dare to challenge the heavenly race. However, the discussion behind them gradually became louder. Outsiders only knew that the divine race and the heavenly race were having a conflict, so many people came to watch this big show. Feng Xingliu secretly asked, "How did the heavenly race offend you? Aren't we a little ruthless this time? I feel that I've never seen so many resources since I was born." Han Fei said, "Nothing. It's just that 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the heavenly race chased me when I wasn't paying attention and almost killed me. Now that I'm here, how can they not pay a price?" Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu's hearts stirred. 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were chasing Han Fei, trying to kill him. They had seen Han Fei's strength. Although he couldn't suppress a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, it wasn't a problem for them to tie if he unleashed his full strength. However, being besieged by 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, even Han Fei probably couldn't resist them. No wonder Han Fei was hunting the heavenly race crazily. It seemed that he was taking revenge. Han Fei suddenly said, "Hey, Xingliu, how big was your origin sea when you turned your origin sea into a star?" Feng Xingliu said, 490,000 kilometers. I felt that I could transform it into a star, so I did. Why, are you going to transform your origin sea into a star? Gosh, so large? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Feng Xingliu and then shake his head. No. My origin sea is only 400,000 kilometers long. It shouldn't be time for me to turn it into a star yet. Feng Xingliu didn't have any concept of star transformation, so he wouldn't be surprised. However, Feng Qingqing looked at Han Fei in surprise. Brother Han Fei, haven't you felt the opportunity to turn your origin sea into a star yet? Han Fei shook his head. Not at all. Feng Qingqing said, according to our family's records, ordinary people will turn their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are between 200,000 and 400,000 kilometers long. Generally speaking, those who turn their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are within 300,000 kilometers can only be considered ordinary. For them, the bigger their origin seas, the better. Most of these people are itinerant cultivators. Unless they have a great opportunity after turning their origin seas into stars, it's difficult for them to reach the perfection of the star transformation realm. Those who turn their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are between 300,000 and 400,000 kilometers, even if their previous aptitude is ordinary, can be considered heavenly talents. As long as they don't die, the probability of them reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm is very high. Han Fei had already discovered that Feng Qingqing was a little encyclopedia. He couldn't help but ask, then? Feng Qingqing said, it's not easy to expand one's origin sea to between 400,000 and 500,000 kilometers. It's not something that can be done just because you want to. First of all, you have to have the resources to carry that space. And the upper limit of the Great Tao, the bloodline, talent, and luck will all become the conditions to the star transformation. Therefore, after 400,000 kilometers, there will be a completely different world every step. Even if one was born in a big clan, his origin sea might not exceed 400,000 kilometers. However, the bloodlines of big clans are usually extremely strong, so are their inheritance. Generally speaking, there won't be many people with poor talent in the main branches of the big clans. But it's already not bad if a heavenly talent can be born from a branch of a big clan. And there's a watershed between 400,000 kilometers and 500,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked, what is the watershed? Feng Qingqing blinked. Doesn't brother Han Fei know? Han Fei said, I don't know. And my sect doesn't tell me. Sect? Feng Qingqing thought to herself, since Han Fei said that it was a sect, he shouldn't be from a big clan to be able to accept a disciple like Han Fei. This sect must be quite strong. Since Han Fei said that his origin sea had reached 400,000 kilometers, at least he had broken through the threshold of 400,000 kilometers. But according to Han Fei's strength, it seemed natural. Therefore, Feng Qingqing continued, 480,000 kilometers is another threshold. If one's origin sea exceeds 480,000 kilometers, he will be a 1 in a million heavenly talent. At least in our family, he will immediately be regarded as the hope of our family. And those who turned their origin seas into stars when their origin seas are 640,000 kilometers long are the hope of hope. Why? Han Fei was puzzled. He thought that expanding the origin sea only required enough resources. Feng Qingqing said, 49 is a magical number, which corresponds to the heavenly Tao. Han Fei asked, it depends on the heavenly Tao? Feng Qingqing said, according to the records, 250,000 kilometers, 360,000 kilometers, 490,000 kilometers, 640,000 kilometers, and the legendary 810,000 kilometers. These numbers are the best numbers for star transformation. 4. Example, you might turn your origin C into a star when your origin C is 290,000 kilometers long, but you might not be stronger than those 250,000 kilometers. You might turn your origin C into a star when your origin C is 390,000 kilometers long, but you might not be stronger than those 360,000 kilometers. Or even, those who have turned their origin Cs into stars when their origin Cs are 390,000 kilometers long might not be stronger than those 360,000 kilometers. Therefore, many people who know this secret will choose to turn their origin Cs into stars when their origin Cs are 360,000 kilometers long because this is something many people can do. I'm talking about the children of the big clans. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The range of his origin C had already surpassed this number. The next best number for him was 490,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked in surprise, then what if Feng Xingliu waits until his origin C reaches 640,000 kilometers? Feng Qingqing said, he can't. The further you go, the more important the number is. When Feng Xingliu feels that he can turn his origin C into a star, it's the best time to do so. This feeling will only last for a short time. It's very likely that you won't notice it and will miss it. Then if you continue to open up your origin C at this time, you will forever miss this opportunity. Since 490,000 kilometers is most suitable for him, even if he persists to 630,000 kilometers, he might not be able to surpass his current talent. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Therefore, Feng Xingliu was actually very strong. His star transformation corresponded to a favorable number of the heavenly Tao. So even if he was stupid, he was still very strong. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Qingqing, are there many people who turn their origin Cs into stars when they are 640,000 kilometers or 810,000 kilometers long? Feng Qingqing said, the number of people who turned their origin Cs into stars when they are 640,000 kilometers long is pitifully small. In 10,000 years, there might be no more than 10 such people in a single divine realm. The number of people who turned their origin Cs into stars when they were 810,000 kilometers long only exists in the conjectures of ancient books. There are no historical records of such a person. Of course, the former are more. The number can be 10 times or more. Han Fei nodded. How big was a divine realm? There were only 5 divine realms in the entire sea realm. In that case, as soon as Han Fei thought about it, Feng Qingqing said, except for the Central Sea Divine Realm, all the strong masters will go to the Central Sea Divine Realm in the end, so in total, there are about 100 of such people in the entire sea realm. Of course, I mean every 10,000 years. Feng Xingliu snorted. Actually, I'm a little regretful now. If I can jump the threshold of 630,000 kilometers, I'll be a legendary heavenly talent. Han Fei ignored Feng Xingliu's bragging. This guy's number was 490,000 kilometers. No wonder he was so strong. Unfortunately, this guy was too inexperienced. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to fight a peak level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. Han Fei was excited. He didn't know how large his origin C would be when he experienced the opportunity to turn his origin sea into a star. At this time, Feng Qingqing smiled. Brother Han Fei, no matter what, try to keep a low profile before you turn your origin sea into a star. After the star transformation, the range of your origin sea will double. Even if you turn your origin sea into a star when it's 250,000 kilometers long, you can fight a person whose origin sea is 480,000 kilometers long but hasn't turned his origin sea into a star, and even have a chance to beat him. Therefore, before you turn your origin sea into a star, you have to keep a low profile. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had actually wanted to ask about this for a long time. He had no concept of the range of his origin sea. When he asked Senior Brother Azure Dragon and the others before, they just said that he would find out when it was time. However, the problem was that it was not yet time, but he was really curious about it. This time, it was mainly because he would get a lot of resources, so Han Fei couldn't wait to understand the true meaning of the star transformation. With Feng Qingqing's explanation, Han Fei immediately had a clear understanding of the star transformation. Of course, no one could hear Han Fei's conversation with Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing. 3 days later, outside the ship, the void trembled, and a young man descended. Although this person looked like a young man, the elders were respectful to him. He must be an old monster hundreds of thousands of years old who pretended to be a young man. After the young man arrived, he glanced at the heavenly talents on the boat. And the people still nailed to the bow. There was no special fluctuation in his eyes. The young man slowly turned his eyes to Han Fei. Are you Han Fei? Han Fei smiled. Yes. The young man said, I can give you the resources you want, but you should know that taking these resources is equivalent to making an enemy of the heavenly race. Han Fei was still smiling. I don't care. Who cares? The young man? Although he didn't understand what Han Fei said, Han Fei's attitude explained everything. Since they were going to be enemies, the young man from the heavenly race wasn't afraid. If he could give him the resources now, he would naturally have a way to snatch them back in the future. This person then looked at Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing. The Phoenix divine race wants to be enemies with our heavenly race? Feng Xingliu was about to say something when Feng Qingqing said calmly, You can understand it that way. Since it had already happened, if the Phoenix divine race cut ties with Han Fei, they wouldn't be able to face Han Fei. At least, Han Fei saved their lives. Besides, Feng Qingqing seemed to find that it was not convenient for Han Fei to tell the name of the sect behind him. She might as well take this opportunity to let the Phoenix divine race participate as Han Fei's backer. In this way, this favor was actually no less than Han Fei saving them. In this way, her sister didn't have to return the favor to Han Fei. Feng Xingliu grinned. Just as I thought. What heavenly race? I've never heard of you. Ants. Han Fei. Feng Qingqing, shut up. Humph. The young man snorted coldly. In that case, our heavenly race has nothing to say. The winner takes all. The resources are yours. Then, the man threw out 3 small worlds. After all, there were too many resources, which couldn't be contained by star shells. Han Fei reached out, grabbed the 3 small worlds, and put them into his origin sea. He had no intention of sharing this resource with Feng Xingliu. Feng Xingliu had collected less than 280,000 kilometers of resources, which was about 1/20th of what he received this time. However, Feng Xingliu had also collected a bunch of qualification tokens. When the qualification tokens were sold, it would be another huge sum. Therefore, from the looks of it, Feng Xingliu had actually earned a lot. In theory, he had to give money to Feng Xingliu, but who knew how many resources he would need? Feng Xingliu had no concept of money, but Feng Qingqing should know it. However, this girl didn't mention it the whole time, which made Han Fei a bit ashamed. After Han Fei checked the resources in the small worlds in his origin sea, he said to Feng Qingqing, "Enter Feng Xingliu's origin sea first." Feng Qingqing nodded. This young man's background was unknown. She didn't know if he was 30,000 years old or not. If not, he was a super powerhouse in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Just a wave of his aura could kill her. Of course, this person shouldn't be so reckless. If Feng Qingqing was dead, the Phoenix divine race would definitely start a war with the heavenly race. Therefore, even if this young man wanted to take action, his first target should be Han Fei. However, Han Fei was not afraid of this person at all. Not to mention that he was alone. This person must be crazy to dare to attack him after knowing that he had the void-stealing technique. Han Fei winked at Feng Xingliu and waved his hand. The Dao patterns on the god sealing spears disappeared. Buzz. Instantly, Yi Tianlong, Yi Xianling, Yi Jiejia, and Yi Shuilu were enveloped in white light. When the white light dissipated, the four of them were super powerhouses again. However, these people, except for Yi Shuilu, were all staring at Han Fei. Although they had been sealed these days, they had seen and heard everything. Yi Xianling's head was crushed by Han Fei, and she looked so miserable. Countless people saw that scene. Yi Jiejia was sealed by the god sealing spear and had been kicked on butt countless times by Han Fei. Now she just wanted to bite Han Fei into pieces. Yi Tianlong's body was crushed into mud, and his soul was sealed by the god sealing spear. However, he was a man, so although he was defeated and nailed there, he didn't feel anything. Anyway, the other three were nailed like him. But the only thing Yi Tianlong was angry about was that Han Fei was too insidious. If he hadn't been caught off guard by the boxing gloves, he could have fought him at least 3,000 rounds more. Yes, this was what Yi Tianlong thought. He felt that the only person here who could compete with Han Fei was him, but he was tricked by Han Fei and couldn't perform well. Of course, Yi Tianlong would definitely not provoke him again. Otherwise, if he was beaten and captured again, he would lose all his face. Among everyone, only 2 women were talking tough to Han Fei. Yi Jiejia was furious and screamed, "Han Fei, don't get caught by me, or I will skin you, pull out your tendons, and skewer you in the divine capital dynasty to dry for 1,000 years. Yi Xianling gnashed her teeth. Han Fei, I'll remember you. Han Fei chuckled. Thank you for your concern. Then remember to come to me more often. You'd better come together. The price is negotiable. Humph. The young man from the heavenly race snorted. Since you don't mind being our enemy, do you dare to tell us where you're from? Han Fei said lazily, your heavenly race just needs to know that my name is Han Fei. As for where I am from, you may not believe it, but the heavenly race is not qualified to know it. Arrogant. Now that these heavenly talents had been rescued, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses were no longer afraid of Han Fei. attacking the juniors of their clan. Their tone became domineering. Shameless brat, just say it if you don't dare to tell us where you are from. Don't talk nonsense here. Han Fei sneered. I'm just telling the truth. Since you don't want to fight me. Here, please leave. Next time we meet in the wilderness, let's fight to the death. Han Fei turned around and walked towards Tomorrow Camp under the angry gaze of the group of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. After Han Fei and the others left, a heavenly race elder scolded angrily. Shoal, he won't be able to walk out of the divine capital dynasty alive. An elder said angrily, it's such a pity to give away so many resources. An elder said indifferently, no matter which force he belongs to, I won't let him leave. The young powerhouse said indifferently, what if he is from the Time Temple? In an instant, all the elders looked at this person in surprise. The Time Temple? How is that possible? When did he show the great Tao of time? Another heavenly talent from the Time Temple came out to gain experience? No wonder this guy is so domineering. He really has a powerful background. However, the young powerhouse said, I'm not sure yet. This guy has just used the great Tao of time. In this world, there are many people who can walk on the great Tao of time, but not many can go far. Even if he is from the Time Temple, so what? The disciples of the Time Temple have to rely on themselves to finish the trial of the Time Temple. Although killing them will incur the wrath of the Time Temple, this guy hasn't revealed his identity, so we don't know anything about his identity. Therefore, none of you know about this. Immediately, the elders all nodded. No matter what happened next, the upper echelons of the family would arrange it. Outside Tomorrow Camp, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu swaggered back, immediately attracting the attention of countless strong masters. Someone wanted to see what the so-called divine race was like. Someone wanted to personally witness what kind of figure Han Fei was to be able to leave unscathed from the strong masters of the heavenly race. Someone muttered, look, he's walking with such an air. He must be a disciple of a certain divine race, and a very strong one. Otherwise, how could the heavenly race compromise? Someone agreed. It's obvious. I've never met anyone who dares to rob the heavenly race in my life except for him. Someone sighed. Even the 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses of the heavenly race can't suppress this person. I think he is probably from a super force of another divine realm. We can only admire him. Someone sighed. I just want to know how many resources he has got. Feng Xingliu asked the same question. Did he really give you all the resources? Han Fei asked, yes? After a long silence, Feng Xingliu asked, do I have a share? Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu. How many qualification tokens do you have? Feng Xingliu, 127. Han Fei asked, how many resources do you have? About 340,000 kilometers in total. Han Fei put his arm around Feng Xingliu's shoulder and said, Xingliu, do you know how long it takes for a normal person to earn so many resources? Feng Xingliu was puzzled. How long? Han Fei raised his head, glanced at the people who were looking at them, and said casually, it may take them nearly 10,000 years. Feng Xingliu asked in shock, so long? Han Fei said, you're not an ordinary person, so of course you don't know. However, I did give you a little too little. How about this? I need resources now, and you know that I haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet. But it's not appropriate for me to take your share. Well, how about I teach you? How to rob. Bah, I'll teach you how to make money, okay? Take it as a tuition. Fee. Feng Xingliu's eyes glittered. Really?